whiny little boy.
Posting
so
on Twitter.
hard.
It's the
And
gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that cloud.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic prelude, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Assault Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that's right. It's Thirsty Thursday. October 10th, 2024, 11:31 a.m. And I am a little late and I apologize, but let me tell you, I have a pretty good reason for it. This is the reason, sweethearts. Hasan is streaming theme song for my favorite socialist himbo official video. It's criminally underrated. With 25 days left for the election cycle to finally end, and for us to basically get back to a sense of freedom, a sense of security, autonomy, or maybe full-blown chaos. It's going to be chaotic regardless. We are going to be free of this election cycle and the treacherous grips of it all in 25 days. But before I get to the news, permission to goon, sir. Permission granted, soldier. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, a lot has happened, ladies and gentlemen. A lot has occurred in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi, Piker. Now, last night I ended the broadcast, as you all know, after 9 hours and 30 minutes, almost 10 hours, you know. Another half day as always. Okay. Another half day. Because I was covering hurricanes. I was doing hurricane watch. And I think a lot of people enjoyed that, if I'm not wrong. If I'm not mistaken, I felt like a lot of people were they were fond of it. They liked the hurricane watch. It was a weirdly comforting There's a weirdly comforting situation in the midst of all this chaos and commotion. It's got to be really weird when a devastating natural disaster is like a moment of solace and a nice change of pace where we can be like kind of having fun with it, because the normal coverage of the day, the normal coverage is basically something that we treat as a natural disaster, even though it's not, it's man-made, which is of course Israel, Palestine, Israel, Lebanon, just Israel in general, Israel being the primary party here that is responsible for all the death and destruction in the region. But my friend and I in Florida watched you all night. It really helped us out. Thank you, big man. Yeah, Hurricane Watch was also particularly entertaining, considering that like this has been pretty deadly still. It is a deadly natural disaster, but it was, you know, it was not as bad as I think people predicted it was going to be. So overall, there was like a sense of solace from it. You remind me of Henry Kissinger. Yeah, I also swing way above my weight class with the women that I'm around, just like Henry Kissinger did. We'll do Lieutenant Dan update in a second when we get to it, but just when you think an extreme weather event couldn't be political or partisan, then they start saying climate change is fake and then the Dems are in control of the weather. Yeah, I love the idea that the Republicans actually arrived at. I love the idea that the Republicans actually arrived at climate change is man-made. It's just not in the way that you like the gay scientists claim it is. It's man-made in the sense that, you know, Democrats in coordination with the Jews have created a weather machine. You know? So that's cool. But yeah. Folks, check out this thirst talk. Oh, I've seen this already. What the fuck? What the hell was that? My Elgato screen. Okay, 34,000 likes. I like it. Hasan Piker is the only Turkish man I will make an exception for. Yes, I'm in the new GeoGuessr I saw. I will look at that in a second. Yeah, gray zone journalist who is literally an American citizen, an American journalist, is being arrested by Israel, which is the most psychotic shit. Israel is just pushing the needle. Jason and Nick talking about you. But anyway, look. We'll get to all that in a second. One second. Personal news, guys. Personal news. Because I got some big updates. Couple updates. I balled this morning. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm out of control. Okay, I'm out of control. I'm balling like it's not a hobby but a occupation, or it's just a matter of life or death. Mike is in Los Angeles. He's doing some stuff out here. Mike from Crash Dummies podcast. Okay, and he hit me up and he's like, yo, what are we doing today? And I was like, we're balling, of course. So we did. Okay, Occupy Ball Street. Yeah, challenge Cash Nasty. I will be challenging Cash Nasty and many other basketball players this Saturday. I'm actually doing something with Jesser 2 Hype, playing basketball with a bunch of basketball content creators. And and I'll be doing one-on-ones like with a bunch of people. So I'm very excited about that. So Saturday I'll be balling big time. Cash got that Draymond Green jumper. It's all good. All right. So Mike was around. Cooked this man last time he was out here. But he's back. He's back. It's redemption time, hopefully. Oh my God. He's got hops. So last time Unk was here, okay? Last time Mike was here with Pat, I cooked him. We did 5-on-5 full court, and I had HasanAbi Head Shunker, who's in there as well. You'll see him in a second. He's like a dunk coach as well. But anyway, he's like a basketball coach. He does a lot of coaching. So yeah, Unk on Unk crimes were occurring. I had destroyed them, and he came back for redemption. He was like, I can't show my face in Los Angeles. Like, this is fucked up. Cooked him too. It's not a big deal, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, but I played a bunch of one-on-ones, and then we played King of the Hill, and I was just out of control.
Dropping 40 today.
Oh my God. That's crazy. All right, we came, we saw. He protected the honor. Yeah. He did. He beat me. At the last game, we did it. We did a bunch of one-on-ones. We did a bunch of King of the Hills. I was destroying. And then the last game, he won with an insane Hail Mary. He won with an insane Hail Mary from literally half court. Like Jokic distance, three-pointer. It was 14-13, game to 15. And he hit 20K story views. Yeah, I just uploaded this an hour ago. Of course, only 20,000 people have seen it so far. Chat, chill out. Yeah, he hit like an insane distance, like Hail Mary 3-point shot, and he beat me. But I gotta show you how much I fucking destroyed him. Over city and the state. Just wait.
I came back for reparations.
He shot the deepest three that anyone's ever seen for a Hail Mary last second.
Call me
win.
the young Steph, man.
It was crazy.
I came. I saw it conquered.
It's messed up. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back from this for white people. But watch this. So here we're playing King of the Hill, unlimited dribbles. Okay. So I would say out of us three, Shunker is the best for sure. Like, he's the most like versatile, most basketball experience in general. But check this shit out, dude. This man, okay, and by this man I'm saying me. I have become quite the fucking defensive player. Okay? Look at that.
Yes! Finally,
Look at that. It's just locked down, baby. I'm set. This man he's got better hops than me. He's got better hoops than me. You're tall, lol. No, but it doesn't matter. I'm 230 pounds, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, do you know how fucking hard it is to make those lateral cuts? To be able to keep up with someone on defense that's like faster. Anyway, here, watch this though.
Fuck! That was...
Boom. Easy money. What is that? That's not even a thing.
That's the last time he's like, I swear.
Now he's talking shit. He said, that's the last time you make that, I swear. Talking shit.
He tried to intercept it after.
Boom. Second one. He's clean. He's clean. He's basically a 3-point shooter. He is a consistent 3-point shooter. It's like not even a question. What's happening? But this time, watch this. Watch this. So he's like, oh, it's over. I'm going to cook you, right? Watch this.
Hell no.
Oh my fucking God.
Dare I say more? I mean, I was, yeah, no, dude, call 911 is an active shooter situation. Okay. That's all I'm saying. It was crazy. I am a 3-point merchant. I have become a 3-point merchant, dude. Call me Ryan Ruth. Why you got the Lonzo Ball jumper? Shit was so clean. I left a good review on Yelp. That's what I'm talking about. Check your pants. Definitely a little dookie. But yeah, it was great. You're a travel merchant? That's crazy that you said such slander. Oh, Mike is watching. He said the self-glaze on stream. But yeah, he destroyed me. Mike destroyed me. Okay. In the last game, he won 15-14. That's it. It's true. But I had to show this short sequence of events because it both showed my defensive capabilities and how much it's improved, and my offensive capabilities, my offensive package. Okay. So that's all I'm saying. Run it back one time. Let's just run it. Yeah, let's just let it run. I'll let the ball do the talking. Okay. I'll let the ball do the talking. You can make up your own mind.
Yes! Finally, I got one on you.
Because he was destroying me on that.
That's the last time he's like, I swear.
Bro, he tried to intercept it after I shot it, and he thought he could intercept it mid-air.
It's four. Take up further away.
Hell no.
That's crazy.
Oh my God.
That's just crazy. That's a crazy shot. Like I knew as soon as I hit that, I was like, I'm gonna be posting this.
God.
Also, damn, bro, thank God you still have all your ribs. Otherwise, the glazing would be insane. Okay, listen. Sometimes you have to feel yourself. Okay, sometimes you have to feel yourself. Anyway, I went a little crazy with the workout time today. That's why I'm a little late. Okay, 1,700 total calories, 1,400 active calories, average heart rate. Zone 2, I think, 133 BPM. I mean, not bad. But look at this shit. I've always done a 1 foot like off the fucking layup dunk back when I was more athletic before my knees were fucked up. But today I also found out like I can kind of do a much easier off the 2 feet dunk, which was crazy.
Oh shit.
Hasan and Will never good at everything. Law. It's comical how they just pull up and are number one within like a week. No, that's not true at all. Will is way more like that. I suck ass at everything. I suck ass at everything, and it takes me a year of like nonstop fucking constantly throwing my body at the problem over and over again. Over and over and over again until I get like decent at it. And even then, you know, I have my moments. Let's be real. Like the self-glaze aside, like I'm very bad at everything. It has taken me years and years and years to get to a level of like average play. Travel also small ball. I mean, this is not in game, little bro. No, the ball isn't small, but it's grippier.
Easy that was?
Why was that easier?
2 foot jumpers are better when they're strength. Yeah, you can do it on vert.
What's up, folks?
So yeah, I have the height for it, and I have the vertical for it. I just haven't been able to consistently dunk. You know, insecure chatters don't go outside are gonna shit talk every time. No, it's all good. But yeah, I think that's a pretty solid morning overall. That's dog ass shit, brother. You good at everything? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm telling you right now. Chat. Okay. This is serious, okay? If we're gonna be serious for a moment, I am not good at everything at all. I'm notoriously very bad at everything. I just work insanely hard. I'm telling you right now. And you can also do this as well. I promise you. There are definitely people who are very skilled and are very athletic and can just like pick shit up and immediately are good at it. There are some who are just really good at video games and they can pick up whatever fucking video game they want to play and are just like automatically pretty good. There has never been a single thing, with the exception of drawing when I was younger, which I completely stopped anyway, where I was like naturally good at something without a lot of training. Okay? That's it. When I first started playing basketball again a year and a half ago, if you recall, I was very, very bad. I was not good at all. I was just tall. I was just using my body and my weight, but like I did not have decent handles. I couldn't shoot well. I couldn't shoot consistently. And I still have a long way to go for the record, but like I have seen tremendous improvement in that field because I just nonstop worked at it. That's it. That's the secret. That is literally the secret. Big boys need fewer strides to dunk. Helps me back up a bit and start at the 3-point line. Yeah. Not chatter, not everything. You should have heard this man deliver news commentary 8 years ago. So awkward. The intelligence was there. Delivery was ass. Yeah, dude, that's another thing. Talking about news and politics. I was so bad. When I first started, but it's almost been a goddamn decade at this point, you know? And of course you're going to get better and better and better. The more you throw your body and your brain at the problem. And the beauty of it all is this. When you set a goal for yourself for any particular thing, okay? When you set a goal for yourself for anything at all, it could be weight loss, it could be changing your diet, it could be adding on muscle, it could be a fitness goal, it could be basketball, it could be getting better at learning a new language, it could be getting better at drawing. Ultimately, regardless of whatever it is, it's almost like a muscle that you develop. The confidence that you have in yourself is like a muscle that you develop as well over time. So for me, I've been a failure my whole life, okay, at everything. At every single fucking thing. Everything that I wanted to do. I always was like, why is everyone so much better than me at everything that they do? Whether it be basketball, whether it be picking up girls, just everything. And the only reason why I have gotten good at whatever goals I set for myself is because I tried really fucking hard and I overcame all of these hurdles thrown my way. Okay, picking up girls, lol, bro, what? I'm just saying, like, I'm talking about things when I was younger that I cared about, right? I'm 33 now. I'm not talking about it currently, chat. Just calm down. God damn it. This entire community is like fucking 40 goddamn years old. So you guys are like, what do you mean picking up girls? Like, shut the fuck up. Maybe I'm not talking to you, okay? You have to remember there's like also young men in this fucking community and they're going to Donald Trump by +30. Okay, so shut the fuck up and let me do my goddamn thing. Okay, old ass bitch. Anyway, the point is, when you actually accomplish any goal that you've set for yourself, whether it be like weight loss, whether it be fucking wanting to become a better artist or some shit like that, or get better at music, whatever it is, right? and you actually achieve those goals, and you start noticing that you have the capability of achieving the goals that you've set for yourself, that also builds this secondary confidence in you. Okay, that instills some real confidence in you that like you can achieve whatever goals you set for yourself, and that's very good. That's very good and applicable to everything else. Okay, that's why I always tell you, like, set some long-term goals and some midterm goals that correspond to those long-term goals, and some short-term goals that correspond to those midterm goals. And slowly but surely, you will be able to develop some confidence in yourself that you can genuinely achieve things that you set your mind to. It won't be easy. It won't be overnight, but you can do it. Okay? That's it. So you're saying the videos of men teaching men to pick up girls in public are valid? It would be if they were actually good, if that was actually good advice. But it's not. So it's invalid. Yeah, that's just like serial sexual harassment in broad daylight usually. Anyway, let's look at this man. Let's look at Nephew letting his intrusive thoughts win.
In the playground that would like stomp out ant farms.
Are you serious? Jason,
I was
that's
with
so mean.
I know, but that's because they bit me. So I was like,
Alvea's Defense Force. What the fuck? Why did this shit look like IDF, bro?
getting mad. I would.
Maybe they were biting you because you were.
No, but I'm reformed now. Like back in the day, I used to like pour hot water in the ant farms. But that was because I don't know. I was on some crazy. I used to make out with window panes too. Like I was just a weird kid.
Used to what? Used to what?
Like the glass door. I would
Make
kiss
out
it.
with them? Why?
I was the only child. I would get bored. Nah, the snake mad scaly though.
That's great. The vests have always been a thing. I didn't know. I didn't get one. Apparently there was this as well. Do not put yourself next to Hasan, says NMP.
A picture of me and Valkyrie, because this one helps. Because people see this is like, yo, it's Valkyrie. Then I get matches. Okay?
Okay, so who should I use? I know Ray.
Yeah.
Should I fly over to LA and take a photo with her?
Yo, why are they saying Melina?
You want me to use my ex?
No.
And they're saying Soda or Hasan.
Do not put yourself next to Hasan.
Why?
Because do not.
But ladies love Hasan.
Exactly.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny. What are they doing on Hinge, bro? Jason does like Hinge streams, and I see that he has improved his Hinge, at least from the last time I saw it. Hasan never reads my chat. Maybe I got to be a toxic chatter to get some eyes, lol, but that's beyond me. This is my favorite thing about you, Hasan, being vulnerable and teaching about how putting in the work trumps everything. I recently tripled my salary by finding a new job after months of struggling and preparing and giving nonstop interviews, and I resonate with you. Thank you, brother, in this community for instilling the value of persistence. Hell yeah. Also, don't be annoying. Don't be an annoying chatter. A fan had a photo taken with you and then was like, damn, it's not you though. What? Did you see what Nick said about Senna?
But you say I would date Santa in a heartbeat and I'm the wrong one?
Bro, that's a compliment. You'd be so lucky.
Nick's right. That's my boy. I have to defend him. keep listening before you say that. Oh no, did I speak too soon? Oh God, it's Nick. He probably said some unhinged shit right after. Goddamn.
Yo, Sinish, he's talking
What do you
crazy.
mean by
right
that?
Bro, you be so lucky. And listen, I meant to say someone likes it. Listen, babe, listen, you'd be so.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh no, he said babe.
Goodbye forever. Never speaking to him again. Nick is cut off permanently.
Damn, notice how she didn't block Agent when a similar thing happened, but she's blocking Nick? Much to consider here. I'm just...
That's goodbye. Yeah, that was the hang up of death. Yeah, I don't even...
Much to consider. Unk keeps up with the TikToks. I haven't really had enough time because I've been watching too much Wano. So I haven't had time to keep up with the TikTok so I can ship appropriately. You know what I mean? I don't know what the latest and greatest is in the shipping world right now because, like I said, I don't even know what the fuck's going on TikTok because I've been just way too invested in Wano. Or not Wano, sorry, Egghead. Not even Wano. Wano ended. What the fuck? Why did I say Wano? You're low-key catty as fuck? Yes, I'm high-key catty as fuck, dude. What are you talking about? I am catty. All right. I'm so catty, I forgot to fucking blast off. Let's do it. You're looking very Turkish, uncle, today. That's because I parted my hair and pulled it back rather than the normal, like, let it ride. Normally, I just let it ride, and I pulled it back today. So that's why I look more Turkish when I do that, especially with the mustache. Egghead is amazing. Egghead is peak. Oh, my God. Okay. It looks a lot better parted when you rock that nasty ass caterpillar on your lip. What are you saying? The caterpillar is not nasty. Egghead Island arc. Albert Einstein is a socialist in real life and in One Piece. Yeah, there's so many gems. There are so many gems in Egghead that like reveal Oda's overarching perspective on politics and the world. That, I mean, he just slams you in the direct head with it. He slams you in the face with it the entire time. So I feel like if you're like, you have to be genuinely oblivious to everything. Like, you have to forget how words work if you don't understand what he's saying there. Like, there are straight up moments where they're talking about like energy, you know. Vegapunk's like, Albert Einstein basically is like, oh, the entire point of the world is like, I'm trying to make sure that energy is free, that people can have free energy. And then Jinbei's like, energy is the seed that grows the warfare or whatever. Like, there are so many instances where they're talking about like natural resource extraction and how that causes war. Yeah. Also, the fucking Navy is always up to some Israel shit, dude. Straight up. Like, when they go to the village and they pick up the grandma, when they go to Whitebeard's village and they pick up the grandma and the guy is gonna, the Navy is like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, damn, bro, this is Israel. Like, this is just straight up Israel, dude. The Navy is literally IDF doing Israel shit on a regular basis. It's so funny. Anyway. They're like, yeah, you're outside of the sphere of world government, America, influence. So sorry, you are less than a human. We will kill you. We will extract all of your natural resources. We will extract whatever kind of wealth you have. We will at times enslave you. And there is not really anything you can do about it. Shave your beard down to the skin, no electric razor bullshit, and take your glasses off and take titty pics. Bro, are you okay? Like, this guy is giving me coordinates on how, like, he's giving me coordinates on his next fat material, dude. Calm down, okay? Jesus Christ. Y'all are gonna make it so that, like, I'm the first male to be successfully objectified. You know what I mean? Jesus, Lord mercy. Yeah. That's too weird and specific. Yeah, he thought he was chatting in OnlyFans or something, dude. Boats or goats, and you were wrong. Address the allegations. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get to that in a second. But let's blast off, okay? 25 days till E-Day. Pole watch, hog watch, hurricane aftermath. Israel x Lebanon, Trump x Andrew Schulz, and more. Get in now. Okay, let's freaking go, fam. Let's freaking go, fam. Cover yourself. What? Okay, guys, it's not a challenge. Like, when I say, wow, you're gonna make me feel like you're gonna objectify a man successfully for the first time ever, is not a challenge for you, okay? I don't know why some of you took that up as a challenge and you're like, no, I'll show you, I can do it. Album react to Brat? Why? What the frick? What? The Hollywood Reporter's most influential influencers list is out, and Jimmy Tatro made it. I feel like, as far as industry publications goes, this is one of them that I'm never going to make it onto. And I will straight up say, my opinion, I'll say it. My opinion on Israel-Palestine is part of the reason, in my estimation. I feel like the Hollywood Reporter is a little bit out there. Okay, they are not putting my ass on this list. Come on, guys. The Hollywood Reporter is the publication that fucking shit on Jonathan Glazer. I will never forget that. Careful, they're going to say you sound like Kanye. This has nothing to do with Jews, brother, and everything to do with Israel. I just gave you an example of the Hollywood Reporter shitting on a descendant of Holocaust survivors who won a fucking Oscar for his Holocaust movie. What do you think Jonathan Glazer's religion is? It is, like, objectively the opposite of Kanye West, which is hilarious because Kanye West on Israel doesn't really talk about Israel too much. He just hates Jewish people. Not enough Israel conversations from Kanye, if you've noticed, and a lot more about Jews in particular, and even including but not limited to, included but not limited to mother freaking wait, what is this? Oh, the Hollywood Meet Your New A-List. From staggeringly talented TikTokers to Instagram stars, we can't look away. These are the names who will and should be dominating the business in the new and old media. Yeah, these end of the year reports are out. It's mostly PR. It's mostly PR. Like, if you have PR people, you will get on here. I mean, I recognize. I mean, Brett Mirag, I recognize. Amelia, this is her name. Isn't this the chicken shop chick? Her name is Amelia Dimmel-Denberg. Brett Mirag, Brittany Broski. Okay, that's sick. She made it on there. That's cool. I don't know who this is. I think Huddy? Is this person still making stuff? I thought, okay, I kind of know who that is. Don't know who these people are. Delaney Rowe, she's dope. If you all recall, old school Old school HasanAbi heads probably remember Delaney was I was at Coachella with her last time I went to Coachella. She's dope. She's very funny. Drew Afuelo, I think I know who that is. Don't know who this is. Don't know who this is. This is literally just a Kennedy. What the fuck? They just put a Kennedy on here. Okay. Past that puss. Jay Shetty. Oh God. Jimmy Tatro, that's cool. I'm glad that Kai's on here. I mean, he deserves it. Kareem deserves it too. Honestly, I think he does a great job. Kareem has some really cool shit. Keith Lee, obviously, incredible stuff. Don't know who these people are. Lily Singh is like at this stage, basically, they just put her on as padding. I don't even know anything that she's done recently, but you know. RDC World absolutely deserves it. Mark Phillips. You don't know Laufey? Who's Laufey? No. I don't. She good? Listen to her music. Mark Phillips deserves it. New York Nico is pretty cool too. There's a lot of like, dude, the media always plays catch up on this shit. The media always plays catch up on this shit. Like putting fucking Noah Beck on here is dude, you're putting him on here like he's 3 years, you're 3 years late to the game. Like I feel like this dude had his peak. Like Charlie D'Amelio too. New York Nico kind of sucks. Wait, he does? Why? I think he does some pretty cool stuff. Like Lily Singh as well. It's like all of this, people for the most part, nice and uncontroversial. No wonder Hasan isn't even getting close to this. Yeah, of course. This list is like very brand safe. Sean Evans deserves it. Don't know who the triplets are. Tana Mongo, well, or Mojo, sorry. She's controversial, but she's on there. The Agents. Okay. I wonder if my agent's... Oh, Ben Davis. That's my agent. He made it at WME. There you go. At least my agent made it. Ben Davis. Wait, is there... Bro, do they not have a single Muslim on here? God damn. Am I crazy? Oh, no, they have Kareem. Is Kareem Muslim? Kareem is also like pretty pro-Palestine. Bro, why do they always snub I Show Speed on this shit? It's crazy. It actually is fucking crazy. Like, I'm sorry. I Show Speed deserves to be on every single one of these fucking lists. Okay? How are we, like, what are we doing? What are we doing, bro? Actually, what are we doing? Y'all are fucking nuts. Like, it just demonstrates how old the editorial team is. Like, I don't place a lot of emphasis on these lists in general. I don't think these lists are like, these lists are all just like PR. And there are some cool people on these lists, by the way. A lot of people on this list I like. And I'm sure the people I don't know are, wonderful content creators in general. But like, I Show Speed literally is one of the, in my opinion, most influential young content creators out there. This dude did an Asia trip. Okay. He is America's cultural ambassador at this point. Like, not even a question. I'm 33 years old and I recognize it because I'm in this space, right? This dude straight up is he's getting like 1 million fucking live concurrent viewers in Malaysia and shit. And these guys are like, oh, I don't know. Who is that? Chowder's calling Speed weird when he's the only influencer in this world who could draw a crowd in any foreign city, and he's by far the largest pro-Palestinian content creator in the world. Chad is fucking delusional. I know. He's 19 years old and unconditionally pro-Palestine. Like, yeah, bro went to fucking Albania and met the prime minister, dude. What are we talking about? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, that's insane, dude. That is an insane snub. I genuinely don't understand how I Show Speed does not make it on these lists on a regular fucking basis. It's definitely the editorial age gap. Yeah, it's gotta be. I don't think it's because of the fact that he's like super pro-Palestine. I don't think it's that at all. I think it is straight up a direct consequence of the age gap. Like, editors just they're not tuned in. They don't know what's going on. Brother, how was your agent making it on this list and not you? I mean, I'm not. I do have enough decent PR. It just depended on like if a reporter that like played a role in the article has enough motion or not. That's pretty much it in these situations, because I make it onto these lists regularly as well, as you know, but it's just entirely about the editorial staffing. Like, that's what it is. But yeah, I think it's crazy that they just like they just don't put I Show Speed on these lists. Like, it's a snub for sure. They're blackballing you? No, they're not, man. Come on. Guys, calm down, okay? For the position that I'm in, okay, for the place that I'm in my career as a political commentator with perspectives that are completely unheard of in mainstream media, I get a tremendous amount of positive news coverage, and it is directly a consequence of the reality that I have actual fans and friends in these places, in these outlets. That's it. If you think that I'm not getting like good coverage, you're crazy. There is no world in which a guy like me with my opinions is going to get any positive coverage whatsoever. That is historically not a thing that people, that's historically not a thing that happens. Okay. And the only reason why it's happening, usually, the only reason why it happens is because there are plenty of wonderful people in these places, in mainstream outlets, that understand where I'm coming from. That's it. Bro, I told you, as one of these editors, I Show Speed is dangerous. His content is duplicatable by kids. They will copy him, i.e. jumping over a moving car. He will get someone killed with his stunts, bro. I think that might be one of the reasons. But I do still think that I still think that it's like there are plenty of people on those lists that have done shit, you know what I mean, in terms of liability. But they're still on there because they have better PR. So you think without your friends, you may not have ever gotten that kind of coverage? Yes. Yeah. For sure. It's a couple different things. One is, number one, I have like a lot of people who are like-minded or fans or friends of mine that work at these places. That's one of the reasons why I get positive coverage unceremoniously and uniquely in comparison to like an Amy Goodman, you know what I mean, who's been doing this for years. Another reason is because I have a massive audience. I am the largest leftist, Democrat, catch-all, progressive, liberal content creator in North America. So there's that. The other reason is also because I don't just do straight pipe news coverage usually. I do a bunch of different things. I do a bunch of variety things. And that's that I think is the reason. Yeah, I really like Speed. I think he's great. I think he is blossoming into a. I think he's blossoming into a wonderful content creator overall. He's still incredibly young, and I'm glad. Like, he could be a ginormous piece of shit. Okay, given his age, a 19-year-old boy, dude. Are you kidding me? Do you know what 19-year-old men are looking at? Do you know what they're saying? Do you know what they're doing? Guys, get your, sorry to burst your bubble, but like, it's pretty fucking bad out there. It's pretty goddamn reactionary in this space. I'm sure plenty of you are at this age group or close enough to this age group so you know what your peers look like. Anyway, I'm gonna be real, dude. I Show Speed is like the closest to a Luffy type individual in the real world. Okay, but he is the closest to a Luffy type person that you can get. Also interesting, Drewski isn't on there. Yeah, that's another person who is like, there's a lot of content creators on there that like is shocking. Yeah, he's also fucking pro-trans, dude. That's crazy. Those are like, dude. He did the inverse. He literally took positions that are the most unique for his age demographic. Okay. He's like pro-trans and pro-Palestine. Those are like the two things that we can't even get the fucking Democratic Party to be on board with unconditionally. What do you mean, dude? Drewski is talented. Stop hating. Wait, no, I agree. I think Drewski's very funny. He is a chaotic positive. Anyway, what are you talking about? Kai is on. Kai's on the list. They have the same type of audience. Only difference is Speed is bigger, international, and pro-Palestine. Has nothing to do with editorial age, in my opinion. Dude, are you kidding me? You cannot compare Kai Cenat to I Show Speed. Kai Cenat is so buttoned up and so smart in the way that he has been able to brand himself. Are you kidding me? I just told you, like, Kai is a phenomenal entertainer. Okay? But Kai also is getting fucking massive brand deals. Bro, Kai is like one step removed from doing fucking like iPhone commercials, and you're comparing him to Speed. Like, it's not even close. Kai has a Nike deal, dude. He streamed with Kevin Hart. I Show Speed is a fantastic entertainer. These guys both are fantastic entertainers in similar ways and in very different ways, okay? But in comparison to one another, like, Kai is infinitely more PR ready and buttoned up than I Show Speed is. Like, that's a funny comparison to make. Like Kai is a genuine, almost Hollywood style celebrity at this point. Half of these shouters don't even know what Speed has been up to. They remember him showing his dick by accident or making a horrible joke at 17, completely unconnected and untapped while claiming to be extremely online while telling me to enjoy my own hug box. Ironic, yeah. Speed is Luffy, Kai is Sabo. I don't know enough about what Sabo's been up to because currently I'm at the part of the story where Sabo is like, you know, doing some crazy shit. So, yeah. Yeah, Kai did a fucking T-Mobile ad with Patrick Mahomes and Snoop Dogg, bro. Are you kidding me? He's doing iPhone commercials, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Of course he's going to be on those. Of course he's going to be on those fucking lists. Like, he has so much more PR backing him than Speed does. What? Kai said he's going to North Korea?
Where they from? Korea. But I want to go to North Korea so bad, Chad.
Wait, what?
Korea. But I want to go to North Korea so bad, Chad.
Did he actually say I want to go to North Korea so bad? Ain't no fucking way, dude. Yo, the revolution, dude, every fucking, every young streamer, every young black streamer is a revolutionary Maoist third worldist, dude, okay? Every single one. What is going on? No, I'm kidding. I know he don't got internet. This community gets so much hate for this exact reason, by the way. If you personally ever want to know the bad things someone did, just say that you like them. I always hated that. I know. Anytime I bring up someone, there is like a laundry list of shit that they've done over the course of their entire career that people will like immediately be like, how dare you? Like, people just have no way of looking at the entirety of a person and weighing it against like the imperfections that we all have, especially when you compare someone who is not as buttoned up as a traditional celebrity, because like in this new era of superstardom and celebrity, you don't have like massive fucking PR teams. Yeah, it's just, you can't like look at people as like entertainers and then judge it against like you have no idea. Here, I'll give you an example, okay? People will be like, oh, Kai did this or Kai did that, or oh, Speed did this or Speed did that, not realizing that like all of the motherfuckers you stand for, you have no idea what their background is at all. You have just never seen them because they became famous at the age of 30 and have been surrounded by a fucking team of basically scientists that are making sure that every time they step foot outside is perfectly manicured. Okay? So you judge people off of the demigod status that like a lot of traditional Hollywood celebrities have, without realizing that these are just like normal people who just pop the fuck off, you know, over the course of like a couple of years. That's it. Are these people not in extremely privileged positions? Who are they not held to a higher standard? That's great. That's a great way to fucking look at it. You're right. I'm comparing them to people of similar levels of privilege that don't get the same level of scrutiny because they do not have the same level of access. Okay? That's it. I'm trying to explain to you why. Did you already talk about Young Philly? Who the fuck is Young Philly? I'm trying to explain to you I'm trying to explain to you why you don't have this same level of scrutiny for every single person. Dude, every goddamn day, some motherfucker comes in here and is like, bro, have you heard about Fruity Foo-Foo? Why are you not talking about Fruity Foo-Foo, man? Like, I'm telling you right now, this guy, friend of Chunks. Okay, now you're just making it up. Now you're just making shit up. That's not, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck you are talking about, dude. Bro, come on. Dude. What are you saying? He's a dude in Nico squad. Nico Amalana. Oh, UK YouTubers. Okay, that's why I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He and Baby Gronk rizzed up Livy Dune. I'm so old, dude. I'm so fucking old. God damn it, dude. Oh my Lord. I heard Speed was a member of a JSOC operations team in Afghanistan smuggling heroin into the EU. All right. The bloke mind virus? Yeah. Young Philly, friend of Chunks and Nico Omalana. See, I know Nico of the Beta Squad based in the UK. You see what the NFL is up to with Robert massage table? For the first time, sports leagues across all America, athletic icons and rising stars are calling a timeout against hate. Wait. Okay, do you guys want to know something really funny? I know this is a timeout, but this is literally, bro, this right here is also, it's what Hasan Nasrallah used to do. They come in vertically and they leave horizontally. This is a Hezbollah hand sign too. Bro, this is so funny. No, I'm not even kidding. This literally, bro, this right here is like a in the region in Lebanon when you do that, or in the Middle East when you do that. If you're at least like a little bit knowledgeable over these sorts of affairs, this is a hand signal for if Israel comes in, specifically to Lebanon, they will come in vertically, but they will leave horizontally, as in they will leave in coffins. I know it also means timeout. Like this is a timeout in sports. It's just funny that like, yeah, see? This is a symbol of the IRGC and Hezbollah jihadi terror. The T hand gesture. By the way, jihadi terror, brother, what do you mean jihadi terror? It literally means we will resist you if you invade us. How is that also jihadi terror? I love this take. It's like, yeah, if you fight back, if someone invades you and you happen to be Muslim, you have to die. If you don't die, you are anti-Semitic. Like, what a perfect demonstration. What a perfect demonstration of how fucked up this entire process is. Where it's like, yeah, you came in vertically standing, you'll leave horizontally dead. Someone should ask HasanAbi where they're coming in vertically. It was promoted by Hasan Nasrallah and became the IRGC symbol for threatening hard revenge terrorism. I'll be raising this with Canada's Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee later today. This guy, one of the anti-Israel protesters of the Walk with Israel in Toronto had an IRGC logo on his hat. Does anyone know what this hand gesture means? From Beirut to the Bay Area. In sports, we call a timeout when things are heading in the wrong direction. And right now in our country, hate is winning. And we need to change the momentum, said Kraft, the founder of the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. Bringing together the commissioners of North America's major sports leagues for this campaign is a historic and crucial step in our fight against all hate. By uniting under a common cause, we amplify our messages and demonstrate that the power of sports extends beyond stadiums, arenas, and fields and into our communities. This initiative is a call to action for everyone to join us in creating a world where hate is met with unified stand for empathy, understanding, and respect. There is something very funny. There is something very funny about Robert Kraft doing the fucking getting everybody to do the timeout symbol to unite against hate. There is something ironic about it. Like, bro, he's literally doing it. He's doing it. The closer you get to this, the more you do they come in vertically, they leave horizontally. I hope Doc Rivers gets called a terrorist for what he did to my Sixers. Yo, no Rivers hate, okay? I'm friends with one of his children, so oh man, this is pretty funny. Austin Rivers? No, Jeremiah. I said one of his kids. I would have said Austin Rivers if it was Austin Rivers. I've known him for many, many years. Megaphonics, there's something funny about you getting timed out while talking about literal timeouts. Can you please tweet a side-by-side timeout post with Hasan Nasrallah doing it too and stop? No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. People are going to get mad at me and they're going to yell at me. Anyway. No, they're not calling a timeout for the genocide, by the way. They're calling a timeout to stop anti-Semitism. Which is funny because it implies that, like, we're going to stop it for a little bit and then we're going to let it continue. There's so much to make fun of with this campaign. I love these initiatives. They're just so stupid. Hey, guys, can we please put a timeout on being mean to Israel, which I think is anti-Semitic? And then you can let it continue again. Once Israel's done cleaning out the entire region ethnically, we can get back to being anti-Semitic. Yeah, also, Jets fired head coach Robert Saleh after wearing the Lebanese flag patch. But you know, there's enough plausible deniability there for why he got shit canned. Not accurate. Yeah, I know. I'm saying that he has worn the fucking Lebanese patch for. I know he's worn the Lebanese patch for quite some time. You know why I know that? Because of Will Neff. Okay. I know. Do you think the league will institute a policy to stop this like they did with Black Lives Matter? Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm not gonna be holding out on that. Okay. Did you see the Rizzler playing for the Knicks? What? Oh, dude. Bro, he is literally so perfectly chicken nugget sized and shaped. It's crazy. Dude, this is America's Emhud hating the Rizzler is so funny. I'm so sick of the talentless piece of shit. Dude, you did not just call man's chicken nugget. He is, dude. Look at him. Okay, listen. I think this is peak America, okay? Having like a big fat child who is on the verge of of diabetes as a kid, like this is peak America, okay? He's having a grand old time. I love this kid. I love this kid because like I was him, okay? Respect. He is our Moodang. He is. He really is. He looks like Moodang. Bro. He is. He is America's Moodang. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Also, yeah, every Knicks fan does look like him. He looks like every Knicks fan that got hit with the fucking age gun where they de-aged him. What do you do if you see this? Speaking of Moodang, did the chatter ever send you bath time videos to react to? Oh, yeah. Moodang doesn't have a fuck-ass haircut, though. Bro, chill. They just got the cop haircut. Also, another fucking group of content creators that are the weirdly pro-trans, okay? So respect to them. I think that they have a trans family member, if I'm not mistaken. So... I feel like if you're this cop coded, like you shouldn't be pro trans. So the fact that they are is good. Who's this kid? He's called the Rizzler. This is AJ and Big Justice, right? Did I get their names right? They're the Costco boys. They're Costco guys. AJ is a family annihilator. Gonna be a 2-hour, 57-minute YouTube video about him in 8 years after the end of this whole thing. Okay, calm down. The Rizzler is gonna be one of those fat guys who gets the tops of his hands tattooed first. Despicable bastard. M-Hud hates them. Damn, M-Hud. Chill. I mean, they look the part. I've seen the BTS videos. It is a little crazy. Adam updated the tweet. Stop. Guys, you're going to get me in trouble, please. Please stop. Your GOAT son is so washed, he has less points than Big Justice. Bro, let's not talk about Bronny, okay? I read an article that was like NBA insiders that, bro, when you got like NBA executives giving anonymous quotes to like ESPN about how bad Bronny is, shit's looking like the White House, okay? It's such a disastrous situation that you got NBA executives being like, dude, he is straight ass. He would never be here. And he is never gonna be good. Like it is fucked up. MHUD hates the Rizzler, but when he's 24 tatted and makes the same content for 143 views on YouTube, he will watch his content every day. Yes. This is 100% correct. Somehow, the content will also be made. This is fucking what, like 2 decades almost into the future, but the content will be shot with like the most Vaseline smeared cam footage, the most grainy footage of all time, making it seem like MHUD right now. Yeah, it will somehow look like it was shot in 1998 with a fucking hand cam. Too real, but only if he has no viewers. Exactly. Do you think Jesus was white as a poverty class person 2024? What? 2024 years ago, living in the Middle East? What? You all right, man? I love hanging out on X, the Everything website. It's a good place to have nice conversations with normal dudes. Zuck, Asian wife. Trump, imported wife. Bezos, Latina girlfriend. Mitch McConnell, Asian wife. JD Vance, Indian wife. People are going to hate this, but it's true. White supremacy is, quote unquote, real insofar as white women are the ultimate signifier of worth. Zuck/JD not marrying white women proves their social undesirability. It only edifies this role of white women that they rejected them. What? Dude. What? People are so, oh my God, dude. It's like, what are these guys doing? Like, what are they saying? What are they doing? I don't understand it. I don't want to know. What a crazy fucking, what? These are the only people that can make Zuck look normal. Dude. Zuckerberg went through this transformation that's like pissing me off. Okay? He's been going through this like weird transformation where he basically he got hit with a Dominican ray, and ever since then everyone like really loves him, and it's pissing me off, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Like, he's got the fuckboy fits, he's got the fuckboy cut. He went and got like a custom made Porsche for him and his wife. He can also fight now, which is kind of scary. Yeah, he heard your everyone could be a 7 speech. Yeah, he's been watching HasanAbi to become a worse version. Yeah, he got I mean, the car is kind of cool. Zuck unveiled his wildest innovation yet, a Porsche Cayenne Turbo GT minivan. That is, by the way, this is low-key the most Chinese thing you can do. Okay? I don't know if you guys know this, but in China, the same exact cars that you can get here, they have it in China, but they make them longer. Okay? That literally is the Chinese move. I'm sure a Chinese executive was like, damn, I did that like 8 years ago. Nobody fucking talked about it. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but that right there is straight up Chinese executive with his entire lineage currently in Ivy League institutions right there. They don't do this in America, but every single one of the Western car manufacturers that sell vehicles in China actually have different fleets that are significantly longer than the normal regular production that they sell in the United States of America, and they make it longer for a couple different reasons. One, because of family, and two, L series. Like they literally will take the same exact car and they will just make it a longer wheelbase. And it's for wealthy people. It's so that they have more leg room in the back. What? I'll never stand for the Zuck hate. People only hated him because he's autistic. Are you insane? He literally facilitated a genocide. And is doing another one right now, actually, on fucking Meta with Israel. No, there is very good reasons to hate this man. He is a monstrous piece of shit. That's crazy. Wait, what is this? This is kind of cool, though. Yeah. He literally did a genocide in Myanmar and was like, oops, my bad. Straight up. He's going to do a fusion dance with Jack Harlow during the NFL halftime. They're just preparing him as the vessel body. Yeah. Okay, last thing before we get to the news, and I will be covering Lieutenant Dan, don't worry. Here is our boy Eric, HasanAbi head, doing the most.
Hank Pecker, thanks for the 10 gifted. Tall Tree, Dusty Road. Oh wait, that's a variant of the Israeli Galil rifle. We gotta be over here in Israel. What? Why are there Israeli weapons in the middle of Myanmar? Despite an international arms embargo dating back to 2017, Israel has continuously armed the genocidal Myanmar government. According to documents obtained by Haaretz, IAI has shipped at least 250 metric tons of arms to Myanmar since 2018. These arms have been used to perpetrate...
Bro, I swear to God, they're on the wrong side of every battle. Okay? The GeoGuessr Israel guy, Eric Hovagim videos got mass reported by Haywaters after you watched them. Yeah, but it also fucking boosted his account quite a bit. So, you know, I think it's good. He's like popping off.
The ongoing Rohingya genocide, which has killed nearly 50,000 and displaced 700,000 more. But this isn't even the first time this has happened. In 1955, Burma and Israel reached a rice agreement, meaning Israel would arm and train Burma's military in exchange for thousands of tons of rice. This included 30 fighter aircraft, hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammo, 1,500 napalm bombs, 30,000 rifle barrels, thousands of mortars, and general military equipment like scouts tents and parachuting gear. And in 2021, the Myanmar army used Israeli drones, armored vehicles, and spyware during the military coup that deposed the democratically elected leader, Suu Kyi.
Isn't this just Israel being our proxy CIA department? We don't just use them to arm people. We want to keep it at arm's length anyway. Yes. Yes. His whole, Israel's entire shtick is it's an extension, okay? It's an extension of American empire. It helps you understand why our allegiances run so deep.
But on the bright side, it gave us this iconic video.
Yeah, Eric is popping off, dude. Israel's the 51st state of America. Guys, Israel is the 51st state of America, but is also the most important state. Okay? I need you to understand. I've been saying this for years and years and years. Knowing what we do know about Israeli prisons in general, Israeli treatment of journalists, it's quite fair to say Jeremy Lafredo's life is in danger. Yeah. Have you watched the Johnny Harris video where he says spending all this money in the military is necessary? That's every Johnny Harris. You just described every Johnny Harris video. Johnny Harris is the perfect representation of all the wars in the past were bad, but the current one is very good. And also, we kind of need to have this like long dick of the military. Most recent Chapo Felix said it best. Israel isn't the 51st state. It's the only state. Yeah, okay, I've been saying that for quite a while too. Okay, calm down. Saying that the 51st state is stupid? No. It's a good way to, it's a good entry point into the conversation. Israel is the 51st state, but it's not like a lame ass fucking state like Wyoming or Montana or even North Carolina, apparently, which is a pivotal state in the upcoming election. Okay? What is more important is Israel. 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 I am Israel high. The Carolinas are weeping every day. But have you considered that Israel has a right to defend itself and is running out of ammunition? Lindsey Graham. Why is Montana being mentioned? Dog, Montana is literally a fucking nuclear sponge, okay? If you want to understand how little America gives a fuck about Montana, remember that it is a part of America's nuclear deterrence, nuclear sponge package. As in, if all-out nuclear warfare was to be conducted, Montana would be wiped out. That's where the silos are, okay? Why do you think they put them there? Why are the silos not in California? How long do you think before Israel gets to vote in the U.S. elections? What do you mean? What election has Israel not voted in so far? How long before? As in, how long have they done it? The answer is 75 years, 76 years. Nah, not necessarily, but definitely a lot more recently. That's crazy. They even decommissioned the silos in South Dakota to move them to Montana. Ain't no one cares about Montana. Yeah. I thought a lot were in Wyoming. There's 5 states that are considered nuclear sponge states. Okay. I will reveal them after the top of the hour ad break. And if you want to know what those 5 states are that are a part of our nuclear deterrence package, you are going to have to subscribe for $6 because the real nuke is the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. What? Hey, Mons, please make sure he sees that stream clip I just made of him. It needs to be shared wide. Polar Bullet, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer. Kamala went on a TikTok podcast? Ain't no fucking way. Am I tripping? But that Johnny Harris video was only critical of U.S. military spending. It was about how all the private sector interests exhibit corrupt practice protected by laws, lobbying. I haven't watched the latest. I haven't watched a big chunk of the latest and greatest Johnny Harris videos in a while, partially because. Wait, let me see. Also updates. I'm gonna have Ettingermentum on to talk about Kamala's chances and how much she's flubbing, but why she still is most likely gonna win. I'm also gonna have Ested on as well. Ested has been popping off, friend of the show. Ested at the New York Times has been getting a lot of pop-off moments, both on CNN as a panelist, and also he was on the Daily this morning. I listened to him on there, and his own personal podcast is also blowing up as well. He had Nate Cohn on to specifically talk about the polls, and the analysis is basically very similar to what I've been talking about in terms of like why this is so deadlocked. Any input on the Daily paywall announcement? Yeah, I saw that. I don't fully understand what's going on there. Are they just going to paywall all of their podcasts? Because if they are, I'm just not going to listen to them. And I'm too lazy to figure out a way to like steal it. So I don't know. You just have to stay up to date. The latest one will always be free. Oh, okay. Oh, just the archives. Yeah, I've never in my entire life been like, damn, I can't wait to go back and watch and listen to a fucking Daily. So it's fine. Did you see the German conservative candidate for chancellor said migrants are bringing anti-Semitism to Germany? My country is pressure cooking again. Yeah, it's really funny. Maybe save for later. Harris leads Trump among voters in the vast middle of American society, 47 to 41. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking polls. One day we hear Harris is getting cleaned out. The other day we hear Harris is cooking. Okay. Status update. No status update on Ta-Nehisi Coates coming on the stream. I'm working on it, but we'll see. And there is no Mudang bathtub update, unfortunately. Helen Andrews, why Ta-Nehisi Coates hates Israel. That's great. Eric, yo, you just watched my TikTok a few minutes ago. I'm popping off 100% thanks to your OG support. Thank you so much. Hell yeah, Eric. Eric is one of the HasanAbi heads that's been popping the fuck off. We just watched his video earlier, as you know. I saw the moment TikTok served this man's video, I didn't even know he was a HasanAbi head. I saw the first GeoGuessr video. He had like 400 followers on TikTok. Right now he's at like 23,000. Happened over literally virtually overnight, and it's directly a consequence of how good the videos are. It's killer stuff, Eric. I'm proud of you. You're killing it. She gets so racist in this article. I love that. Anyway. Did you see all the stuff with the Irish peacekeepers in Lebanon? Yes, and the Italian ones too. Just FYI, TikTok's getting banned in January. Heard from a friend in Mark Warner's office. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it moving. We have a lot to get to. Okay.
to civilian
Biden
authority.
delivers remarks on the impact of Hurricane Milton. He says, "Are you kidding me?" And he tells Donald Trump to get a life. We're going to be talking about Hurricane Milton and its impact. Okay. And a shit ton more. Let's get started.
And that apparently is going very well. As well as from the Coast Guard and from FEMA, we've received reports. We
I gotta
focus
pee.
on what the American military can do like no one else can, provide emergency support for communities in need, and we're required by the governor in a federal and required by the governor in the affected states. And I've spoken to all the governors, not today, all of them, but I've spoken to all of them thus far, and how we can be ready to go in an instant when the call comes. At my direction, the Defense Secretary Austin has provided a range of capabilities both to Florida for Hurricane Milton, as well as the states impacted by Hurricane Helene. And the more capabilities are available, we assess the pressing needs, we can get whatever they need. To the servicemen and women who are on the ground responding to these disasters, thank you. Thank you for your professionalism, your dedication to every mission you're given. You're repeating it again. This is a whole of government effort. It also includes the Department of Energy, Department of Transportation, Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is providing mortgage relief for impacted homeowners. As directed, FEMA is going to open disaster recovery centers all across the impacted communities right away. So there's one stop the residents can go to learn about the support they might need, and they'll be advertised where those places are. 3 million people are without power, but more than 40 million power line workers have come from around the country, from Canada to Florida, to restore power across the state.
Linemen and bucket bunnies alike. That's right. 40 million linemen, 80 million bucket bunnies. The entirety of the continental United States is in the state of Florida sucking and fucking. Hasan is so obsessed with bucket bunnies, Lamau. I'm sorry. It's something that my job here is to explain to you certain concepts that you might not have been privy to. Okay? This is one of those concepts. Trump retweeted Jank? No fucking shot. There ain't no way. Trump doesn't ever retweet motherfuckers. He only retweets like Elon Musk and shit. It might have been like the Trump War Room or something. Oh, Trump Daily wait, on. Oh my God. He retruthed him. Oh my God. Oh my God. Unk. Oh no. Oh no, Unk. Unk. That's a real one. Oh no. I'm one step, dude, once again, so close to a Trump noti, okay? So close yet so far away from a Trump notice. I just want my favorite CC to notice me, okay? When your favorite CC notices you, oh my God. He wants me. 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 He just can't say it. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride, dude. You know what I mean? Damn, you're parasocial, Lamau. Yeah, that's my favorite CC, bro. Chill. I watch him every day. I have his merch. I literally, bro, look. What do you think? What do you think this is? CC is content creator. Is he your president bias? Yes. He is. I'm tier 3. He is my president bias for sure. Is he your hall pass? Yes. Hasan, I feel that you're making fun of us as chatters, lol. No, I would never. Trump is going to win. Trump, I could be right now in the most beautiful ocean on the sand, exposing my really beautiful body, so beautiful, to the sun and the surf. Skin cancer, right? All over the world. Or I could be in Detroit with you. What is this? You saw this, right?
Okay, one thing about me is I was a bucket bunny, and I know you're gonna laugh, cause ha, ain't it funny? Now here come all the comments about how I want his money, oh honey. Well, now that I got your attention, I guess that I should mention all this lineman shit is dumb, and I'm not sure where it came from. Well, the real question is this, because somehow everyone missed that, Cam, people are dying, and no, I am not lying. Florida had a hurricane, and why is this the main topic of discussion when there were huge repercussions? So forget the bucket bunnies, although it's kind of funny, and pray for those who lost, because it doesn't even cost. Instead of breeding hate, let's all advocate and get the power on. I mean, really, come on. I know you, baby.
Nah, she's making a convincing argument that the power should not be restored. Nah, this could have been avoided if you still had no internet in your area. You know what I'm saying? This is also making a convincing case for the flood taking you. You know, you got, on the one hand, you have storm surge that fucking washes you away and you die. Okay. On the other hand, you survive, but then you watch this clip. Who's to say which is the better outcome here? Hating its heat, it clears mid-coal.
Babes are sick of this TikTok ick. And I don't know about
Still better than the KSI song? Okay, it's fair.
you, but I really miss good dick. So don't be acting crazy. You know these boys ain't lazy. They're busy climbing a pole. They don't have time to find a hole. And if they slip and fall in, just leave them for their kin. You'll be fine and dandy, cause baby, you is handy. Don't let this get you down.
You reacted to it?
And stop acting like a clown, cause queens don't stoop this low. You're his old lady and his hoe. And like I said before, you're classier than a whore. So I better not see this bucket bunny shit no more.
Oh, she's a Line's wife, dude. She's not a bucket bunny. Yeah, she hashtag IBEV. She's a Line wife. She's shitting on the bucket bunnies, dude. Finally, someone who understands the assignment and can carry a beat. I look for you all over Utah. Not gonna lie. You did so freaking good. Also, you're gorgeous. Gorgina. Gorgina. Lady. Little Miss MC Hammer Pants. She's not a bucket bunny. She's a line wife, dude. The wife of a lineman. Y'all didn't understand. She understood the assignment. Okay, we're done. The fuck am I doing? Get serious. Get serious, Hasan. Hasan! Get fucking serious.
In addition, the Federal Aviation has authorized Florida Power and Light to fly large drones before other manned aircraft can get up in the sky to quickly assess the damage on the ground so ground crews can restore power as quickly as possible. The Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers are assessing how fast they can reopen the port of Tampa to get fuel, food, water, and other basic goods flowing into the area again and quickly. Additionally, Vice President Harris and I said yesterday, and we'll say it again, to anyone who seeks to take advantage of our fellow Americans' desperation, whether you're a company engaging in price gouging or a citizen trying to scam your neighbors, we will go after you and we will hold you accountable.
Good morning, Chad and Hasan. Here's your Milton update for today. As of 2 p.m. EDT, Milton is a post-tropical cyclone with winds of 75 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 983 millibars. The storm is 200 miles east, northeast of Cape Canaveral, moving at 21 miles per hour. Milton fully crossed over the Florida Peninsula by 5 a.m. EST Thursday morning as a Category 1 hurricane with winds at 85 miles per hour, minimum pressure of 976 millibars. It remained a hurricane. As it did so, this was expected, but it's still pretty crazy. Tropical storm conditions and storm surge continue along portions of the U.S. southeast coast and extreme northwestern Bahamas. Storm surge warnings remains in effect for portions of the east coast of Florida and southern coast of Georgia. Storm surge inundation will continue in these areas through this afternoon. The risk of considerable urban flooding will linger through this afternoon. Across central East Florida, moderate to major river flooding is ongoing and forecast throughout central Florida. As of 11 a.m. EST, 3.4 million homes are without power and more than 40 rescues have taken place in several counties. At least 9 people are confirmed killed, 4 after a tornado struck a senior community in St. Lucie, 3 in Volusia County, and 2 in St. Petersburg. More casualties are expected. Rainfall from Milton ranged from 12.5 inches in Clearwater, Florida, to 18.5 in St. Petersburg. Wind gusts from Milton ranged from 96 miles per hour in Bradenton to 105 miles per hour near Tampa Bay. Parts of Fort Myers, Sarasota, Venice, Punta Gorda, and other Gulf cities were inundated with at least 10 feet of storm surge. The tornado also hit a police station. We saw that yesterday. A crane collapsed on a building in St. Petersburg. We saw that yesterday as well. Some boats washed ashore. Also on top of that, the top of the Tropicana Stadium was also cooked. Well, this link doesn't work. Venice, Florida reached peak storm surge. After the back wall of the storm hit them, to your question yesterday, it did get worse as a result of the dirty side of the hurricane hitting them. There was flash flooding in Metro Tampa last night after Milton dumped 8 to 14 inches of rain there. Milton dropped so much rain, more than 18 inches on St. Petersburg, that it represents a 1 in 1,000 year rainfall event for the area. Milton ripped off the roof of the MLB stadium that had been set up as a shelter for first responders, but was not actively being used at the time. As of 11:30 a.m. EST, Sarasota County is thought to be one of the worst impacted by Milton. The tornadoes that were spawned by Milton were a lot stronger and live much longer than the ones normally seen from hurricanes. The NWS issued over 100 tornado warnings. NOAA put out the video of their sail drone about 46 miles from the center of Milton. It reported wave heights of 28.12 feet, 8.5 meters, and wind gusts as strong as 75.95 miles per hour. Thank you. This link is not working. But yeah, you got some boats left over the waterfront from storm surge in Punta Gorda, Florida from Hurricane Milton. That's crazy. Wait, is this real? A guy was rescued? I don't know. Wait, what? Breaking. A U.S. Coast Guard Air Station Miami 65 helicopter rescued a man clinging onto a cooler approximately 30 miles off of Longboat Key. The man was taken to Tampa General Hospital for medical care. Sector St. Pete lost communications with the man approximately at 6:45 p.m. Wednesday. That is crazy. Do we know where Lieutenant Dan is? Yes. We have updates on Lieutenant Dan as well. Lieutenant Dan post-hurricane update. He is very much alive. Boats float, coolers float. I was wrong.
We got the boat here and Lieutenant Dan here. How'd it go? How'd the night go?
It was a little rough till about 11:30. I repositioned the boat and I was heading into the wind and I slept like a baby from 12:30 to 5 o'clock this morning. I woke up twice to pee, that was it. But other than that, I mean, it's been a great night. I just smoked half a joint. I'm high, I'm watching all the people run around like crazy because of all the water.
Wait, this was post-Helene. This is not a good update. This is after Helene. But I'm pretty sure he, I think that's going to give nutters even more ammo to question government warnings. Oh, 100%. That's after Helene, not Milton. Some people are saying in the chat that Lieutenant Dan is a registered pedophile. This is the least shocking news that I have heard. Just the least shocking turn of events. What? Rick Owens' most famous quote about HasanAbi's hot take? What are you doing? I'm not watching that right now. Anderson Cooper got hit by flying debris. Yeah, we were there. We watched it. Turns out Lieutenant Dan is a fraud that started a GoFundMe 3 weeks ago, right before relocating to the worst area in Tampa Bay. He's also raised over 20K. Yeah, I know. I don't know if he was a diddler himself, but he does have a criminal record. He hit an EMS, I think, or a law enforcement officer. Don't know if it was an EMT or a law enforcement officer, but he hit a first responder with a fucking violin. I don't know if he's a pedophile or if he's a registered sex offender or not. But it would not shock me if he was. Why would it not shock me if he was? Because Lieutenant Dan is getting a kick deal. Turns out Aiden Ross was like, oh, I'll give you 70 grand if you film yourself possibly dying in the storm. Well, he had an update to that. Okay. He had an update to that story. Yesterday, we found out Aiden Ross was like, no, I'm not actually going to give you money, 70 grand, if you film yourself. That was only for 2 of my friends, not you, to a kick streamer who was actually filming themselves. What is this? Aiden Ross pulls Lieutenant Dan's kick deal and new boat after finding out Dan is allegedly a pedo and grifter. That was a quick switch up from Aiden. That's we finally did it. We found one pedophile that Kick won't give a deal to. I thought he would have seen that and been like, oh yeah, that's great. Wow, he's a scammer. That's a bridge too far for me. Viral TikToker Lieutenant Dan survived Hurricane Milton in his 20-foot boat after refusing to evacuate. Now he's been offered a new $100,000 boat and a kick deal by Aiden Ross. But it turns out Aiden Ross also revoked the deal. Anyway, yeah. Don't call him a pedophile. We don't know that for sure. Yeah, no, I don't know. Lieutenant Dan's 14 mugshots go crazy. He's a generational menace. Guys, I think there's something really funny about looking at a dude like this and being like, wow, I can't believe he has a criminal background. Okay? Like, I can't believe this man has been in and out of prison. Also, just to be clear, most of these are failure to appear. This is the article they clipped out the name, so you can't see the first name is different, but also the age doesn't line up. Yeah, this is not, Lieutenant Dan is not, this isn't correct. Also, if he was on a 120-year term for raping a 10-year-old, obviously he would still be in prison and not on a fucking boat in Florida. Okay? Turns out he's 26 years old. Boat in Florida is the prison. Okay, that's not how that works, but I see where you're going with that. Yeah, he is not. This is a different registered sex offender with the same last name, but not even the same first name. So a lot of people got on that. I think Aiden Ross should make good and give Lieutenant Dan the $100,000 and the new boat that he said he was going to give Lieutenant Dan. It's kind of fucked up that Aiden Ross is just getting fake news over here. But here's an update from him.
Lieutenant Dan! Lieutenant Dan! Lieutenant Dan!
He tried to light up a woman on fire, so it's still very problematic. Guys.
Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you sure? I think you made it through the worst of it.
Yeah, he made it through the worst of it. He got definitely lucky, by the way. Lieutenant Dan is upset after being told that Aiden Ross and Kick are no longer going to give him a $100,000 boat and a kick deal after they found out about his history, which includes assaulting a woman and a police officer. Let's take a look.
What about Aiden Ross telling you he not getting you a boat no more?
He came to me. I never went to him. He offered it to me. I never asked for it. So then he turned around and he starts.
Dude, Florida is like, Florida is a magnet for grifters like this. So you know every dude with like a shit coin is trying to fucking go over there and give him clothes to wear with like dink donk coin or whatever the fuck they can find to be like, hey, Lieutenant Dan, put this shirt on.
Seeing about my history, well, you should have did that before you made the offer. You know, if you're worried about your image and who you have working for you, you should have done your due diligence and looked me up before you made me an offer of $100,000 sign-on bonus and $50,000 a month with a $100,000 boat. And I'm gonna let you go because I don't care about that. But I'm gonna tell you this.
He took the money away too?
Huh?
He took the 100K?
Took that, as far as I know, everything.
Oh, wow.
You know, and that's the thing. I mean, I didn't ask you for
Man, that's a whole lot of ketchup, dude. That's a lot of ketchup to just dump on that fucking scrambled eggs
You
right
offered
there.
it. I agreed to do what you asked me to do. You asked me to be on Kick 100 hours a month. I agreed. I said, no problem. I'll do it. I'm down for that. We agreed, and then all of a sudden, the next thing I see her and see on the internet is how you're disgusted with my history and that deal is done.
So what about your history that
Oh, never mind. It's a sandwich. Valid. I take it back. Valid.
discussed him so bad? Because we all got a history. Nobody closet clean.
I went to prison. I did jail time. But I had to tell you point blank, God to my soul, I'm innocent of all the charges. I was charged with battery on a law enforcement officer. He said I punched.
Ketchup on eggs is valid. No, I thought he was just raw dogging it with fucking omelets. One packet for a Sammy is valid. I take it back. You know, I've disrespected Lieutenant Dan quite a bit. I have. I said his boat won't float. I said he'll die. Okay. Who's the smart one? Who's the smart one? Just right now, right here. I disrespected him again. I said, Lieutenant Dan, that's too much ketchup. I was wrong. One packet of ketchup is so valid in a sandwich. You can put ketchup on eggs as long as it's in a sandwich format. And I didn't even realize that it was a sandwich style situation. It's because I'm judging a book by its cover. Once again.
him in the nose. I never even saw the cop. He beat the hell out of me from behind. And then I went to prison for a year and a day on a battery on a Leo charge. And I never even saw him. But the thing is this.
So he didn't actually hit a fucking EMS. He hit a cop.
Karma and got a real. Because the bartender who started it all, the manager, and the arresting officer were all the witnesses. While I went to prison for 5.5 months, the 44-year-old bartender had a massive heart attack.
To be fair to you, if Milton had not swung south of Tampa and hit Tampa directly, he would not have been able to ride that shit out. I know, but that's besides the point.
In his sleep and died.
Oh my God.
The cop, who was a street cop.
You do not need to give a pedo his flowers. He's not. I mean, he might have. He might be, but he is not a registered sex offender. That's a different person.
That used to wear the sheriff thing across his chest and had the gun and the boots and the military. He's now behind a desk at the substation in Lake Worth. So that when you walk in, he's like, "How can I help you?" Tell me that ain't a demotion.
Right.
And on top of that, he looks like he's got cancer.
Oh my God.
And that ain't my fault. I didn't do nothing to you.
Right.
You know what? Karma bit you on the ass because you got on the stand and said, "I punched you in the nose," when you know damn well I didn't do it. I never even saw you.
That's crazy.
Mr. Joe makes me feel old. You can just call me Jay.
Jay. So do you like that they call you Lieutenant Dan?
I don't care. I mean, I gotta rephrase that. Let me reword that. I do, but I don't. I do because it's what got me blown up the way I am.
Yeah.
But I'm not Dan. I'm not Lieutenant Dan. I'm not a lieutenant. I've never been in the military. Never claimed to be. And I don't want people to think that I don't want them to associate me being in the military because of this.
Yeah.
They think I'm a vet and things like that. And I'm not.
He's like, gross. I would never be in the military. He hates stolen valor, but more importantly, he's like, don't fucking say I'm in the military. How dare you?
Are you happy about your GoFund hitting 30-something thousand though?
I'm free.
You supposed to be living your best life in Dubai. Or you are?
I'll be there. This is only the beginning.
This is just the beginning? I know that's right. Feel about Aiden Ross telling you he not getting you a boat no more.
He came to me. I never went to him. He offered it to me. I never asked for it. So then he turned around and he started seeing about my history. Well, you should have did that before you made the offer. If you're worried about your...
Wait, his whole appeal to Chose with he's a vet missing a leg? I don't fucking know. I said this right after the clip where I reacted to Lieutenant Dan. I never said I was taking the offer /deal /boat away. The internet loves to make me look bad.
Feel about Aiden Ross.
You lose again, he survived. I mean, I wanted him to survive. I didn't want him to fucking die. I may have set a woman on fire, but don't you dare associate me with those dastardly Marine Corps. So wait, where is the setting a woman on fire coming from? Because like, how the fuck did he get out of prison if he just like lit a woman on fire? That's an insane thing that you guys are just saying. Bro crashed out with the golden ratio. Okay, bro, stop. Listen, in this house, we respect the veterans. And in my mind, he's still a vet. He's still a lieutenant. It's legal in Florida. He didn't light a woman on fire. He lit a park bench on fire. And the woman said he got gas on her. Oh. Why was he lighting a park bench on fire? Joseph Malinowski, 54, so nicknamed for his resembles the double amputee sailor played by Gary Sinise in Forrest Gump. Racked up dozens of arrests in North Carolina and Florida dating back to at least 2006. Whoa! Another North Carolina, Florida arrested. Another North Carolina to Florida felon, just like our boy Ryan Ruth. Also not a military veteran, but also with connections to other military veterans. It also appears he's not even from the Tampa area. His most recent busts were in South Florida. Malinowski was featured on the Weather Channel, CNN, and on a live stream with TikToker Tampa Terrence Concannon, who nearly has 500,000 followers. Concannon set up a GoFundMe to raise money for Malinowski to buy a larger vessel, which as of now has $40,000, calling him the kindest soul who's always ready to lend a hand. Many of the charges are traffic offenses or arrest for failure to appear in court, but he's also been busted for everything from drug possession to attempted breaking and entering to aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. He even has an open criminal case out of Tampa. In May 2021, Malinowski was arrested for allegedly refusing a manager's request to leave the Broges Down Under bar in Lake Worth, Florida, after causing a disturbance by screaming and smashing glasses. As a responding Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputy was intending to handcuff him, Malinowski became aggressive and punched him on the nose, according to an arrest report. The deputy punched him back to subdue the rowdy skipper, who received a laceration on his face from broken glass on the floor of the bar. Free my man, he innocent. He was charged with battery against a law enforcement officer and pleaded not guilty, but served a year in jail after being convicted by a jury. Yeah, this guy's track record, his criminal record, his criminal background is unironically not as bad as like the average Floridian. You know? A more recent and disturbing incident came last February when a woman reported she had gotten in an argument with Malinowski, who had been sitting on a concrete bench at Lake Fort Worth Beach. During the argument, Malinowski allegedly approached the woman and poured gasoline on the bench directly next to where she was sitting and set it alight. The argument continued to escalate, and the woman, who was smoking a cigarette at the time, said Malinowski then splashed her with gas in an attempt to light her on fire. She called 911 fearing for her life and grabbed Malinowski's crutches to prevent him from using them as weapons. Bro, Florida is not a real place. Like, this is, I swear to God, this story right here is just like, that's an insane thing that happens every day in Florida, it seems. Okay? It's just, it is a GTA PvP server, dude. Not even RP, just straight. Mainline. Grand Theft Auto online lobby, dude. What the fuck is happening? She grabbed Malinowski's crutches to prevent him from using them as weapons or escape before help could arrive, records allege. Malinowski used his crutches to help him get around after his left leg was amputated above the knee following a scooter accident nearly 40 years ago. What the fuck? A scooter accident? Bro, how the fuck did you get into such a severe scooter accident that you had to get amputated? How was that even possible? What? Everything I find out about this man, it makes me more interested. You ever get hit in the shin by a scooter, bro? Yeah, it just lobbed his fucking leg clean off. He was arrested for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, but the case was dropped a month later for reasons that were not explained and could not be immediately determined. His credentials as a responsible sailor are also shaky at best. This is such a funny action shot. Malinowski allegedly attempted to set a woman on fire last year after getting in an argument. He was cleared. Fuck you mean? Last March, Malinowski was charged for abandoning a derelict 26-foot sailboat called the Rowan Einish, which was discovered on its side and submerged against the seawall in Lantana, South Florida, according to court documents. Chat, suck my dick. Mr. Boats Float, Mr. Boats Float. Dude, this guy has a history, okay? This guy has a history of capsizing shit. However, prosecutors later declined to pursue the case in court due to terms of a plea deal. As Hurricane Milton was bearing down Florida, Malinowski became internet famous for stubbornly refusing to evacuate his vessel. I know the mayor of Tampa just said in her press conference that Lieutenant Dan went to a shelter. He didn't. I'm standing right here, said News Nation correspondent Brian Enton. Lightning doesn't strike twice. His second boat won't sink. Yeah. He was in a One Bite Pizza review
I know it's
too.
rookie 8.0. This garlic bread they had looked divine. The guy didn't really understand what I was saying. I'm like, does it take long? But garlic bread's their thing. Cheesy bread. I don't generally love having the garlic bread with all the cheese on it, but I love garlic bread.
Where is he in the fucking video? Oh, that's not him, bro. Y'all are fucking so dumb. Jesus Christ, dude. That's a painter guy with no hands who died. Anyway. Yeah, that guy has no arms, chatter. This guy doesn't have one leg. Anyway, let's move on from Lieutenant Dan. I just wanted to give you all the updates on him. I know a lot of people were worried. Joe Biden's silence on Lieutenant Dan's latest is deafening for sure. Like in a press conference talking about Hurricane Milton, my expectation is that the commander-in-chief is obviously going to talk about one of the most well-decorated, celebrated veterans. But here he is once again refusing to mention him. Kind of fucked up. I was waiting for the Lieutenant Dan mention, like a status update from the king of NATO himself, but he does not care. He does not care about our veterans. Like, he does not. It's obvious to me.
Now, not only that, our fellow Americans are putting their lives on the line to do this dangerous work and receive death penalties. Some received death penalties yesterday as a result of reckless, irresponsible, relentless disinformation and outright lies that continue to flow. Those who engage in such lies are undermining confidence in the rescue and recovery work that's opening and ongoing. As I speak, they're continuing. These lies are also harmful to those who most need help. Lives are on the...
Every time he speaks, I'm reminded of this hilarious attitude that the Democrats close to him had, that this man was going to not only make it to November, win the election, but also do 4 more years as the president.
The line. People are in desperate situations. Have the decency to tell them the truth. So let me say this. To all the people impacted by Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, despite...
Never forget, in the full court press to show that Brandon still got it, never forget that his wife, Jill Biden's book, had a passage about how hard Joe Biden was fucking her. And this was like their way of saying Biden still got it, aside from like how great he is and how sharp he is in meetings that we simply never see. He also was having hardcore sex with his wife still. That's a real thing that happened. I'm not making it up. It sounds like I'm making it up, but I'm not. Stop. No, it didn't. Okay, dude. Joe Dynamo. Here. Biden, 81, says the key to his marriage is good sex. How Joe infuriates Jill, his wife of 47 years, with very risque joke to staff about their private life. Joe Biden said good sex is key to long-lasting marriage. Book on U.S. First Lady's claims.
Misinformation and lies. The truth is, we're providing the resources needed to rescue, recover, and rebuild. And rebuild.
Fundamentally different than what you said? Wait, what do you mean? No, dude, he's laying his shit down. He's got a thick 8. Back walls being blown out.
Let me close with this. I know recovery and rebuilding projects can take a long and difficult time.
Any opinion on John Aziz? He's a PA peace activist. Isn't that the fucking poet guy who's like pro-Israel as a Palestinian? Isn't that him? Or am I mistaking him for someone else? I think he's one of those guys, right?
As long after the press and the cameras move on, I promise you, or you have to pick up the pieces still, I want you to know we'll do everything in our power to help you put pieces back together and get all that you need. But God bless you, and may God bless our troops and our first responders who are some cases risking their lives to help. Thank you very much. I'll be reporting it again tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. President, on FEMA funding, how much time does Congress have to act before FEMA or the SBA run out of money?
That's in discussion now, but I don't want to mislead you. I think in terms of the SBA, it's pretty right at the edge right now. And I think the Congress should be coming back and moving on the emergency needs immediately. And they're going to have to come back after the election as well, because this is going to be a long haul for total rebuilding. It's going to take several $1 billion. It's not going to be a matter of just a little bit. But we're providing now to make sure people have the emergency relief they need, the dollars just to be able to get a prescription filled, to get a baby formula done. All the things, that $750 that they're talking about, but Mr. Trump and all those other people know it's a lie to suggest that's all they're going to get. That's bizarre. It's bizarre. They got to stop this. They're being so damn un-American with the way they're talking about this stuff. But there's going to be a need for significant amounts of money. We're already underway of trying to calculate what the cost will be because we don't want to mislead anybody. We want to make sure all the costs are able to be covered.
Have you spoken to Speaker Johnson about coming back before the election to vote?
No, I haven't.
Mr. President, so are you calling on Congress to come back early?
I think Congress should move as rapidly as they can, particularly on the most immediate need, which is small business.
But the Vice President said yesterday
Congress should move immediately. Israel.
that FEMA has what it needs. There's enough resources. The Congress does not need to come back right away.
FEMA has its needs. That's different than.
Out of all living presidents, who would you hypothesize has the most substantial schmeat? Biden. I think, judging by the dick meat of Hunter Biden and also Biden's brother, both of his dick meats we have seen, I would suspect that he probably has the longest. No, he said living presidents, chat. No, living presidents. Living presidents. Living. Okay, a lot of people still repeating LBJ. Living. Is Ihab Hasan good? Well, pro-Israel, I wouldn't say. Yeah, no, John Aziz absolutely is. If he's the one I'm thinking of, if he's the poet guy, he is absolutely pro-Israel. LBJ did have a fat hog for sure. Like, he was known to have a fat hog and like also known to whip it out. Living this long, Carter gotta be packing? I don't know. They called him Jumbo, dude. He named it. Ihab Hasan. I don't know who Ihab Hasan is. I don't even know who that is. But judging by what you said about John Aziz, I'm going to go ahead and assume he might also be not great, but maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know who he is. Palestinian Christian, human rights activist, human rights master student at Catholic University. Hasan might be a little bit better. I don't know. Hasan is a liberal Zionist at best. Why am I fucking doing this? Why am I looking at these like random fucking influencers this person is bringing up? Sometimes I just like get in this rabbit hole and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be listening to chat as much as I do. You know what I mean? But to be fair, we were talking about dick meat.
It's SBA.
Okay, so it's SBA, they need to come back.
We like them, the peace activists. Green Circle guy. I retweet them often, wondering if they're actually doing the work. We like them, the peace activists. Dog, you started off with John Aziz, okay? Like that's you're being duped.
Yeah, but they're going to need a lot more.
Mr. President, what did Prime Minister Netanyahu tell you about his plans relating to retaliation?
She's coming over to help with the storm.
Mr. President, have you spoken before President Trump at all?
Are you kidding me? Mr. President Trump, former President Trump, coming over to help with the storm.
Mr. President, have you spoken before President Trump at all?
Are you kidding me? Mr. President Trump, former President Trump, get a life, man. Help these people.
Will you hold him accountable? You said you were going to hold those accountable.
Damn, he told him off, dude. I'm not gonna lie, he's lost the sauce a little bit more than usual. Normally, even in all of that chaos and confusion in his mind, he usually has like one moment where he'll be like, "You're fat," more like President Fat, and then walk away. It wasn't that good. Get a life.
Let's get right to Florida. Let's take a look at the scene in Clearwater, Florida this morning. Just moments ago, the rescue efforts underway after Hurricane Milton hit. It hit hard, and we're learning a lot more this morning.
George, they are getting pummeled. It made landfall as a major Category 3 storm in Siesta Key. Heavy rain from Milton sparked flash flood emergencies for a Tampa Bay area, and the powerful winds brought down this crane you're...
Gator jump scare.
Right. All right, that was really deep right there. All right.
Damn, bro, that's some pitbull shit right there. That's crazy. That is crazy, dude. The only time I've ever seen someone snap at a fucking car like that is that famous video, the Ring camera footage of the two pitbulls eating a car. You know what I'm talking about? Where they're just like eating the tire. They thought it was a Kong toy, dude. Scran. Pumpkin spice latte pizza. I'm not gonna lie, this is like probably not that bad.
It's the dead of night, and two pit bulls are attacking a car. In fact, they're taking it apart. Surrounding the vehicle from both sides, the pit bulls ferociously go at the Honda, piece by piece. Fenders and other car parts fly into the driveway in Jacksonville, Florida. The owner of the SUV,
that's awesome.
Christy Barr, couldn't believe it when she saw the damage the following morning.
That's amazing, dog. Come on, brother. That shit is fire.
Then she looked at her Ring surveillance footage.
On the video, you could see both of them tugging on it, and they were tugging so hard that my car moved.
It's unclear if the dogs are strays or not. The damage to the SUV, almost $3,000.
It's unclear if they're strays or not. Bro, that's a weapon, okay? First of all, America, you rarely ever get strays, but that's like a crazy fucking dog to just... That is not a good dog, okay? That is not a good boy nor a good girl. Let's be real.
So, what's got the dogs in such a frenzy?
Nah, with the clipped ears and everything, there's no way. These are one of those like special made pit bulls, okay? They make them in a lab.
This little guy, the neighborhood cat. There's the frisky feline just before the attack. She actually hid in the engine during the ambush and escaped unharmed.
Nobody believed me until they saw it on tape. It was just bizarre. Nobody believed that dogs would do that.
That's amazing. My dog has attacked my car to get rid of rats. I love that bastard. My mom loves watching Inside Edition. Now she's too scared to talk to strangers, and thinks her doctor is going to secretly give her the COVID vaccine. That's a healthy attitude to have, I think, about medicine. Cat in the car, dogs validated. They went full IDF. Yeah, it is the cat's fault, I think. I'm glad that this community understands who is truly responsible in every scenario involving a cat. I bet that there was a cat in the car that the crocodile was, the alligator was attacking as well. Victim blaming? I don't know about that, man. Seems to me like the cat shouldn't have been there.
Looking at insane.
Update on the house that was strapped down for the hurricane. Update. Got word from Pedro Caceres' family in Orlando. All is well. Home held up. Pedro Caceres' approach to Milton Prep got a lot of attention. CNN's Brian Abel spoke to him before the storm.
Straps and hooks. Pedro Caceres showing us his unconventional approach to keeping his Orlando home intact through Hurricane Milton.
Preparing my house for the hurricane. Right now, as you can see, the hooks on the floor, they're 8 feet deep of cement. They have rods in between, and it's to hold the friction of the roof from lifting.
His daughter explains the unique idea was born from experience more than 2 decades ago while Pedro and his family lived in Puerto Rico.
We had a hurricane that we went through, and the back of our roof lifted a little bit. It was aluminum.
Now, roughly $2,000 in for the cement, anchors, and made-to-order straps from Idaho that cover the front, back, and sides of the home.
They hold about 5,400 pounds of weight and wind, so yeah, we're giving it a test.
They're hoping it's enough to withstand Milton.
Definitely just stay tuned for the aftermath. We shall see.
In Orlando, Brian Abel reporting.
That's amazing. I do love that, like, most of these houses withstood the storm specifically because the hurricane was like Cat 1 by the time it reached their neighborhood. And you can notice that, like, all of the other houses in the neighborhood are perfectly fine. Like, it's not like all the other houses blew away and this guy's house survived it. You know what I mean? Like, look at the other houses. They're fine as well. But it's cool. No, this is not beforehand. This is an update. The video was beforehand. This is the update. As of 11:20 a.m. Thursday, got word from Pedro Caceres and the family in Orlando. All is well. Home held up. It reminds me of the old adage of like elephant spray in the middle of a city. You know? Can't say it doesn't work. I ain't seen no elephants around, you know? You can't tell me elephant spray doesn't work. Anti-elephant spray. Do you see any elephants around? No. There you go. Must be working. This must be a Turkish thing. I live in Florida. My house flooded because I wasn't served the top of the hour ad break. Oh my God. How did I get baited by that? It's because I always like to hear personal stories from Floridian chatters, and this is what I get. My mistake. Never will I repeat this ever again. This chatter just used and abused my good nature in wanting to bring a voice to the Floridian chatters that may have been impacted by the fucking hurricane. 15.4 ounces today. A little light. A little lighter on the chicken today, boys. Couldn't make it a pound. Anyway. The chatter is correct. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Which you can, of course, do with a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you will get one free Prime subscription a month. You can use your FEMA bucks as well to gift others a gifted sub. It's like how it is. Shitty. Have you seen the Chinese equivalent of Florida? Yes, I have.
Tianjin City is known as China's
Yeah, Tianjin City. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Florida. In this city, you'll see random things on the street like a man riding an ostrich, bike rider with a guandao, and cars slide up in a way so the drivers can see what's causing the congestion. If you call a Didi, which is China's Uber, you see the driver surrounded by 6 cell phones all playing different games, cages of grasshoppers, and a tea set complete with cups, pots, and a Buddha head. Don't attempt to talk to the driver, because in Tianjin there are signs warning, don't drive and joke. It will endanger your safety. A Tianjin resident explained, our city is the only one in the whole country where the government officially bans joking in the car. A visitor is surprised to find shared bikes all parked upside down. A local explained they are just trying to occupy a parking space. Citizens scanned the QR code on this scooter and thought it was a shared vehicle. They didn't realize it belonged to the police until they rode it home. Another joked, isn't this a shared cop car? This lingerie store is called 老姑的秘密, literally old auntie's secret, playing off American brand Victoria's Secret. You'll see advertisements for men's health hospitals everywhere, such as on cell phone holders, subway TV screens, and the package of disposable masks. Another joked, congrats on finding Tianjin's specialty. Someone replied, how are we going to live now you have exposed our secrets on Douyin? A girl from another province asked, do Tianjin boys have trouble getting it up? Someone shared, I once dated a Tianjin boy for 3 months, and all we did was hold hands. I thought he was being a gentleman, but now I know why.
I love Chinese netizens. All right, let's get back to it.
St. Petersburg, right onto a building.
And this storm that has been felt across the entire state. A swarm of twisters also tore through. At least 36 reported. We're going to take a look at Wellington, which is on Florida's east coast, and get just a glimpse of the tornado damage there.
Some of the tornadoes have turned deadly. We're still gathering all the information as dawn breaks there in Florida. 3 million people without power, nearly 2,000 flights canceled. We have teams in place all over the region. We begin with World News Tonight anchor David Muir in Tampa. Good morning, David.
Good morning, George. And as you rightly...
Dude, you gotta stop. Like, go read the news, Sheltered Rosebud. I banned you for a day, and you came back. And immediately you're on your shit. That's crazy. I banned you for an hour, and you're back to your old bullshit. Please stop.
Point out that is the image of the morning. The search and rescue teams now going out, beginning their work. The hard work now begins with daybreak here as we get a portrait of the damage, the destruction from Hurricane Milton, which came crashing ashore last night. A Category 3 hurricane winds more than 100 miles per hour, and the force of this, as you saw there, the crane crashing onto a building, the roof ripped right off of Tropicana Field. More than 3 million people this morning without power.
Overnight, a ferocious Hurricane Milton making landfall along the west coast of Florida. Slamming ashore in Sarasota County late last night as a Category 3, powerful winds up to 120 miles per hour, uprooting trees, knocking over light poles and power lines. Watch as this transformer explodes. Oh, there it was! Sending sparks flying. More than 3 million people are without power here in Florida this morning. That major storm surge so many feared, barreling down the streets of Sarasota.
It was insane. Nothing like I've ever seen before.
Parts of Venice, Florida, turning into an extension of the sea. Boats in this marina rocking precariously against the violent wind gusts.
Oh, the boat broke out.
Floodwaters rising inside this home. In St. Petersburg, the strong winds causing this crane to collapse onto a building. Bricks from that structure and a mangled piece of the crane lying across the street. The violent 101-mile-per-hour wind gusts also ripping off part of the roof of the Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. The inside of the field could be seen against the night sky. It was originally meant to be the staging area for hundreds of National Guardsmen before the storm. Those guardsmen moving inland before Milton made landfall, the storm ripping the panels off that roof. Bands of wind and rain ripping into Tampa overnight.
This is bad. I've never seen, for all 37 years being in Tampa, I've never seen like this something.
We were live on the air here in Tampa as Milton roared in.
I can tell you the winds have been extraordinary here. The rain coming in sideways. You can see it blowing here behind us.
In Fort Myers, waves crashing above the storm walls. Officials saying around 31,000 people are staying in the nearly 150 shelters across the region. Bradenton's mayor had given dire advice for those waiting out the storm in their homes.
Write your name on your arm so we can identify you. We're all talking the same way.
The wind is just whipping. The rain is just constant. It's the water coming in through the windows. You know, the doors are rattling. It's getting pretty rough out there.
Dr. Megan Martin, sheltering and working at a hospital in St. Petersburg, expecting daybreak will bring more people in need.
As soon as the weather gets better, we will start to see patients really start to pick up. We'll start to see people with falls, with lacerations, with bruises, with broken bones, people moving things around, stepping on nails, just with all of the debris and people trying to help, fix their homes up.
We got a tornado in front of us.
This hurricane causing havoc well before it made landfall, spawning at least 36 reported tornadoes across southern Florida. Sail drones.
That's insane, bro. That is, I mean, that's crazy.
Drones and the
like this on top of the fucking on top of the sinkholes, like, please just evacuate Florida completely, A lesson I'm learning from the photos out of these intense tornadoes across Florida is that nobody's surprised houses built to a robust wind code survive, even in the face of 120 to 130 miles per hour winds. No, the rich guy did not get fucking smoked by the tornado.
The Gulf of Mexico measuring waves more than 28 feet as Milton barreled toward the coast. Hurricane hunters from NOAA flying into the eye of the hurricane before it descended upon the state, telling me they've never seen anything like this before.
I know you've flown through several hurricanes now over the course of many years. How do you compare this one?
This is the craziest storm that I've ever flown inside of, hands down. Multiple missions in a row with the worst turbulence I've ever seen, the most lightning, the deepest convection, and The breadth of the storm, the reach it has is incredible, as well as the power behind it.
This morning, officials here who were prepared are now focused on the search and rescue and recovery ahead.
That is certainly where the efforts here turn next. You know, one of the things that Ginger had told us to be prepared for before this hurricane were the chance of tornadoes, and we saw that here across the region. As I mentioned there, 36 reported tornadoes. That number is expected to grow. It's believed they have been deadly, but we saw images of these tornadoes ripping through neighborhoods, everything suddenly turning dark. This was even before the hurricane hit. One tornado seen ripping right across I-75. Just a short time ago, the mayor of Tampa here urging everyone to stay inside. Those who did stay here to ride out the hurricane, she asked that they do not leave their homes, do not venture out into your neighborhoods until authorities can go through and survey the damage to make sure those power lines aren't a real danger to the people here. But overall, when you see the images of all of the people who are in those shelters, Michael, it shows that they took this hurricane very seriously, particularly because it came just days after Hurricane Helene here.
Yeah, they should have, David, and glad that they did. Thank you so much for that.
We're all thinking about everyone in Florida this morning after Hurricane Milton slammed.
How'd that lieutenant guy survive on his boat? It didn't hit his area. It was slated to hit Tampa, but it didn't. So he got lucky. Floridians do not care. I mean, this is part of the reason why. For the record, the reason why they do not care is because, like, if you survive, you get survivor's bias. And they're like, yeah, fuck it. I'm too lazy. Sometimes people are, don't have a lot of money. Like, the media obviously wants to be protective. It's like COVID, dude. It's the same principle behind COVID. The media responds to what the scientists are saying. And if the scientists are saying, like, this literally came out of fucking nowhere, this is unprecedented, this is terrifying, obviously, everyone has to prepare for the worst case scenario. It's the smart thing to do. If you are in an evacuation zone, a mandatory evacuation zone, yeah, you should fucking evacuate. It doesn't matter if it's weaker than expected. You know what I mean? I guess that's the difference between someone like myself and many of these people. Like, I just don't. I don't know. I don't fuck around with that. Call me a sheep all you want, but I think the smart thing to do is listen to scientists. They might be overprotective in certain instances, but it's significantly better to listen to their fucking warnings. It's significantly better and smarter in terms of self-preservation to listen to their warnings and then have it be not as bad than it is to not listen to their warnings and then have their predictions come true. You know? I just don't understand it.
Came to shore last night as a Category 3 and swept across the state with incredible force. Here's the path so far.
I don't live in Florida, but if I did, I probably wouldn't have evacuated either. As a poor person, I have far greater worries than dying in a hurricane. I have rent to pay. I have people relying on me. Do you think my landlord or loan company will understand if I take a bunch of time off to go evacuate? So I do get it. Yeah, because the alternative is you die. And when you die, the people that you have relying on you are also no longer going to be able to rely on you. That is like peak American brain, though. It's like, dude, how am I going to pay fucking... It's not even peak American brain. It's just like peak capitalism brain, where it's like, well, you know, how am I going to pay rent if I'm... Like, you're not going to have to worry about rent if you die, you know?
It is now weakened, but conditions are still extremely dangerous. So please remember that. We're only just starting to learn about the full scale of this destruction. We've got a team of correspondents all across the state right now. Vlad Dutier is leading our coverage, and he's in Tampa. Vlad, good morning to you. What can you tell us about the situation there?
Good morning, Gail. The eye of the hurricane, Milton, has now moved into the Atlantic, and things in this area have calmed down within the past couple of hours. But folks across this state are still feeling the impact, with more than 3 million people waking up without power. Here in Tampa, hurricane-force winds and extreme rainfall battered the city overnight, but Tampa did escape the most dire storm surge predictions. In fact, as Milton made landfall south of here in Siesta Key, water was actually sucked out of Tampa Bay. The story around here, though, was the wind. Take a look at this. A crane collapsed onto a 46-story building in St. Petersburg, which is home to the offices of the Tampa Bay Times newspaper. Further south, toward the center of the path in Venice, Florida, the storm surge turned streets into raging rivers overnight. It also sparked a house fire, which you can see here, which burned a home down to its frame. But the destruction started hours before landfall, with an outbreak of tornadoes and some of them deadly. Part of a terrifying day and night here in western Florida.
Hurricane Milton slammed into Florida's west coast Wednesday night. It made landfall in Siesta Key as a Category 3 storm with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour, snapping trees, ripping roofs, and siding off homes. As the system barreled east, dangerous storm surge and flooding tore through the streets of Sarasota, pushing debris and this dumpster down the road.
At this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down.
Nearby in Venice, the powerful winds fueled this house fire, quickly spreading its flames.
Unpopular opinion, but I think the media hype for this storm is because we're all still recovering from Helena. I am proud that somebody went to shelters, though. That really helps the first responders. Exactly. Dude. That is what it is. It's like when you stay behind, if you're in a mandatory evac zone, like you're making it harder for people to fucking recover and do relief efforts. Like, PSA for those in chat impacted by both storms, make sure you contact your phone internet providers. I just called mine. They gave me credits off my bills for this month. Make sure you take advantage of that, especially if you're dealing with costly damages.
In St. Petersburg.
Yeah, for the record, the scientist, this is so similar to COVID, dude. Okay? Because the scientists also said that there's a capacity for the storm to hit south, okay, or go north. If it goes north, 2,000 people dead. If it goes south, then the worst impact will be avoided. And that's precisely what happened. The storm went further south than expected, than its expected trajectory. And that's literally the reason why, like, Lieutenant Dan survived, for example. If that storm had directly hit Tampa, he would not have fucking survived. Everyone on the island I live on gets out when it's Florence or worse level because we don't want to add to the first responder workload. Yeah, I live on an island off the southeast coast of North Carolina. Only dumbasses stay when it's a Mando evac. It does not happen often, but when it does, doesn't matter if it ends up not as bad as saying it's stupid as hell. Everyone around these parts knows if they stay, they just don't care about life anymore. Yeah. So it's worth noting a more direct path through the bay would have been a worse outcome. Yeah. Cat Turd doesn't understand how wind speeds change. I'll never listen to the Weather Channel again. These guys are so stupid, bro. I don't know. I mean, At this point, I can't even tell if these guys, they're like faking it for attention and clout, or if they're genuinely this fucking stupid. I guess in the case of Cat Tort, it's a bit of both. But like, I don't know, man. There's no salvaging this country. Like, it's over, you know? Reset it. Find a new fucking project at this point. Like, the dumbest statements get celebrated so much. It makes no sense. Why did he swap the O's for zeros by the end of it? And he said miles per gallon.
Hurricane force wind ripped the fabric roof off Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. That's also where thousands of cots were set up to house first responders. No injuries were reported. More than 18 inches of rain fell in the city, a more than 1 in 1,000-year rainfall event for St. Petersburg. In nearby Tampa, police rescued 15 people after a tree fell on their home. Everyone, including children, were safely brought to a nearby shelter.
Oh! Violent tornado, violent.
Before making landfall, Hurricane Milton's outer band spawned at least 20 confirmed tornadoes across Florida, destroying at least 125 homes, completely crushing a facility holding patrol cars at the county sheriff's office headquarters, and killing multiple people in a senior community.
A Florida resident for 30 years, so I'm used to hurricanes, but not tornadoes.
John Carafa, a Fort Pierce resident, says a dumpster smashed into his garage door while he was hunkering down in his house.
We started feeling debris fall on our head in the master bedroom closet, and my wife actually grabbed my hand and said, "I love you, goodbye."
Some of the worst damage happened long before Hurricane Milton made landfall. The storm is blamed for at least 20 tornadoes across Florida. One of them caused heavy damage and, unfortunately, some deaths in Fort Pierce on the Atlantic coast, more than 100 miles from the hurricane zone. Morgan Reiner from CBS News Miami is at a retirement community where multiple people were killed. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning, and I cannot believe I am starting this right now with some happy news. Look at this pile of debris right over here to my left-hand side. About 2 seconds ago, we just pulled out this little tiny dog named Benji, who has been missing now since last night. His owners were actually in that mobile home right back there. That's where they lived. This right here, this step was what was supposed to lead up to their front door, and you can see that that home was just blown away. And panning around here is just one story like this after another. The destruction, you can't even describe it. If I had all the time in the world, I would walk you down this block where you would see one home like this after another. Unfortunately, though, I can tell you, the reason why Benji ran away and was found in the debris next door is because his owners, unfortunately, are among the victims. You know, I spoke to others who rode out the storm in this area. They described the debris, their homes just shattered to pieces. They said that after the first tornado, the damage wasn't that bad. And the people that I spoke to, they actually ran to their neighbor's house, who's actually standing right over here. His home was better prepared to handle a tornado. He had hurricane-proof windows. He had shutters.
She's like, good news, I have a new dog. Bad news, the former owners of the dog are dead behind me.
And so they ran there, thankfully, because after the second tornado hit, that's when the side of their home was just ripped to pieces, almost like the one right over there where you can see that roof was blown off. Now take a look at this video. Law enforcement officials said emergency crews are going to go door to door at what's left of the retirement community of Spanish Lakes Country Club Village to conduct search and rescue operations. More than 100 people are looking for anyone who may be trapped. Some of them who were living in mobile homes, you see. The sheriff said multiple people did unfortunately die, but at this hour, it's not confirmed exactly how many. And nearby, another tornado tore through the area. You can see parts of trees and other debris flying through the air. Moments later, a semi-truck is seen on its side across the road. Now here, you can see cars flipped upside down and the roofs of several Fort Pierce homes ripped to shreds. Something else I do want to point out to you as well, if my photographer can follow me over here. Along the side of the homes, you'll see that there are X marks. The X mark is actually on the front of this home, so we don't have to walk all the way to the front. But there are X marks at the homes all across this community. And that's because we have watched as the sheriff's deputies have gone around this community, marking each home to make sure that there's no one else in distress. I can tell you right now that Benji does look pretty injured. So as soon as we hop off of this live shot, we are going to try and get Benji some help. For now, Nate, we are in Fort Pierce.
Morgan, thank you. Yeah, Morgan, our job here on a day like this is to just convey through the lens of the camera the experience that people are having on the ground there, the experience of that animal, of the families, of those homeowners. I don't know if Morgan's still with us. Morgan.
That's Double Cirque Tony. Double Cirque Tony. It's just he's ruined. Okay, his Ta-Nehisi Coates interview ruined me. I can never, especially because he's like the main anchor for CBS Mornings. We see him all the time, and I will never not think about how his dick is double snipped. Mr. Shave a little bit off the top, please. The two-time. So it's Mr. Double Cirque himself. It's just not a thing that I will ever be able to not think about. It still doesn't sound real. I know, but it is. You bring this up every time. I mean, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? If the most vanilla ass fucking anchor that we normally see on a regular basis was this like raging ultra Zionist who also literally wrote an article describing the events that took place as he got an adult circumcision, even though he had gotten a circumcision prior at birth. That's something that I will never forget. Like, it's just not a thing that I'll ever be able to cast aside. Tony's about to be like, it's devastating to see the destruction from this hurricane. And of course, at a time like this, our hearts go out to all the Israelis fighting their righteous battle. Yeah. He's like, all this death and destruction reminds me of the death and destruction that might happen to Israel if Israel wasn't doing heinous acts that I consider to be morally perfectly fine.
Morgan, can you hear us? It was an incredible report that really brings home the destruction there.
I am so with you. A neighbor is taking Benji from me.
I'm so glad to I'm so glad to see that. You know, when we were in commercial break, we could hear your audio.
Yeah, something else I should probably.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to point out that I think a lot of people, when they're watching this, they're questioning, this is a mobile home park. You know, why did people sit out the storm in a mobile home park? And, you know, to their credit, the storm did hit the other coast of Florida. So they weren't as concerned as those over there. The other thing was they weren't as concerned as tornadoes. Tornadoes aren't top of mind here. And another concern for residents in this area now is insurance, because insurance companies don't often like to cover mobile homes. Wow. That one woman I described to you earlier who ran to her neighbor's house between tornadoes, she said that she got an astronomically high insurance quote that wouldn't have made sense for her. Another reason why she didn't evacuate, because they didn't have the finances. So that is what they're dealing with right now, is how they're going to recover from all this.
Well, Morgan, our job is to convey the intensity of the experience, and you've done that incredibly well. Please keep us posted on Benji, if he's okay, and we're so sorry to hear about his owners and to see that neighborhood there. Thank you very much.
Back here in Tampa, the city did avoid a direct hit, but folks, there is still destruction on a massive scale, and hundreds of thousands of people are without power in this area. Jonathan Vigliotti is just across the bay in St. Petersburg. Jonathan, good morning. What are you seeing?
And good morning to you, Vlad. This was primarily a wind-driven event. We're talking wind gusts reaching nearly 100 miles per hour. We're here on the scene of that crane crash that you mentioned. I want to show you what it looks like here. Pieces of it strewn across the street. It was being used for construction on a nearby condo when it came crashing in the Tampa Bay Times building. I don't know if you can make it out, but the top 3 stories, it looks like, were completely destroyed. You now have the sheriff's department here closing off this road. About a mile from where we are is the Tropicana Stadium that you also mentioned. We passed it as we were driving here. It was being used to shelter thousands of first responders. Now questions about why it was chosen, because that roof was made of what appeared to be some kind of fabric material reinforced by carbon fiber. We literally saw pieces of it blanketing the highway, almost like blankets or clothing, bed sheets, if you will. The area here, Pinellas County, is now under orders for...
Yeah, it's because it's Florida, dog. That's the answer. It's because it's Florida. Straight up. That's it. A lot of the questions that you might be having about the impact and the devastation in this state will be answered with one very simple answer. It's fucking Florida. Florida is peak deregulation of housing. Okay? That is what happens when there are even less housing regulations than many other parts of the country. The worst part about this conversation is that it always brings up some of the more annoying chatters into the fray, where they will say, Hasan, oh, you want single family house zoning. That's not the regulation that I'm talking about. Okay? There's obviously good regulation, and then there's regulation created specifically to make sure that the housing supply is limited in an effort to maintain the housing prices and to ensure that they always go up. The problem with Florida is that they're full tilt deregulation. A lot of corruption on top of that, and you get this reality.
People to stay inside. Officials here saying that first responders, search and rescue teams now getting out to get a full assessment of the damage in this location. You have a lot of flash flooding, up to 13 inches of rain fell in just a short period of time, the equivalent of 3 months worth of rain in this area. And as you mentioned, a lot of first responders going house to house right now. Entire neighborhoods appear to be underwater as the assessment continues this morning, Vlad.
Jonathan Vigliotti showing us just how powerful that wind destruction was last night. Jonathan, thank you very much.
Is this your long-lost brother reporting? That's right. I'm Italian. It's time to come out and come clean. I'm an Italian man.
We want to show you some incredible video we're getting from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. As we know, they've been conducting water rescues throughout the morning in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. And this is video they just posted to social media of a young boy that was apparently floating on a piece of fence. And Officers, deputies, I should say, were coming by him. He apparently gets their attention, and as you can see there, calls out for them. They approach him, and they are able to get him out of the water safely. Some incredible video. Again, a 14-year-old boy on a piece of fence being dragged out of the floodwaters of Hurricane Milton. We actually want to talk to the sheriff of Hillsborough County now. Sheriff Chad Chronister joins us live. Sheriff, you put this video out on social media. I'm wondering what goes through your mind when you see footage like this?
Listen, I just happened to be on the airboat for that one. The over 200 rescues we've done and are still actively conducting. We just offloaded a family as I'm standing here by the flooded water. He was waving us down, flagging us down. Most people were saying hello. He was frantically wailing his arms. We went over, and it literally was like a scene out of the Castaway movie, how he's hanging on for dear life. His mom evacuated him to a safer area last night. He was walking home. Didn't realize the water was going to get as flooded as deep as it did, and he's not a good swimmer, and hence the rescue. And he was visibly shaken. I mean, he hugged us. He was just so grateful, and we took him to some dry land. But
hurricane season isn't over, by the way. Oh yeah, there is. They were talking about how there might be another hurricane in the upcoming week.
Just one of many rescues we've been conducting today.
Yeah, Sheriff, I'm certain that he's appreciative of the work of your deputies and obviously all emergency rescue personnel across the state. You mentioned more than 200 rescues. Can you give us an idea of whether there have been any serious injuries or any fatalities in Hillsborough County?
Not yet. Not that's been reported to me. We rescued 135 disabled.
I will say cops in Florida are dope. What? Are you insane? Some of the worst, by the way. Like, notoriously some of the worst cops.
Disabled elderly citizens that were relocated from Bradenton. So let's take them to North Tampa, the university area. Let's take them up here because they'll be safe here. I started my career here 33 years ago in this neighborhood. I fell in love with this community right here. And to conduct those rescues where individuals thought that they would be safer here, and now to see the type of flooding that's barely receding. You know, we're very fortunate and blessed we didn't get the storm surge. But the 16 to 18 inches of rain that we got to already heavily saturated areas, there's nowhere for this water to go.
Yeah, Sheriff Chad Chronister of Hillsborough County, it is such a wild scene to see, and so many folks are appreciative of the work that you're doing. Please keep us posted if there's any message you want us to get out there. We very much appreciate your work, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Of course. We want to talk to a federal official now about the response to Hurricane Milton and the effects of this.
Hurricane season is no joke. 5 in a row in 2004 that hit that same area and was nowhere near this bad. The tornadoes are unheard of. Yeah. I grew up in a Republican household in Texas, and a lot of left-leaning ideas are still new to me. I'm still learning and figuring out things, but I've started leaning more left recently. Your streams have helped me see things from a different perspective, and I really appreciate how you explain stuff in a way that's easy to follow. Thanks for making politics easy to understand. Hell yeah, chatter. Let's go. Charitability. We like it.
This storm. Joining us live is Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Secretary, thank you so much for sharing part of your afternoon with us. As Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis put it, this was not the worst case scenario, and yet you were looking at nightmarish scenes in places like Hillsborough County. I'm wondering, from what you've seen, what has stood out to you? What do you make of how Florida handled this powerful storm?
Well, that's exactly right. Some of the worst case scenarios did not materialize, but this is still a massive, massive impact for so many people. Right now, I'm at the National Response Coordination Center, where FEMA brings together all of the different agencies working these issues, from the U.S. military to a department like our Department of Transportation. And of course, we're engaging with the state and local officials on the ground to help support that response. There are now
Gatuso 2 Why My. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Thousands of federal personnel, hundreds just from my department alone, deployed across the two storms.
What if Yellowstone just blew up by the end of the year? You'd still have chatters in here, like moments before a disaster, being like, how will this hurt or harm Kamala Harris's chances in the upcoming election? You could have anything. There were chatters who were literally being like, well, what if a lot of Floridians died? Do you think that Kamala could win Florida? That's what a chatter told me yesterday. Like, I asked that question. I was like, dude, come on.
The Helene recovery and the Milton response. We see local officials and Florida's DOT doing extraordinary work, quickly working through inspections to make sure that roads and bridges can be safely reopened. Our FAA is working with airports, about 25 significant airports in the impact area. Roughly half of them still closed, roughly half of them either partially open or fully open. We think more and more of them will be back to normal as we head into tomorrow. And then a real focus on the port of Tampa Bay. This port accounts for about 40% of the oil and energy coming into the state of Florida. Work is getting underway to assess the conditions of the port and see what it will take to get that back up and running. The Coast Guard is leading that work, but with our supply chain team, we're tracking that very closely as well over at the DOT.
Yeah, Secretary, I was wondering about fuel. We've been fortunate to see a number of gas stations open, and it did not appear that there were huge lines, which, as a Floridian, I'm used to seeing after storms, these massive, massive lines outside of gas stations. I'm wondering, as you're coordinating with local and state officials, what you're hearing is the greatest need right now.
Well, remember, right now there's still an assessment stage going on, making sure that people are accounted for. There are wellness checks going on just to understand the scope of impact. Transportation-wise, it really all three of those, sea, air, and land, making sure we get those up and running. The other thing is just to get people good information. Importantly, going into yesterday, a lot of the message that local officials needed people to hear was the message to evacuate. And it sounds like that message was well heeded and that saved lives. Now, in many locations, residents are going to hear a different message. The message will be to stay put until word goes out that it is safe. When you're talking about standing water or other areas where there might be down power lines, still a lot of active hazards. And so you really want to pay attention to good local information from trusted sources about when it is safe to leave if you've been sheltering in place. And of course, so many people wanting to know when it will be safe for them to return home if they did evacuate.
Yeah, Secretary, it's always the threat of what you don't see in either standing water with bacteria or power lines, as you mentioned. Important to heed those warnings. Secretary, while we have you, I do want to ask about the suggestion coming from some that President Biden appoint an active duty commander to respond to some of the storms that we've seen this hurricane season, some of the natural disasters that we've seen. What do you think of that idea?
Well, what I can tell you is that there is work by so many active duty troops, thousands as I understand it, between National Guard and DOD. And what I've seen on display, including is the military and National Guard were briefing their portions just about an hour ago here at FEMA's headquarters, is extraordinary work working through the existing concept of operations that allows what are called Title X forces, U.S. active duty military and National Guard to come into play. I'm sure there'll be more conversations, as always, about.
Are you picking out all the residue from the amount of bullshit that comes out of her mouth daily? Yeah. Bullshit like Jews don't have weather machines that do hurricanes. Like, how are you gonna say that during hurricane coverage? It's like there's just objective facts. That's the only thing that you can look at with hurricane coverage. It's like, that hurricane looks like my dick. That's awesome. Triggered smile. Yeah, you really did. You got me good, man. Did I trigger you? Hell yeah, brother.
About how to develop, evolve, or fine-tune the structure for disaster response. But what I've seen is that in and out of uniform, you've got people doing an amazing job working together and working to support those local responders and state and local authorities who are doing everything in their power, both to save lives and to help people get back on that journey toward normal.
All right, so we have a bunch of stuff to get to. I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. I really need to actively try to forget that your hate watchers are like 30 and not like 12. They're 30, but they have 12-year-old brains. Yeah. It's always funny when someone's like, bro, I tricked you. You're triggered. I tricked you into thinking I'm an absolute dumbass. Nah, everybody in this community thinks I'm brain dead. Like clinically. Ettingermentum is supposed to be coming on at 3 p.m. to talk Turkey, and to talk specifically about Kamala Harris's chances. He is going to map out how Kamala Harris will still win. That's right. Kamala's strongest soldier. Ettingermentum is going to make sense of what is otherwise senseless to many of us. Talk to her. And I'm also going to punish him by showing him some of the worst Kamala Harris moments. But before we get to Ettingermentum, here's a couple moments that I want to talk about. We got the Andrew Schulz shit too. Here, quick update on Shy David, everyone's favorite Brave. What the fuck is this thing? Read aloud. Oh, text to speech.
Conversation. This is so funny. You keep...
Okay, we're not going to do that. I forgot I had TTS. Shy David is on Columbia campus once again. I thought he had been suspended. I was wrong. He's still there. He's still being a menace. I want an account dedicated to Zionist flopping. There have been so many moments of like ultra Zionists walking up to like pro-Palestinian demonstrations and just like flopping, like throwing themselves on the floor, and just being like, oh, like seizing up and shit. Zionists acting like Embiid. Yeah, no, they're throwing up like NBA level flops, dude. It's crazy.
It's amazing how the assistant director of public safety will not see the number of elbow bit I just got.
And kicks to my shin.
And the kicks to my shin. You are such a useless administrator. But you know what? There were so many useless administrators in Nazi Germany.
Oh my God, he called him Nazi Germany. He said he's an administrator similar to people administering the Holocaust. For Shy David, the elbows that he said he got by these people walking around him are akin to the Holocaust. This is awesome. This kind of hysteria is pretty funny. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it other than it's hilarious. I love this shit.
It's amazing how
He literally said it's akin to the Holocaust. Okay, what else?
We are Jewish, we are proud, and we are going to be loud.
34 years old. Ahmed Khalil Abdel Hamid Abu Ghazza, 33 years
To
old.
be loud. We are Jewish, we are proud, we are going to be loud. We are Jewish. We are proud. We are going to be.
Felix, this is my friend who is shy. Can everyone tell him one thing they like about him so I can show him later and improve his confidence? He doesn't know I'm doing this. He's just so fucking annoying. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, he's just being so goddamn annoying and so goddamn hysterical. It's like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. He's just like such a fucking neurotic mess. He keeps walking straight into people and then crying to campus security that he's getting elbowed. You have to remember that this guy went on 60 Minutes to discuss anti-Semitism on college campuses. Nothing could more aptly capture how unserious people like this are. His problems aren't real. He was just handed an excuse a year ago to publicly come out with a victimhood complex. At the same time, Palestinian students get shot on college campuses for wearing keffiyehs. You see, on the one hand, you have people protesting bombs being dropped on children's heads. On the other, you have grown-ass men crying about getting elbowed after intentionally bumping into people. There's no parity here. There aren't two sides. There's a very clear-cut issue. I think like Shai David, and like Rabbi Shmuley are secretly in the pocket of like anti-Zionists. Not even anti-Zionists, but like actual fucking anti-Semites, in my opinion, where they literally are just like doing everything they can to be like, if you're pro-Israel, if you're Jewish, you're annoying. Like that's what they're like marketing a remarkably different version of events for American Jews. It's very frustrating. It's ridiculous. The stop oil of Zionism? No, the stop oil people are correct, at least. Like, their methods might be annoying, but they're at least correct. It's just like, I know for a fact that Cenk is surrounded by like a lot of older Zionists, some of which are Jewish, like long-term friends that he's had, many of which are not Jewish, but still like very much invested in Israel, right? And like they literally will, he's told me he's like gone to events and shit. Because he's like old school, even though he's like very much anti-Israel, like there's a lot of older groups like, you know, Holocaust Museum, like stuff like that, that will like invite him to be the representation of the pro-Palestinian side. And people will literally come up to him at these events and be like, I'm really sorry that you have to deal with Rabbi Shmuley. Like these guys are also pro-Israel. You know what I mean? Like, I know for a fact that pro-Israel people can't fucking stand Rabbi Shmuley. They're like, I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. That's like unacceptable. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that like they recognize how bad he looks and how much he like ruins their emotion. And Shai David is very similar. Like he's just so fucking annoying that everyone just goes, ew, dude, I don't like anything that you like. Shai David, I used to be the most pro-Israel man in America. And then I saw the way you fucking flopped like LeBron. I mean, Embiid. That's so messed up. If you clip that, I'm gonna fucking ban you. I'm deleting the VOD. I'm done. I'm ending the broadcast. That was so embarrassing. That was, listen, inside of all of us, obviously as a product of our material conditions, there's a little bit of white supremacy, right? this goes for even black people, right? Growing up in the United States of America, there's always going to be a little bit of underlying white supremacy, and it just almost jumped out, and I stopped myself, and I'm going to take accountability for it. Okay, I'm here to learn from. I almost slandered LeBron for a second unjustly, which is probably the peak of white supremacist activity. and you know, I'm listening, I'm learning, I'm sitting my white ass down and I'm listening. That's right. Just wanted to make sure that everybody understood. You know, I'm going to correct the record. There are certain times when, you know, it happens, right? Like you just, you could consider that a microaggression. But yeah, this is the other flop that I was thinking of. Rare images of the violent blows received by UEJF activists today. He went to a pro-Palestinian rally and just started flopping around like a goddamn fish. They're literally killing me. There's a whole country of people who act like this. Anyway, it's wonderful stuff overall. It's great. I think it's pretty messed up that these guys are not, you know, these guys are not getting the medical. It wasn't a rally, it was a talk. He's screaming, "They're hitting me." Wait, did he respond? Did Ettingermentum respond? All right. Oh, he is coming on, yeah. He said, "They are punching me," and someone responded, "No one is punching you." Here, let's listen to what Israel had to say.
Time, if you ever going to do it, to start a dialogue with Saudi Arabia about the day after.
Right, but the Saudis have also been very clear that what they want in return, that there needs to be a viable, sovereign, independent Palestinian state which the Israelis recognize.
They want two things. For them to recognize the state of Israel, they want a defense agreement with the United States. Saudi Arabia and the United States would have a mutual defense agreement like we have with Japan and others.
Or the one we have at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. That's right. Israel has a right to defend itself, and so do the chatters, against the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, much like Israel, you're going to need some money. Israel is running out of ammunition. You might be running out of your subscription at the top of the hour. You don't want that because the 3-minute ad break's coming for you. So subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. You don't want the Hamas ad breaks to hit you. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm Lindsey Graham, and I love Israel.
Australia. In other words, the United States would go to war for Saudi Arabia. That requires 67 votes in the U.S. Senate. Senator Blumenthal is a Democrat trying to get the votes. I told MBS a year and a half ago, that will be a heavy lift, but I will try.
But the Israelis also have to want to recognize an independent Palestinian state. They're not going to do that.
An independent sovereign nation called Palestine, with security guarantees for Israel to make sure there's no
Israel. I love the way he says Israel.
future October 7th. It will be more like an emirate than it will be a democracy. MBS and MBZ at the UAE will come in and rebuild Gaza.
Oh, that's sick, man. Oh, that seems great. That's great, dude. Let's just give the Gaza Strip to the Saudis. Bro, I know everyone always forgets that these guys are just like absolute fucking dumbasses because they're in a position of power. And you obviously have to like consistently remind yourself that like, no, elected representatives can just be as stupid as the next guy, maybe sometimes even dumber, right? Like a lot of the major motivation behind statements like this is just pure white supremacist Islamophobia. Okay? That's it. He's like, they're Arabs. Them other Arabs come in and make Arabia. That's it. That's all. In his mind, he's like, why don't the big Arab eat the little Arab? Like, I don't think he's that stupid, but I think he's that racist. It is the same principle behind like, why won't none of these Arab nations accept as Palestinians? Yeah, fuck it, dude. Let Israel invade Lebanon, conquer Lebanon. Fuck it. Let them go all the way to Turkey, you know? Let them bring about the new caliphate, okay? Under different leadership. Fuck it, YOLO. Seems good to me.
They will reform the PA. They will create an enclave in the Palestine that can live in peace and harmony with Israel. They will stop teaching their children to kill the Jews. A de-radicalized, a demilitarized...
Is that actually true? Is that how they teach it?
Yes, literally. So, bottom line...
Literally, they're teaching their children to hate the Jews. It's like, no, dude, they're not teaching their children to hate the Jews. They hate Israel because Israel blows up their fucking schools. That's how they learn to hate Israel. Okay? It's a perfectly understandable position to have if your house is blown up. I can't believe they're not teaching their children to love the state of Israel after Israel blew up the fucking school.
A de-radicalized, a demilitarized Palestinian enclave is what Israel wants. And here's the rub. After October the 7th, declaring a Palestinian state after the attack would be seen as rewarding terrorism. That's the universal view of the Jewish people. The two-state solution, as we know it, died on October the 7th.
You think it's dead?
I think as it's been envisioned in the past, it is. And I think that was the goal of the Iranians. If you don't have a day-after plan like I described, Hamas will come back. If you don't have a day-after plan like I described, Hezbollah will regenerate.
By the way, that's a gross thing to say. Dude, Christian Zionists always sidestepping Jewish Zionists, like always and forever. It's kind of funny. Like the way Christian Zionists operate is so nutty, dude. They just... I think it's partially because, like, as Christian Zionists, like, they don't experience any sort of, like, real, like, because if you're a Jewish Zionist, like, you still get hit with, like, anti-Semitism and stuff. Like, there's a level of marginalization that you probably experienced growing up. And I think that's the reason why Christian Zionists oftentimes are way outflanking Jewish Zionists in general, because, like, they never had, if you're, like, a white evangelical Christian in the United States of America, there has never been a force over your head. Like, you have to invent shit. So you just absolutely will say some of the most unhinged shit. Jews have a different brain that makes them want to love Israel. That all Jews, the international Jewry is responsible. They want Israel to be as violent as possible. I'm saying this as a man who loves Israel. It's like, dude, how are you any different than a fucking Nazi at that point? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, what are you saying? Their universal view amongst The international jury is to kill every Arab in the region. Like, that's insane.
And you'll have 50 years of Israel half in and half out. There will be no normalization. Nobody's going to come to this region to do business because it's going to be on fire.
Let me change my headphones.
All right.
Quickly.
Can you see my camera?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay. Ettingermentum, everybody.
Give me a second. Yeah, that should fix it. All right, am I coming in good?
I can't see you.
Oh well, I'll share my screen. That's what.
Oh, you're not gonna pop open the cam, show us
No,
your face.
No, I need to show. I've been on the majority report. I've done that already.
I know. I thought you did a face
Yeah.
reveal.
Yeah, I did a couple of weeks ago. But
I can't believe you gave your face reveal to fucking majority report and not here. That's bullshit.
No, the last time I called, I was on the phone or something. But I can go on after I show the stuff that I want to show people. But yeah, this is the copium stream. Let me pull up Twitch so I can see what people are saying.
Yeah. All right. The copium stream is upon us. By the way, we're watching ourselves now. The copium stream, and I can hear myself as well. So
Yeah.
You don't have two monitors, broke boy? What the fuck?
I do have two monitors.
Yeah, put it on the second monitor.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here's the right one. Yeah. And yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay.
This guy, bro.
Why is it? That's
Okay.
not my. You don't have my. Okay. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. There you have it. All right. So this is foundational. This is not Felix. This is Ettingermentum. What do you mean? I'm not a boomer. I'm a Zoomer. I'm the only Zoomer. I'm the first Zoomer. An analyst.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, so I tried to get into this quickly last time. Yeah, I'm a Zoomer. I was born in 2002. So any you guys can achieve. This is a message for Zoomers out there. You can do whatever you want. But so Hasan got me on here. He wanted me to talk, kind of give the case for why Kamala can still win. And I'm just going to go over the cuck Nate Sover model right here. So the reason why people are kind of flipping out right now, number one, because her campaign is awful and really stupid. And number two, but the forecast is insanely close right now. I think that his thing, it's basically 50-50. Everything's showing 50-50 right now. So it's not she's not really in a dominant position that Biden or I'm gonna go to the standard map of the stupid woke map that he has here.
Can you also zoom in on the on your screen a little bit?
Yeah,
So
sure.
we can see it better. We
Yeah.
got old people in here. Not myself. Me and Felix are both millennials with a Zoomer brain. We're the most Gen Z millennials out there.
Yeah, you guys are.
Yeah.
You guys are honorary Gen Z. This is not Felix. This is not Felix. I'm Jewish, but I'm not Felix.
This is an anti-Semitic community. So
Yeah, this is an anti-Semitic community. I'm gonna cancel you guys. I'm gonna go with the Barry Weiss. I'm gonna catch you all. No, so yeah, Michigan leading blue is copium. So this is the current map that Nate Sover has. This is kind of the consensus right now. And as you can see, I think this doesn't show the electoral votes, but the basic state of play for everybody. Everybody's saying that it's all copium. I disagree with a lot of the stuff that he adds a lot of pollsters in here that I don't think are things you should add. I had an article about that, but there are a lot of who's in chat. Okay, Michigan and Wisconsin may flip it. Yeah. So whatever. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop paying attention to you people.
yeah, don't pay attention to
yeah.
chat. You know this already.
Yeah, I gotta lock in. Okay, but so basically, the state of play for this election, just to go over the really basic stuff for the stupid people, I guess there are six, 7 or so states. It used to be 6, now it's 7 states that are legitimately important. There is Arizona and Nevada, which are the southwest states, Georgia and North Carolina, which are the southeast states, and then you have the 3 Great Lakes states, up north. All the other states are like varying degrees of not competitive at all. Like they're not really worth paying attention to.
Yeah.
Florida, Texas, like I wouldn't say she's not in a position where theirs are going to be relevant at this point. I very much live in the world where like the New York Times poll had Trump up by 13 in Florida. That I think was like feels a little accurate, like compared to the ones that show it more competitive. But so like the way that things have settled basically is that Kamala has not had great polling in Arizona or Georgia, contrary to what some people thought. Like it's part of long-standing trends we've been seeing with Democrats not doing particularly well with non-white voters compared to past years, and doing a lot better with white voters. Yeah, my profile picture has been Berlusconi for years. Um, yeah, nobody who are people on Reddit saying that like Texas and Florida are gonna flip? I mean, I don't know, but
Stop reading
they're not.
chat.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Um, but
Lock in. Lock
okay.
in.
Okay. Yeah. So the path for Democrats always has been like they get to like 230 or so electoral votes with all the blue states here, like the Northeast, Illinois, the these mountain states and the West Coast and Hawaii. That gets them to a position where if they get Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
they get to exactly 270 electoral votes. It's the bare minimum you need to win, but that has always been the path. It was the path for Biden when he was in the race because he polled very poorly with white, especially poorly with non-white voters, but he was holding a little tougher with white voters. Kamala has improved a lot among non-white voters, maybe not to like the extent she may need to win, but she's definitely like competitive in Georgia, North Carolina, in the way that Biden wasn't. But those are kind of at this point don't look to be the ones that will decide the race. These three will, like Michigan, with Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and the kind of the state of play that was pushed, I think, by a lot of the centrist pundits who were really angry over Josh Shapiro not being picked was there was an assumption that Wisconsin and Michigan were kind of leaning towards her, like kind of solid for her, but that Pennsylvania would be the one that would decide the race. There was tons of focus on Pennsylvania, a lot of polling there compared to other places. And her, like, when we got like a trillion polls there, and they all showed either like basically a tied race or one with her up by like 3 or 4 points. And that's kind of a variance you'd expect if she was leading in that state. So, like, I think coming out of the debate when like the race kind of stabilized a little bit in her favor, she looked to be on a solid path to getting 270 electoral votes. And that was kind of, I wrote an article like last month that I promoted a lot and I still fundamentally do believe in, that said like the race I don't think was a toss up. I don't think it's 50. I didn't think, and I still kind of don't think it's 50-50 in the way that people have like kind of just defaulted to saying it is.
Yeah.
But that
Wait, can we stop for a second? So
Yeah, sure.
your analysis on this, or your confidence on this, comes from your special elections coverage, right? Like you're looking at special elections and you're looking at like active voters, like real enthusiastic voters, and how and you know, normal, I guess, in air quotes, voters, and how they participate in these other like off-season elections, which heavily favor the Democrats. Even the midterms in 2022 also showed a lot of motion for the Democratic Party at a time when, like, if you just simply looked at the living circumstances and how primaries are supposed to work as like a approval rating for the administration, at a time when they're experiencing negative real wage growth, like it was expected that there would have been a red wave.
Yeah.
And yet that did not happen.
Democrats won at least one race, like a major race, a governor or Senate race. They won at least one race in all 6 of these states. North Carolina didn't have any statewide elections in 2022, but they won the Senate race in Georgia. They won the Senate and governor's race in Arizona. They won all the governor's races in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Or they did lose the Senate race in Wisconsin and the governor's race in Georgia. But what was really encouraging for them, and what I thought like would put them in a solid position, what I still am kind of leaning on, is that their results in 2022, and yeah, the polls were accurate in 2022. That is something somebody mentioned that, and I think that that's worth considering. I'll get into like the idea. There's sort of a cope on the right that the polling is biased against Trump, and that Kamala only having a small lead means that Trump is guaranteed to win by a large margin, but that's not true. At least that's not guaranteed to happen. It's not any more likely. Yeah, polls. Well, you don't know that they'll be more accurate, whatever. But so specifically, the results in the three Midwestern states here were very, very strong for Democrats, even compared to the rest of the country. They won all the statewide elections in Michigan by double digits or close to double digits. They won the governor's race in Pennsylvania by 15 points. The Feder Chud won by 5 in his Senate race, which I thought was a really kind of stunning result. They won the governor's race in Wisconsin by 3. And in the Senate race in Wisconsin against an incumbent who has won 2 terms, Ron Johnson, they only lost that race by 1 point while running a very left-wing candidate there, Mandela Barnes. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he was one of the more left-wing candidates of 2022, and I thought he did very well given the circumstances. Especially since he was very underfunded,
well, the Democratic Party had different priorities at that time. They had to funnel as much money as possible to races that they were going to lose by 20 points on. You know,
in Florida. Yeah. Well, 2022 is before Gaza, and I'll get to that in a little bit. So that could be a factor. But I mean, at the same time, one interesting thing in Michigan is that in Whitmer's race, when she won by 11 points, she actually saw some slippage in the Muslim areas in Dearborn and Hamtramck, however it's pronounced. But that wasn't because of Gaza. It was actually over social issues, because there are a lot of conservative kind of imams who have a lot of influence in those areas who didn't like that she was more pro-LGBT and
important note to add in electoral trivia is that a lot of the Muslim population in the United States of America pre 9/11 was definitely, at least I can't speak on their conservative social values, but certainly were resilient Republican voters. And post 9/11, they swung heavily in the Democratic Party's direction for understandable reasons.
Yeah, but they were sort of an interesting part of the coalition. That was definitely over cultural stuff, foreign policy, because Democrats were less pro-Iraq war. There was a anti-interventionist tendency among mainstream liberals back in the 2000s that you don't see now in the party in a way. A lot of the shit that people people got angry at Noah Cohen the other week because they said oh, they're spending all the money in Israel, but they're not spending any to help with the hurricane disaster relief. They were like, oh no, that's conspiratorial thinking. You can't say that. That's the shit Obama said in 2008. He was running on let me be clear, we need to do regime change at home, and we need to do nation building in Detroit instead of in Afghanistan. That was basic liberal kind of ideology. And then I think with Biden, who is kind of an ideological Cold Warrior neoliberal, who he's really embraced these people. And I would say in a way, because the way that he's connected Trump and liberal disdain and anger towards Trump is part of a larger neoconservative interventionist foreign policy thing, where he will explicitly talk about fighting Putin and Hamas and Trump as one of the same thing. That tendency that used to exist among liberals to be less interventionist is not the case now. There's at the elite level, there's been a substantial shift.
You mean to say something here, you're talking about the Democratic Party. You're not talking about the base of support overall.
No, not the base at all. No, not the base at all.
The base certainly, even amongst, I would say, the Republican Party base of support, has never been has never been as invested in no wars as they have now. I would say that even the Republicans, for one reason or another, I think mainstream media will cover it as they are pro-Putin. But even in terms of Ukraine, and definitely a similar attitude exists for Gaza as well, where they're just I don't want this shit. I don't want to hear about it. At least I don't want to hear about it. I don't want it to keep happening, and I don't want my tax dollars going to it, is the prevailing attitude, I would say, broadly, which Donald Trump, I think, expertly captured in 2016 as he presented himself as a peaceful dove against Hillary Clinton, that he successfully, with not much momentum, he didn't really need to do too much, successfully presented Hillary Clinton as a warmonger, which she was. Now, they're trying to do that right now, but the Trump administration, I mean, the Trump campaign is like woefully incompetent. Like they are so unimaginably incompetent that they're failing to do that. JD Vance, I think, did a better job. I can't believe I'm saying this. Than Donald Trump did during the VP debate, where he very successfully presented that. And it reminded me that like a competent Republican would be able to make light work of the Democratic Party if he didn't have like the January 6th stink on him, if he wasn't seen as like such a narcissistic loser, if people didn't remember some of the worst aspects of his administration, there would be no question right now as to who was winning the race. It would absolutely be the Republican Party.
One poll that really sticks with me from last year is there was a poll that showed like Haley leading Biden by 20 points, which, but at the same time, there was also a poll that showed Kamala leading Vance by 21 that was last month. So I think moderate Republicanism nationally is can be very popular. I am a little skeptical, and I'm going to write something about this soon, that people explicitly trying to model themselves after Trump. I don't, even if they aren't Trump, I don't think that they might do well, because Trump, and we've seen this in polling recently, has an advantage over a lot of other Republicans in that people see him as experienced and a strong leader in the way that someone like Kari Lake or even DeSantis doesn't really poll well. So strangely enough, and contrary to a lot of conventional wisdom, we've seen at the Senate level, a lot of the Trump acolytes have polled a lot worse than him, despite kind of hypothetically maybe being more palatable in their background, because they lack the credibility and experience that people think Trump has, which I think is something that people didn't really expect and could be a big problem for them long term.
Someone trying to do Trumpism without having Trump's motion is Ron DeSantis, and we all know how that went at the national stage.
Yeah. So, anyways,
no, Trump is white man's Barack Obama in that respect. Like, if you put a Pete Buttigieg style person out there, or if you put like a Josh Shapiro trying to present themselves as Barack Obama, literally, but failing to be Barack Obama, I think people are not going to respond positively to that in the way that they did to Barack Obama himself.
Yeah. I mean, Shapiro does have a very strong electoral record, which is kind of a wrinkle in that. But I mean, DeSantis did too, and we saw how that went. But basically, going back to what I said,
I'm talking about like Shapiro and nationally. I feel like
I could.
I feel like, especially if you
very, very weak opponent.
Yeah, especially with like when you consider like the same shitty middle of the road neoliberal policies that you put forward. Like, if your agenda package is not even remotely addressing the concerns of the broader electorate, you know, the middle class, I feel like you're just not going to be able to communicate that in a successful way unless you're a once in a lifetime charismatic leader like Barack Obama.
Yeah, or Joe Biden, obviously. But yeah. But so kind of going back to what I was saying, that this is why I would still say I think that she just is going purely fundamentals, nothing about what her campaign is like now. I don't think that she's running a good campaign whatsoever. I really disagree with a lot of her decisions. I think her people are inept and don't deserve trust. But basically, in 2022, we saw these very, very strong results for Democrats in these three Midwestern states where they won statewide races at least some level in all three. And the causal reason for that, which is this went against expectations that people had, that the Rust Belt would trend to the right over time. After 2016, this was kind of a different like direction than people expected. The main reason for that is abortion and social issues. For whatever, like what people miss about these three states up here, the white voters in these states, even the moderates, is that they are largely socially liberal, pro-abortion, like not necessarily too like crazy about trans issues, not very evangelical like white voters are in the South. So we have seen like lasting Democratic strength with crackers in the North, Not really in the South. They've had issues with rural voters in the South, but in the North, they've remained strong. So that provides Kamala a path if Trump can't really do particularly well with like non-white voters, rural Southern voters, voters nationally in general. She could still win in these states and win the election by holding strong with white voters in these areas. That is what polling has sort of shown, and I'm going to get to the Washington primary. The real heads are going to know about this. Um, this is kind of like a bit of a cheat sheet for the election ahead of time. For the past number, basically, the case here is that, and I'm going to the split ticket page for this, which is they're a very good website that have a lot of detailed analysis for elections like this. Since 2018 or so, the primary elections in Washington, like Washington in the chat, Rise Up, the way Washington holds its primaries is
This
that
is your 13 keys, the Washington primary.
this is my Alan Lichtman shit. This is like what I'm on. But it's real. It's not like 13 keys. But from 2018 onward, what we've seen in Washington, in August, Washington has basically a preliminary general election where they have both candidates of both parties on the ballot in a jungle primary where voters of both parties vote in the same ballot line and essentially hold like the election for congressional and statewide races beforehand. I'll zoom in a little bit more here. And so you can tally up all the results of all the candidates in all these races, and you can get kind of a statewide result in Washington months before the rest of the country. And Washington is a bluer state, and the rest of America is always going to vote Democratic, has voted Democratic in all these years. But you can, if you shift the results to the right, kind of to the same extent that Washington is blue, you can see how the extent that Washington is blue in these elections maps closely, and at least since 2018, to what the national environment will be like. So in 2018, Democrats did very well, which corresponded to them doing very well nationally. In 2020, this was contrary to polling, which showed Democrats leading in a landslide. They did a lot worse than 2018. They only won in Washington by 14 points, which what do you mean you hate this? This is real shit. Shut up. In 2020, they only won Washington by a margin that would indicate them only winning nationally by a small degree, and that's what happened, which was contrary to what polling showed. The polling at the time of August 2020, incorrectly showed a very strong
Democratic
lead. Yeah, and it was wrong. Then 2 years later, you see in 2022, Democrats win in Washington roughly by 10. This goes against the consensus that people have then that it'll be a Republican blowout. This isn't a really good result for Democrats, but it indicates roughly a neutral year. Like this is like represents about a 2-point Republican lead, and then they end up winning by 2. So if you want to be very rough at this, you can just say 2018 onward, you subtract 12 or 13 points from the Washington results, and that's basically what you get nationally. The thing that was really noticeable about 2024, if you notice here, this is the best result Democrats in 2024 this year, this August, Democrats had the best result in the Washington primary they've seen since 2018, and the second best result they've had since 2008. Their numbers in 2024 were 2 points better than what they got in 2020, which was a year that they won nationally. So if you go purely off of this, if you do the very rough 12-point shift, this would indicate a year where Democrats win by roughly 4 points, and they have a 4-point advantage in the generic ballot. So if that would be which is that would be about enough for Kamala to win, not by a huge margin, but by enough to win probably most of the swing states, over 270 electoral votes. This isn't like very complicated or grasping for straws. It's just taking the amount that Washington is, and this is going to get more insane soon. This is taking the amount that Washington voted for Democrats, shifting it about to how much Washington leans Democratic relative to the country, and you get something close to the national result here. So what this indicates is like the country leaning more Democratic than it did in 2020.
Yeah. No, this is post 2018, not 2016.
Yeah, 2016 2016 is a different case, and we'll get to that in a bit. And there's another way of analyzing it that actually looks even better for Democrats that accounts for 2016 kind of being a bit off here.
So, so the thing I'm looking at that is worrisome, I guess, is the reality that Joe Biden won by +2, right? Like Joe Biden underperformed the polls.
He won by 4.5. This is the congressional ballot.
Oh, the congressional ballot. Okay, he won by 4.5.
Yeah,
the problem with Joe Biden, I think, and the thing that Kamala Harris doesn't have is the reality that, like, I think 46% of the broader electorate consider Kamala Harris to be too liberal.
Yeah.
And why do they consider that? It's because she's a black woman. Like, not to get all MSNBC on everyone's asses here, but that's the reason why they're saying that, right?
That's the heuristic people have. I'd agree with that. And it's in a sense that does make me kind of understand why she's trying to play the dissenter a bit more. I think that she could do it a bit more like intelligently, but the basic idea I sort of do get, because she's like, as far as voters are concerned, she's kind of already maxed out her liberal points on account of being a black woman. But at the same time, there are liberal policies that are just popular. So, like, there's a give and take here, and I don't agree with a lot of what. Like, you don't need to do a rally with Liz Cheney. You just need to kind of present yourself like a strong leader, which is the problem that people have.
Yeah, and I think more important than that, she needs to stand on. She needs to identify what the problems are that many Americans are facing, and address those problems with like direct policy prescriptions. One aspect of this campaign that was fairly successful early on, that caught me by surprise even, was Kamala Harris putting forward the notion that she would tackle price gouging for grocery prices. This policy has been relatively resilient, regardless of the consistent counter messaging from the Trump administration. It's actually only grown in popularity.
Yeah.
And it shows up in polling as well. You can when independently polled on Kamala Harris's like tackling price gouging, which I think was like very effectively communicating a policy that Americans would otherwise be like very against, price caps, like price controls. They were very much on board with it when it was represented as tackling price gouging.
Yeah,
and
people loved it when Nixon did it. People loved the original, like in like the 70s. People loved that shit. It made them very popular.
So that's the thing that I look to. Like there was another poll I saw recently that showed, I think, like when asked the same exact group, two different questions of the same exact policy, Americans were very much on board when you said Kamala Harris is going to tackle price gouging. It was profoundly popular. When they asked,
that's an excellent point I thought you made the other day.
Yeah, when asked about the exact same issue with negative framing, like framing that Americans are primed to feel is negative, price caps, they found it to be profoundly unpopular.
Yeah,
and that's the point that a lot of Americans should understand, but they choose not to for some reason. I think our media diet contributes to that, which is that. Here, I'm trying to pull up that data right now. I don't know where it is, but
this is very consistent, and it gets to the point that, like you said, people will disagree. Like, we'll have completely different views on the same policies depending on how it's framed. Public opinion is a lot more malleable than people think. Not even in the sense that you can outright change people's minds, but you can make something that would otherwise be unpopular sound popular if you present it the right way. That's just surrendering to your opponent's framing is the quickest way to lose if you want.
Yeah, there's so many examples of this. Someone in the chat brought this up as well. It's Affordable Act versus Obamacare. And also, the other thing that I brought up was about polling. Whenever someone asks me about polls, I always point out to the reality that American voters believe things fundamentally at odds with one another. This is why party messaging on issues matter quite a bit. If you concede to the right-wing framing on immigration, you lose. And obviously that poll showed it was Asian Americans and how they see immigration. 73% of Asian Americans say allowing immigrants who came to the country illegally as children to remain in the U.S. and apply for legal status is an important policy goal. 64% say creating a way for most immigrants currently in the country illegally to stay here legally is an important goal. While simultaneously, 62% say increasing deportations of immigrants currently in the country illegally is an important goal. So that's what it is. Like
It's just framing, yeah. People are not as ideological as people in DC like to think. People, I would say, like, or especially right wingers in DC. I had a friend who made a very good point about this yesterday. A lot of people at the top level of the Democratic Party just straight up agree with Republicans on a lot of things, and they will
Yes.
Use these kind of contradictory polling things to say, as a matter of fact, that they need to go in this one direction. But that's not ever clear. You can, if you really wanted to, you could absolutely change like the way, just like, you don't need to surrender on this stuff. It is not at all fixed. And
Yeah,
to get
you're
to
talking about the trans issues one, right? That's another one that I
Yeah.
brought forward. Yeah, I talked about. There's
That's
Pew
your-
Center.
that's-
There's Pew polling on this. Americans are generally very much pro-trans, or by overwhelming margins, margins that like would normally go towards the Republican Party, say that trans people are discriminated against severely.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's an important fact to remember when talking about trans issues. And you can also always point to the 2022 electoral defeat from the Republican Party, especially in races where they heavily leaned on the trans stuff, which is hilarious because like they are still heavily leaning on that. They're pumping ads with like Kamala Harris is for the they them.
Yeah. In Ohio, the closest Senate race in the country, where a Democrat, by the way, is leading, Sherrod Brown. I read of like there's this one huge Republican PAC. Every single ad they have run in Ohio from over like the past 2 months has been about trans issues. And this is not because it works for them. And I want everybody like in the chat who may be transgender to hear this, because they want people to think that they want you to think that people hate you, and they don't. There was a poll by Fox News that tested Kamala versus Trump in every single issue. Kamala's second best issue out of every single one, tied with abortion, was trans rights. She was plus 16 on trans rights. And at the same time, Trump's second best issue, tied with immigration, was Israel. The actual reality and how people, the DC Democrats, think it is completely at odds. It could not be like further apart. It's a complete inversion of what the actual reality is.
Yeah, the less you talk about a particular issue, the more Americans fantasize about like how good your opinion will be on that issue, especially if you're on their team. That's the way. That's kind of the way it works.
Yeah, I it's baffling to me that like, because you still see like Democratic consultants saying shit like to like anonymously, like, oh, that ad, it's so tough, like they're killing us with that ad. You can only really think that like the they them ad is hard, like hurts Kamala, if like you legitimately believe with what that ad is saying. That's the only way I can explain it. And I've gone over this in like a big article last year, and I'm going to go over it soon in the series that I'm putting out with Felix. I'm not Felix, but I am doing a series with him. There is no, I cannot think, and I've studied this extensively, I can't tell you a single election where really hardline anti-trans stuff has actually not even like helped them win, but has won at all. They lost in Kentucky on this twice. They've lost countless ballot measures on this. When they pushed it in 2020, they lost. When they pushed it further in 2022, they did even worse. When they like are pushing it now in 2024, like, and I'll like say this if it happens, they could very well lose an election against one of the most historically unpopular presidents in history after generationally high inflation, generationally high interest rates, almost entirely because they are so alienating on social issues. And trans stuff is a huge part of that because they've made it a huge part of it. And I understand it's hard being the target, but like, and that's like awful, but they're not winning. They aren't winning off of this. And if Democrats just fucking wake up to basic shit like polling on this, polling on Palestine, which I really want to get to in like a second, like centrists really want you to think that there is always some huge gap between what you want and what is achievable. And that does not exist. They just want that to be the case, and they make it the case.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You're absolutely right on this. It is really, really stupid. Even though even though they're hammering on the anti-trans shit. Apparently, there's another trans-focused GOP ad hitting the television. Cruz a super PAC with a disabled veteran warning that Colin Allred wants taxpayers to pay for sex change operations in the military, even on kids.
All of this shit has been about this in Texas, and he's like he was losing in a poll last month.
Yeah, I don't know if they're like doing this as a way to prime the base into making the trans issues like a very important part of the culture war. But as it stands currently, and that might be a gamble that works out in the future, but as it stands currently, most people, like the average American, thinks trans people are weird, but not so much that they literally will go out and vote against like anti-trans bills or whatever. They just don't care about it enough. It's not a motivator. It's not top priority at all for them in the way that the Republican Party presents the issue. If it was, then in 2016, Donald Trump wouldn't have won on a pro-trans, like openly pro-trans campaign, and had criticized the North Carolina bathroom bill. That was a
Caitlyn
major.
Jenner could use any bathroom in Trump Tower that she wanted.
Yeah, it was a major misstep by the Republican Party, which caused them to go back to the drawing board, and then they had to tie trans existence to something else that Americans actually do care about, which is like fairness in sports, or you know, something that Americans still consider to be like one of the last bastions of meritocracy, sports. That's the only way that they could motivate people to even care or respond to polls in a negative manner about trans people. But yet Democrats, I think, see that and think, oh yeah, we have to like slaughter at least 30% of the trans 30% of the trans community in order to get these guys to be on board with us.
Yeah, and they've been presenting the kids in sports stuff like a new thing for years. They first started trying that in 2019. It didn't work then. They tried it in 2020. They explicitly said, well, we failed in North Carolina because of the bathroom bills. People don't care about trans adults. Oh, but trans kids, we have an angle on this. They've been promising they've had an angle on this for like half a decade at this point. And I would say that the only reason it's gone, like, become such a big part of their platform isn't because it's some killer issue. There's no proof of that. It's they just don't have any fucking ideas, and they are personally the right-wing people who go to these Christian schools and are personally ideologically obsessed about this. They are the ones who want this to be a big issue.
Yeah.
The Matt Walshes and Chaya Reichiks of the world, these social media people, they aren't like just people supporting the party. They are the party. And they're like Michael Knowles. These people are very, very dedicated to the idea of this like patriarchal normative social structure. They see trans people like as, oh, I got an ad on here. They see trans people as a big like threat to that. And they want to do this crusade because they think it's important. The priority is not winning. It is like pushing this thing that they think is a threat to existence itself.
Absolutely. And I think like you can genuinely figure out how fucking online someone is by how much value they or how much emphasis they place on like dominating trans people. And you've seen this like
I just wasn't logged in.
You see this with even the likes of like Anna Kasparian and whatnot who've like fallen down the right wing rabbit hole on this framing on trans shit, instead of just like deflecting away by being like, this is silly, weird stuff. Weird was a great counter to all of this. I wish they still had that in their fucking in their tool belt.
Yeah, the guy, like, I'm certain you've talked about this, but like they had that CNN article where that guy Geoff Garin went to Kamala after the first week, and they were like, oh, great job so far. Like, this is a former Biden pollster where he said, like, but don't say we're not going back. You need to focus more on the future and stop saying weird because it's too negative. They've stopped using both of those things, and that guy, Geoff Garin, is currently still working for the campaign. He was not fired on the spot for that.
Yeah. Yeah, Christopher Rufo.
Yeah, Chris Rufo is a fucking like he's like Godric. He thinks he's Godric the Grafted.
Yeah. All right, but getting back to the matter at hand. Here's what I think, okay? Here's what my fears are. Kamala Harris is not Joe Biden in the way that like the broader electorate views her because she's a black woman. Now, the more she runs to the Joe Biden constituency, the more she tries to like rebuild the Joe Biden coalition by saying she's Joe Biden, that she has no differences between her and Joe Biden. I think I think this is a risky gamble. Like, if you lock down the Brandon coalition, sure. I mean, it won against Donald Trump in 2020. You could technically win against Donald Trump again. I, however, believe that given her background, given the fact that she's a black woman, she's going to have a harder time with that, which is why I always thought that it would be much more successful if she went after the 2008 Barack Obama coalition and try to take advantage of the momentum when all eyes were on her. She did not redefine herself or reshape her policy at all, and just basically brought the same Brandon team back on board, and they've been running the same Brandon camp, the same Brandon campaign this entire time. I think this is risky. Like, I think this is a very risky bargain for the very risky gamble for Kamala Harris. And
it's risky is putting it nicely. It's fucking moronic.
No, it is. It is moronic. But I'm just saying it's not only moronic, but it's also, it might cost her the election, is what I'm saying. And I've been a believer. I've been telling liberals, like, listen, don't worry, Kamala Harris is still most likely going to win. But as time goes on, and the more I see her in media, the more I see her, the more I see her going out and being like, oh, I love Joe Biden, I'm going to be exactly like him. It shows me that they have the worst instincts possible on this.
Yeah.
And it feels like they might still end up, they might still end up losing this election to a historically unpopular candidate. On the other side, I track a lot of Trump's movement, and I think he's trying to get every low propensity voter possible, every conspiratorial nut job that normally doesn't go out, that doesn't get a lot of representation in polls, to go out and vote for him. Now, will that gamble pay off for him? I don't know, but I do think it's a smart move from them, at least.
I disagree with that.
What?
I disagree with that. It's a smart move. I think, in my opinion, he's chasing ghosts here, because the whole mythology that they have around, like that Trump has around these, what they call target persuadables, these young men like the Aiden Ross fans that they think are going to turn out and like win them every single election.
No. Wait, can I reframe my statement?
Yeah,
I'm saying it's a smart move for him because he's locked down his constituency. So if you've already reached your limit in popularity and unpopularity, and polls are not swinging in any direction for you, right?
Yeah.
You have to go after voters that might not be represented in the polls or did not have the opportunity to vote for you last time around because they were too young, especially when you are seemingly more popular in this demographic. And that's why I'm saying it's smart, in the sense that, like, obviously the smarter move would be for Trump to be able to moderate himself and not come across like a fucking asshole, like a narcissistic baby that reminds people every fucking second that, like, he's going to cheat or lie or refuse to concede, because that's an issue that a lot of Americans do care about, at least voters, like older voters, or that he is going like full tilt right wing on immigration, so much so that 60% of Americans want mass deportation, but they still find Trump's like cats and dogs statements about the Haitians to be gross and weird and completely out of control. If he wasn't doing that shit, that would be the smart way for him to campaign, just like be a normal Republican. But he can't do that. But I'm saying, with the current confines and the current limitations, it's at least like smart to try to eke out any kind of voter you can. And those are the only remaining spaces I think that he can tap into.
Yeah, but I think like the base, they're like, to that extent, I think on the very small margins that may work. But the larger issue for them is that they kind of fundamentally don't understand the way that the election, and this goes back to Dave Wasserman has me blocked. So the propensity stuff.
Yeah, Trump's best bet remains high turnout of less engaged voters. Among voters who always show up, Harris still leads by 4, but among low to mid propensity, Trump's back up to a 52 to 45 lead.
Yeah, that's why you need, Chad, you have to want turnout to be as low as possible. You do not want high turnout. The lower the turnout is, the better it is for Democrats. It has come full circle. The conventional wisdom is completely wrong here. But yeah, we've seen that consistently. But and this is something that I went into in the article I published actually earlier today, like a guide to right wing cope, like about the election, a guide like to why the stuff that people say that. Yeah, it is sad that like low turnout. Yeah, low turnout is not good for Republicans because they have all the weird conspiratorial freaks, like who only turn out like when there's very high turnout are better for them. So you want lower turnout because all the really engaged libos, like who are like have 5 PhDs and vote in every election, love Democrats now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyways, the mythology about like these like these people the polls can't pick up, the presumptions people have that the polls will be wrong in a way that benefits Trump. This is a point that I'd go against as to why people should be less pessimistic, although he obviously can still win. But this is something people shouldn't assume. Uh, in 2020, the polls were off by a lot because Biden-leaning liberal voters responded to pollsters a lot more than Trump pollsters did. And people assume that this was just a case of people really not having trust for authority, like this deep rot, like the core of like America, where people weren't even willing to talk the news at all anymore. But a big reason for that in 2020 was probably just that COVID was going on and liberals were stuck inside while conservatives were out and about, and liberals didn't have anything going on, so they just answered every phone call. That's not the case anymore. And then 2 years later, it wasn't the case. The pandemic was over, so polling was mostly accurate. So I would think that that's a reason to assume that polling will be decent this year. And the idea that there's like the reason why polls were off in 2020 was that there's just this big untapped like people who are off the grid and love Trump. It's more mythology than I think it has been like confirmed.
Yeah. Okay, so the question I have, I guess, is the way I see it right now, if low propensity voters do turn out, Trump might actually win in these key states, in key districts, specifically thinking about Pennsylvania. If they don't, then Kamala Harris has a good opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, beyond that, I think there's the other side of this equation where there's a lot of voters that would absolutely be willing and able to go out and vote for Kamala Harris that refuse to do so because I think she has abandoned them. Like she has an opportunity to also activate, especially within the coalition that Democrats have always had, right? For example, like black and brown voters, younger voters in general. There are a lot of people who are choosing to, stay on the couch instead of going out and voting for the Democratic Party. I think a big chunk of these voters that she is just casting aside because she's doing the Joe Biden, the Joe Biden strategy, basically, which people must remember happened at an unprecedented time when there was universal ballot registration, mail-in ballot, like that greatly improved the numbers in terms of turnout because of ease of access, right? So I don't even know if like those numbers are the best numbers to look at in terms of like how this election is going to look like. But there's a lot of people that she's leaving behind, and one of the immediate gains that she could make, and I don't even know if it's probably too late at this point, but like one of the immediate gains that she could have made was if she had separated herself from the Biden administration in the most politically feasible way, by at least like taking a more hardline approach to Israel and maybe utilizing the current the current attention that she has, or the attention that she got as she became the I'm swapping screens so you don't have to expose your Google search or whatever. But I don't she did not do that. And there are a shit ton of people that would vote for her with no downsides whatsoever.
Yeah, this is something that I always cite as much as possible. This is something everybody in chat commit this to memory. Use this like for every single like argument you ever have. Use this, like cite this at every single chance you have. This was a poll in July by Split Ticket. The other, like what I was previously citing before. Yeah, note this, note it, write it on your hand in blood, and like never forget it. They tested the generic ballot polling for Congress between like Democrats and Republicans based on different policy positions that they had. And it wasn't just on this, it was like on stuff you'd expect. They had this where a Democrat, a Republican who says that like Trump didn't lose the election, that Trump did lose the election, does a lot better than one that says the election was stolen. But this, and the guy who what's it called, sponsored this, he said he didn't even expect this. They found, like in general, generic, Democrats were leading by 3. If you said that the Democrats and the Republicans agree with Israel's current approach, the margin goes from +3 to even, and there's a huge number of undecideds that go up. People like independents and non-voters who are turned off from the Democrat by this. The Republican goes down by a little bit, and the Democrat goes down by even more. But if they asked were the Republican who agrees with what Israel's doing and a Democrat who supports an immediate ceasefire and halt of military aids and arms sales, so not just a ceasefire, not just we're working tirelessly for a ceasefire, we're working tirelessly to like end the war and get the hostages home, a halt for military aids and arms sales, an arms embargo, they win by 6. They win by double the generic ballot. So we have discernible proof that breaking from Biden on this particular issue, where it is the worst polling of all of his issues, he polls worse on Israel than he does on inflation, on the economy, on immigration. There was at some points where he was like had below 30% approval on Israel, Palestine. If Democrats break from that in a way that like is seen as a total non-starter in Washington, they win over independents and they win over non-voters. So it's not just leftists. It's not just people who are Palestinian or no Palestinian or young voters or are very committed to this issue. It's not just this question of do you care about Palestine? Palestine fits in with a larger issue with Biden, which is that he's seen as completely incompetent, elderly, and incapable of like governing the country, that he's not an effective president. So it's not just that they think that Israel's killing too many people, that they know everything about like the 1948 UN agreement, and they know everything about the apartheid or whatever's going on there. They see this as a reflection of Biden being inept, and they want to vote for Democrats otherwise because they don't like Republicans. But if you break from him on this issue, you lose nothing. You lose nothing. There were some polls that showed Democratic voters outright disapproving of Biden on Gaza. That should be impossible for an incumbent Democratic president. This is just something that is turned into a heuristic for Biden being an incompetent. And Democrats sticking with that doesn't gain you anything other than maybe some money from donors that she doesn't need because she's raised over $1 billion in small dollar donations, and turns off a lot of people because you connect yourself to somebody who is regarded by the public to be a failed president.
Yeah. Every time she says I'm just like Joe Biden, I think she's just hemorrhaging support. Like, I think she thinks she's gaining in the suburbs, and to a certain degree she might be, right? But that's a tricky gambit, like I said, because a lot of those people might not end up voting for you. The Nikki Haley constituency comes to mind, right? Like, Nikki Haley is firmly committed to Donald Trump.
I'm going to say something that may sound batshit. I would say that she probably is alienating Nikki Haley voters who might be open to her by sticking with Israel compared to if she broke from Israel. The reason why Nikki Haley was appealing to these swing voters wasn't because those people are ideological neocons. It's because they wanted somebody who was seen as competent and effective. Nikki Haley was seen as young, competent, and effective. Biden was seen as old, incompetent, and ineffective. If she broke from Biden on this issue, it wouldn't cause Nikki Haley people being like, oh, she loses Zionist points and my internal like fucking like homo economicus like judgment of what these candidates are. They'll see, oh, she's a strong independent candidate who's breaking from this person I don't like. That she reminds me of Nikki Haley, and they'll vote for her. those people
Yeah.
will probably be more compelled to vote for her compared all the rallies that you can do with Liz Cheney and fucking like picking up all the endorsements from her dad or like fucking John Bolton or whatever. That is going to get you nothing when getting people to think that you are an effective person who is broken from somebody who is seen as a generationally failed president will make you look effective and strong. And you will gain those voters who are swinging on that issue of competency.
No, absolutely. Dog, what strawman is he imagining? No, I fully understand exactly where Ettingermentum is coming from. He's completely correct on this. One of Biden's biggest advantages when he was running for president against Donald Trump was that he was going to restore America's position as the global hegemonic leader, and that he was going to take the world away from the chaos that Donald Trump presented with like European leaders laughing at him and shit like that. And then the last year of his presidency has been the entire world recognizing that this old man, this old feeble fucking buffoon is getting dog walked by his attack dog. That is the reason why Donald Trump was leading on the issue of Israel in a country where the overwhelming majority want a ceasefire and maybe even arms transfers being halted. They still thought Donald Trump was 30 points better than Joe Biden because he wasn't the fucking president, and Joe Biden was getting cumstered and dumpstered by Netanyahu that hard.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily just about the moral considerations of like backing an apartheid regime that is currently engaging in a genocide. It was also the fact that he looked like a fucking idiot. He kept doing those like leaks.
His entire presidency. He looks inept and lost.
Yeah, Americans kind of shoot from the hip a little bit when it comes to this sort of stuff, where they just look at an old feeble man getting dog walked by a country that should be infinitely more grateful to us, and they don't like that. They're like, what the fuck is going on here? You look like a jackass when you say I have a red line on Rafah, and then Benjamin Netanyahu the next day invades Rafah, and then you turn around and give him another $9 billion weapons package.
Yeah,
it just looks weak. They want a strong leader.
Against his initial appeal in 2020, and there was a Gallup poll recently that did make me a little nervous about this because and I'll get to that in a second. But Biden's strength and what was a compelling appeal at the time, and I recognized at the time that it was a compelling appeal. He was one of the longest-serving senators in the history of the U.S. Senate. He was vice president for two terms. He was chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Trump, people were terrified about being this inept guy who had no clue what he was doing. Biden's central appeal was that he was supposed to be the adult in the room.
Yes.
He was a decisive, competent leader. Hillary actually beat Trump on that, but she lost because she was seen as untrustworthy. Biden was in 2020, he was in kind of like this Goldilocks zone where, and this was how he was able to beat an incumbent, where he was seen as both more trustworthy than Trump, and he was seen as more effective and competent and a stronger leader than him. What happened over the course of his presidency, when they did the polls in 2024, Biden was still seen as more likable than Trump. He was still seen as a more moral person. He's still seen as more personally affable and trustworthy. But he had been killed. He had lost all of his support on the basis of being a strong leader. That was what was causing him to lose. He was seen as a weak figurehead. Kamala Harris in the Gallup poll that came out recently also led by an even larger margin than Biden did on being trustworthy, on being more well-liked, on being somebody they'd be proud of to be president, but she's still losing by pretty like double-digit margins on being a strong leader. She's losing by 5 points on having a vision for the country, and she's losing by 10 points on being able to get things done because she has attached herself in a way that people don't want to somebody who is seen as, he was supposed to be a stoic statesman. She has attached herself, literally said that she wouldn't do anything different than somebody who is seen as completely asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
It's not ideology. It's
it also makes no sense because she wouldn't be running for president right now if Biden was fucking killing it. So it's that simple. Politics can be as simple or as complicated as you want to make it. But the reality of the matter is Kamala Harris would not be currently running for president at the top of the ticket if Biden wasn't demonstrably so incompetent that he's gonna lose the fucking race to Donald Trump.
Yeah. And it's not about winning the election. It's not about wokage, whatever. It's not about, at this point, I wouldn't even say that they think that this is a way that they can. This is the poll that I was talking about.
Yeah, U.S. voters' impression of presidential candidates' personal qualities, Kamala Harris net netting 22 points in terms of being likable, having strong moral character, being honest and trustworthy. But when you get down to it, cares about the needs of people like you, it starts evening out a little bit, you know, with a 5 points. Is someone you would be proud of to have president? Manage the government effectively, 0. Would display judgment in a crisis, -1. Like, these people think Donald Trump is more advantageous than Kamala Harris, like would do a better job of displaying judgment in a fucking crisis. That is directly, in my opinion, the communication strategy that you haven't like harped on this. You have not shown the American voters like how bad Trump would be even in a crisis situation. You haven't reminded them of that.
Yeah, they've been trying to making fucking ads about fucking Bob Woodward's book like it's 2020. Like,
yeah.
So like I'll go back to kind of like the main point I was making. So this is a reason to be a bit more hopeful, and then I'll go back to why this doesn't mean that she has it in the bag.
Okay.
So we talked about earlier, like, and this is some more math about Washington in general, and I said that it only works as far back as 2018. But that, and people in Seattle here, this is your fault. That's because Seattle and Washington, Seattle is a very, very unique part of this country. There's not many areas in the rest of the country that look like Seattle. And it can very dramatically change the result of the state if it has high turnout or if it's swinging a lot to Democrats. So in 2016, Seattle swung a lot to Democrats, but Seattle was a very unique area, and so its swing there didn't really represent the rest of the country. So 2016, Democrats do relatively well in the Washington primary. That's mostly because they do very well in Seattle compared to previous years. That swing in Seattle is not represented in the rest of the country. It doesn't really indicate anything. So the Washington primary in that year is not a very predictive indicator. But in the rest of the state that's not Seattle, the rural part of Washington, like Vancouver, Spokane, like the kind of like Twin Peaks parts of the state, those areas are representative of the rest of the country. They have demographic splits here. You have they call it non-urban Washington. It's very white, like the rest, like the Midwest is. The white percentages are very similar. It's a bit less black. It's about as Hispanic, a bit more Asian, and a bit more Native American, and about as much college educated. It's actually less college educated than Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But these Twin Peaks areas, that's what I'll call them now, Eastern Washington, not Seattle. These areas are representative of the rest of like the states you need to win. So what happens in 2016 is that even though Hillary improves on Obama's margin and like how Democrats did in 2012 statewide, the Democratic margin in the Twin Peaks areas of Washington among like the Black Lodge people, that number goes down even though the state goes to the left. The non-urban Washington zigs while the rest of the state zags in a sense. So this shift here kind of shows you that you can, like, it was kind of a canary in the coal mine for areas like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, because these areas were moving to the right compared to 2012. And so going off of that, you can sort of see that non-rural Washington, which is more Republican relative to the country, is actually more a consistent predictive indicator of the country as a whole than Washington as a whole is, than like the whole state is when you include the kind of weird people in Seattle. So in 2016, you have the shift to the right that presages shifts to the right more generally. It presages a more Republican environment in general. And that is an indicator that Hillary is going to have a bad time in the Midwest, which she does, and she loses. 2018, Democrats make major gains in non-urban Washington. They actually win it outright. That corresponds with Democrats doing very well across the country, and specifically doing well in these white northern areas. They win Senate races in West Virginia, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania by very large margins. So here in this case, rural Washington swinging towards Democrats is predictive of Democrats doing well. In 2020, they don't do as well as they do in 2018, which indicates that they're not going to probably do as well in like the Midwest as they did in 2012 or in 2018, but they do a bit better, marginally better than they did in 2016. There's a leftward shift of about 3 points. Lo and behold, in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania that year, you have those states move to the left slightly, not by a lot, not by as much as the polls were saying, but by enough to win. In 2022, you have it shift to the right by about as much as the country did. It's a pretty brutal margin, like worse than 2016, indicating probably, but it indicates about a neutral year. Then in the states, in the congressional elections in 2022, you have, as rural Washington said, the Twin Peaks area said, the Democrats, like, it's basically neutral. This year, this is what I think is extremely encouraging to Democrats. Their numbers in 2024, right here, are the best numbers they've had in rural Washington since 2012. Better than 2020, substantially better than 2016. So this indicates like a national kind of environment that is once again to the left of 2020. There's no indication of a big right-wing surge in these rural working class white areas that we did see in 2016. If anything, it indicates a shift to the left among these areas, which would correspond perfectly with a national environment where Kamala does a little bit worse among non-whites, loses points in Florida, like New York, California. Maybe her national popular vote margin is smaller, but she holds ground or maybe even gains ground among these socially liberal, working class people who are put off by Trump's social conservatism. And what's very encouraging for them is that the lean here, how much more Republican non-urban Washington relative to the country is, the lean has been increasing with time. So if you assume that it's going to be about 10 points to the right of the country like it was in 2014 or 2022, or if you put somewhere in the middle of that, like in 2020, you have a Democratic victory margin between 4 and 5 points. That, I think, on Nate Silver's kind of sheet that shows what's her odds of winning if she wins by X amount nationally, that would be a very, very likely win for her. And it corresponds with the polling that we've been seeing that shows a slight, consistent lead for her in these states she needs to win. Doesn't speak the strength of the Sun Belt. She could do terribly in the Sun Belt. Doesn't speak the strength in blue states. It does speak the strength.
You're specifically talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania non-urban voters, like white voters, predominantly white voters in these areas that are more socially liberal than what the National Republican Party presents itself as.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
I understand the method here.
Yeah. Going back to what we were saying before, this doesn't predict how Kamala Harris will doing. This predicts how Democrats will do. And we know that Democrats across the board, generic Democrats, that's what GCB means, generic congressional ballot, the average Democrat running for Senate or Congress are liked because they are not Joe Biden. They're not part of the Biden administration. They're not 80 years old, and they're not his underling.
I think they also can. There's another thing that I always look to. I think there is another statement because, like, if you're running on a congressional ticket, you have to be more policy driven and more policy focused than this overall vibes based attitude that like the top of the ticket can take advantage of. And I think that speaks to the down ballot performance of like Senate Democrats over Senate Republicans in states where Kamala does not have the same margin of victory.
Yeah, they're leading by 8 points, 7 points in Pennsylvania. They're winning by 5 in Wisconsin. They're leading in Ohio. They're leading in even in these Sun Belt states. Rubin and Gallego is up by 10 in Arizona, where she's had her worst polling numbers in all the swing states. So the problem with her here is that this paints a strong picture for generic Democrats. Kamala Harris may not be a generic Democrat. She's Kamala Harris. She's part of the Biden administration. That was Biden's problem. That's why I never thought that Democrats necessarily doing well among these voters or in special elections. And this is, I think, a very useful thing because unlike special elections, this was relatively higher turnout. This was like 2 million people voted in this primary. It's not like where there's like 8% turnout in some like state house race. But if Kamala Harris can't succeed in getting people to view her more like a generic Democrat than she is as Kamala Harris, Joe Biden's vice president, then she might not be able to match the performance of the rest of the party. And you'll have people who would otherwise want to vote for Democrats being driven out of desperation, out of Kamala giving them nothing to hold on to, giving them no bone to hold, giving them no excuse to vote for her.
I'm confused. Are you saying that consistently saying that you're prosecuting transnational gangs and that you love the opportunity economy and you have tears in your eyes whenever you talk about small businesses is not the winning message
No,
that
because
that
people
appeals to
don't.
white working class voters in these non-urban areas.
Yeah, people don't want American Keir Starmer. They want a Democrat. They want Bob Casey. They want Sherrod Brown. They want Tammy Baldwin, all of which have relatively progressive positions. Tammy Baldwin, the candidate running the two-term senator in Wisconsin, she supported Medicare for all her entire career. She opposed the Iraq War. She has positions that are a lot closer to Bernie Sanders than I'd say Joe Biden. And
Even
she is leading
even Sherrod
consistently
Brown
moving. Yeah, Sherrod Brown.
advocated to expand Medicare coverage to 55-year-olds, like
Yeah,
lower
he's a
the
big
eligibility
pro-union
age.
Yeah, he's always been very like protectionist, like pro fair trade, like supportive liberal fiscal policies. Arguably one of the most liberal senators in the Senate by some metrics. He's like winning in fucking Ohio. So the people don't want a fucking like perfectly palatable like person who never they never disagree with on any issues, only says things they like that makes them feel good. They want somebody they think is a strong liberal like consistent leader. That's not hard to be, but it is hard to be when you're not breaking from Biden and you're not creating a solid image of yourself.
Yeah. I think one of the major issues is like she's going for the television vote. Like she's going for the TV audience of people who are historically better off, like more affluent, more comfortable. Like she's going for voters that have a lot of privilege that only care about Trump offending their sensibilities when he's on TV.
Yeah,
and I
like
think that
crypto.
would have worked with that worked with Joe Biden, but a lot of those voters are maybe going to think, well, I think she's ineffective. I think she's weak. They're not necessarily going to go and vote for Trump because they find Trump to be unconscionable or gross or whatever. Or some might actually end up still voting for Trump because of the economy, right? I think it puts her on shaky ground for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, I go as far as to say her strategy is actively detrimental compared to what she's doing because she needs people to feel like they have a sense of what she stands for. She needs people to have a sense that she's a strong leader, separate from her boss who they hate and think is a failure. That would look a lot more like making bigger swings than what she's been doing so far. It would look a lot like doing kind of what she did at the start, picking walls, like doing the price cap stuff, like you said. But she has like shirked away from that lately, and it's caused the polling to really kind of stagnate for her. And it like is not in a good of a position that compared to the rest of the party are like compared to where she could have been otherwise. I still think that like the fundamentals here, my personal opinion on how this shakes out, I think even if she isn't throwing people a bone, people actively want to vote for her enough that they will just kind of be like, oh, whatever, even if she hasn't like really like won my heart over like this. I want to have this strong liberal leader. I want to have somebody who like is capable of running the country in the way that like I want, and I'll force myself to see that in her. That could get her over the line. I think the party has seen enough consistent strength in the states that they need that she's probably still on track to get a narrow win here. The Sun Belt, very give or take at this point, but she doesn't need the Sun Belt. She just needs these 3 states where Democrats have been doing well consistently across the board. Republicans are not bringing the kind of message that they need to win among these people. I still think all else equal, even when you see the polling where she's down in Wisconsin or Michigan, the Quinnipiac thing, like that's what you'll see every now and again on a statistical distribution when she has an arrow lead in a state. You're going to see some polls that show her down. There'll be a poll that shows her up by 5. Quinnipiac had literally a poll that had her up by 5 in September. And then they'll have a poll that have her down by a little bit, like within the margin of error. That's just what is going to happen when you have like a narrow lead. It could probably be bigger, but it's not like fatal. I think like my personal take on it is that I will probably still predict her to win unless the bottom totally falls out in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens because, never doubt the Democratic Party's ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. It's been mind-numbing to watch them go immediately back after like a momentary lapse of judgment and demonstrating competency like a normal competent party would after swapping Biden out and even putting Tim Walz on the ticket, they very quickly pack that shit up and are just, you know, I guess making this historically unpopular Donald Trump come across as like as a reasonable alternative every single day for not me, obviously, but many Americans, it seems.
Yeah, and I'll say somebody asked in the chat, which is good. What does the bottom falling out look like? I'd say like if the final polls at the end of the year like show like consistent and like strong movement away from her, like if her national lead falls or if Trump starts leading, or if like high quality pollsters start like consistently showing a distribution that represents Trump leading, I'd say all else equal, like she probably fucked up and didn't win over people's trust and might not be on track to win. But it's hard for me to imagine like a scenario where she's like totally out of it, like in the next couple weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Ettingermentum, thank you so much for
Yeah, thanks
coming
for
on
having
and
me
making
on.
the case.
Yeah, if people want to read more about this, I have my like official prediction map article that is I still would like kind of hold on to and say is like what I believe. I'll be updating it hopefully in a week. Like once the new polling comes out. Uh I'm going to be working on a new article soon about like how to just follow this stuff in general without going fucking crazy, because yesterday was like vibes 9/11. But like I have a lot of other stuff like this on my thing, like this kind of perspective that people don't like usually look at, or like just generally I would say like there are very few people in the world of electoral analysis who are not liberals. So if you're interested in getting an in-depth look uh into politics and how elections are going from somebody who like I've been pretty good about this stuff in the past and is not a fucking shit libo asshole, like I have been pretty good at that. So check me out at Ettingermentum.substack, and I'll see you guys maybe on election night, maybe earlier than that.
Yeah.
But
You gotta put the khaki on.
yeah, I'm gonna be the Steve Kornacki of the Hasan world on election night. This is
All right.
what everything's led up to. But see y'all.
All right. Bye. That was Ettingermentum, everybody. We have a Kamala Harris rally coming up right now, where Barack Obama is slated to speak. Let me see if I can find it. Does anyone have a link for it? Barry, big old Barry, which is crazy because it's like, it'll show you that Obama is stumping ahead of Harris. Here, hold on. I got to go pee real quick while this plays a little bit.
And right here in Pittsburgh, we are going to decide what kind of future we want
I'll be
for
back.
ourselves. Donald Trump wants to take us backwards. Trump, at all. Trump and his Project 2025 agenda would take us into the past, rip away more of our fundamental freedoms, and raise costs for families like yours and mine. Vice President Harris has a very different vision for the future. She wants to take us forward. Listen, I spend a lot of time with the future as a kindergarten teacher at the Urban Academy Charter School of Greater Pittsburgh. I spend every day with a bunch of youngins, and when I think about what kind of world I want my students to grow up in, I think of the future Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz are fighting to build. I think about a future where every single one of my students can make a good life for themselves and get ahead. I want them to be able to get a good education, one day buying a home, and not worrying every night about how they'll pay their bills or buy food for their families. I think of how the little girls I teach deserve to be able to control their own bodies without the government interfering with their decision about when or if they want to start a family. And that's the future that Vice President Harris is fighting for. That's what's at stake in the if they want to start a family. And that's the future that Vice President Harris is fighting for.
Oh my God, this has 2K viewers, dude. Holy shit. That's cooked. Okay. We'll watch when Obama gets up. This is why was he fantasizing about Kamala teaching Israel? That's literally fantasy baby brain stuff. Not gonna happen. Dude, are you fucking stupid? Do you guys not understand? Like, do you think analysis means like I think this is gonna happen? Do you think analysis is the same as prediction? Like, when I talk about this sort of stuff, do you just imagine that I'm saying Kamala Harris is gonna do this? Like, are you all right, dude? It's very strange. It's very strange that a lot of you motherfuckers just like simply just don't understand basic shit. Obama's message to black men voting for Trump. Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president and you're coming up with other alternatives and reasons for that. Oh no. That's so bad, dude. Dude, listen. Oh, that's such a Hillary ass fucking take. Even if this is true, you should never say this. Okay? That chatter was not addressing you. No, he's addressing Ettingermentum for some reason. He's not saying that either. Okay. Here's the reality, okay? First and foremost, it's not a significant amount. It's not a major shift, okay? It's not a major fucking shift in terms of like black people voting for Donald Trump. Young black men, younger black voters potentially voting for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. It is a shift, however. And I'll tell you what that shift is. It's because the last time the Democratic Party did something for black people was so far removed from this generation of black voters that they fear that they do not have that same party loyalty that older black voters do. It's that simple. The more you move away from the civil rights movement, the more black people are like, okay, well, what the fuck have you done? And it also corresponds to greater trends in terms of less educated male voters in particular. Okay? So black men that are non-college educated are still greatly underperforming in their support for the Republican Party over white men who are non-college educated. Okay? But if you're going to single out black men in general, because you have taken black votes for granted for far too long as the Democratic Party, that's the reason. That also proves my fucking point that I make all the time. What have you done for me lately is obviously the major motivator for why people choose not to vote for you. Okay? It's very stupid. The entire conversation surrounding this is stupid. But that's it. If you're wondering, like, what the fuck happened, like the black vote was so firmly committed to the Democratic Party every generation for many decades now, that's the reason. Black people that remember a time when the Democratic Party stood by them are going to forever vote for the Democratic Party. Black people that were so far removed from the last time that the Democrats did something for them are not going to want to vote for it. That's why you've seen a vote. That's why you've seen, at least in prior campaigns, the black vote getting smaller in particular, but not necessarily swinging in the direction of Donald Trump or the direction of the Republican Party. But that's the reason why there is this major generational divide. That's it. If you're wondering, like, what the fuck? Why are older black men and women overwhelmingly pro-Democratic Party and younger black men, not women, but younger black men are not? It's because young men are not. But specifically, if you want to identify why there's such a disparity within demographics for the black vote that is topsy-turvy in comparison to other age demographics, if you look at younger white men versus older white men, or if you look at any kind of like generational gap, the Democrats are not out competing the Republicans on the older side. So why does that disparity exist? It's because what have you done for me lately? It's a perfectly understandable, perfectly reasonable position. It is at the heart of democracy. This is something that the Democratic Party has completely fucking forgot. And I say the Democratic Party has completely forgot this because I would never say this about the Republicans. The Republicans at least make up issues. They try to prime you into believing that there is like a genuine disparity. They try to fucking get you to vote for them for one reason or another. Democrats just point to the Republicans and go, if you don't vote for us, these guys are going to win and they're fucking assholes. And that might move the needle for a lot of people, but there's a plurality of people out there that it's not moving the needle for demonstrably. That's it. And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I got a problem with that, he said. Because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and reasons to do that. That's a really funny take. Because that take, you are addressing that take not to the men, not to the men in the margins. You're just saying that for the Netflix executives, dog. You're literally just talking to the MSNBC watchers when you say that. If you wanted to talk to men about this particular issue, you wouldn't fucking go, don't want to vote for a woman, sweetie. They're going to be like, yeah, I don't. Okay. Shut the fuck up. What now? I hate that. I can't believe he would do the I'm with her scolding, vote scolding, which was objectively a failure in 2016. He said that the women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. He said, when we get in trouble, the system isn't working for us. They're the ones out there marching and protesting. And now you're thinking about sitting out or supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable. That's so stupid. That is such an idiotic way to stump. That is such an idiotic way to fucking stump. God, this campaign, man, what the fuck are they doing? Just every part of this is busted. Anyway, Harris overtakes Trump among suburban voters. Reuters Ipsos polling shows. We'll see how resilient that fucking support is from the suburbs. I am not so certain. There is an entire, I agree with Obama. What? Barack Obama's the right person to say this? I think it's a good wake-up call for some that are on the fence. Well said. Yeah, totally. You're right. No. Everybody understands that misogyny plays a significant role in the way that people view a candidate. Okay? Of course it does. Kamala Harris understands that as well. Kamala Harris also understands being black plays a negative role in the way that you're perceived by the broader electorate. That's why she doesn't do the I'm with her shit. This is something that I've repeated time and time again to give her flowers. Okay? The issue is, if she recognizes that, she's not, that's the reason why she's not bringing it up, right? You have to now work with what you have. It's no different than fucking blaming the referee at the end of the goddamn game when you got outscored. It's no different than being like, well, the Electoral College, the Electoral College is the reason why we lost. It's like, bitch, you know what the Electoral College is. You have to work within the confines. Like, just because it's a shitty structure doesn't mean that you can't work within that structure. You can't not go to Wisconsin and then blame the Electoral College. Like, you did that. It wakes up negative numbers of people. If anything, it creates resentment among men who already like to vote for Kamala and makes them go, wait, what is a dog shit politics? Even if it was or is true, it is true. Of course, there's plenty of men, not just black men, but plenty of men that are like, yeah, I don't want no woman with a pussy who's gonna be bleeding, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, she's emotional. There's hella people like that. Yes, they exist. Of course. Patronizing them is not gonna fucking change anything, though. That's the problem. Every single one of those people, if you were to go and door knock and say, listen, I'm fucking Kamala Harris. Yeah, I got a pussy. Who gives a shit? You are suffering, okay? You want your fucking gas prices to go down? I'm going to make it happen. You want your grocery prices to go down? I'm going to make it happen. You want your rent to go down? I'm going to make it happen. Those people will be like, all right, well, you know, I don't know. Maybe I could vote for her. That's it. That's it. But you have to overcome those odds. And in order to overcome those odds, you have to work. You have to address their needs. Where is the fucking Obama? Maybe you are unable to see past some of the more misogynistic tendencies. Have you considered that you might just have internalized misogyny? First of all, I'm not a woman, so I just have regular misogyny. Okay. Oh, you're trolling. Okay.
Because so far, Justin Fields is doing pretty good. Now, before we get started, we have a little bit of work to do here. All right, so I want everybody to be, just settle in. We got some work to do. Before we get started, I did want to say that we are, heartbroken about the loss of life in Florida, North Carolina, states across the Southwest. We are thinking about people, families whose lives have been upended by the storms over the last couple of weeks. I could not be more grateful for the first
Josh
responders
Shapiro's back.
And FEMA professionals who have put themselves in harm's way to try and help.
And better than ever.
It's times like this when you realize having honest, competent leadership in government really matters. It makes a difference. And today I'm asking you to vote for some of those leaders, including some folks we need working with your outstanding governor, who you just heard from, Governor Josh Shapiro. We need them in Harrisburg. So we need you to vote for your next Auditor General, Malcolm Kenyatta. Your next Attorney General, Eugene DePascale. Your next State Treasurer, Eric McClellan. And my buddy, your outstanding United States Senator, Bob Casey.
Dude, he's got, even Obama is like kind of lacking motion right now. It's a little bit shocking.
Now here in Pennsylvania, there are 3 ways to vote. You can vote early, in person, at the county election office, or at a satellite office. You can also vote by mail. And if you need to figure out how to do that, just go to iwillvote.com PA to find a place to vote early or to request a ballot. And of course, you can vote at your polling place on Election Day, November 5th. But if you're at this rally, let's face it, you're probably voting unless you are 12. So you also have to help your friends and family make a plan to vote. And even if you're 12, you can do that. Talk to your mom and dad and aunts and uncles, because together we have a chance to choose a new generation of leadership in this country and start building a better and stronger and fairer and more hopeful America. Now, you've already heard tonight, this election's going to be tight, because there are a lot of Americans who are still struggling out there. They're still striving to make life better for themselves, for their families, and for their kids. And let's face it, as a country, we've been through a lot these last few years. We had a historic pandemic wreaking havoc on communities and businesses. Disruptions from the pandemic then caused prices to spike, and that put a strain on family budgets. And in many ways, it's felt like the aspirations of working people have taken a back seat to the priorities of the rich and the powerful. So I get it, why people are looking to shake things up. I mean, I am the hopey changey guy. So I understand people feeling frustrated and feeling we can do better. What I cannot understand is why anybody would think that Donald Trump will shake things up in a way that is good for you, Pennsylvania. I don't understand that. Because there is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. You've got the tweets in all caps, the ranting and the raving about crazy conspiracy theories. You have the 2-hour speeches, word salad, just, it's like Fidel Castro. Just on and on. Constant attempts to sell you stuff. Who does that? Selling you gold sneakers and a $100,000 watch and most recently a Trump Bible. He wants you to buy the Word of God, Donald Trump edition. Got his name right there next to Matthew and Luke. I mean, you could not make this stuff up. If you saw it on Saturday Night Live, you'd say, well, no, that's going too far. No, he's doing that. It's crazy. And the reason he does it is because all he cares about is his ego and his money and his status. He's not thinking about you. Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than a means to an end. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his country club buddies. Doesn't care if he costs more women their reproductive freedoms because it won't make a difference in his life. Do not boo. Vote.
Damn, bro. Dude, what the fuck? This man will be able to fucking motivate this entire crowd of people to go and fucking storm the Capitol, you know? And there is definitely a vibes drop off, in my opinion. Like, this is desperado. Turns out having everyone of note be over the age of 60 has some consequences. Don't boo. Vote. He's like, Trump doesn't care about you. Here come every single person that is surrounded by like 60-year-olds telling me, no, they actually love this shit. Okay, well, I'm not fucking 60. I'm not watching this shit. It sucks. All right. Where's AOC? That's another fucking interesting indication that like they are absolutely moving in that direction where like AOC should be stumping too. At least in places where there's like young Hispanic voters, young voters in general. She is still relatively charismatic. But North Carolina lost a mind-numbing 325,000 manufacturing jobs thanks to NAFTA and China WTO, largely in rural counties. The textile, clothing, and furniture industries all died. Now Harris is sending Bill Clinton, Mr. NAFTA, the rural North Carolina campaign for her. You can roll your eyes at Harris courting GOPers by campaigning with Liz Cheney, but tapping Clinton as a rural voter whisperer in the part of the country arguably worse hit by his free trade agenda is lunacy. I'm not that into overreacting to every little move the campaign makes to court a swing voter. Whatever, it's October of election year. You love Republicans now, them's the breaks. But this one shocks me and makes me think actually they have no idea what they're doing. I think that they do know what they're doing, but what they're doing is at odds with what you would expect a competent party to do. They're sending Clinton out there for like older Republican voters, business owners, things like that don't give a fuck about NAFTA because they've already ridden out every single disaffected, disenfranchised white voter. They are just straight up. Look, their method is clear. If you watch what they're doing, if you watch their movements in this otherwise truncated campaign in such a short period of time, they have been laser focused on trying to win any fucking Republican vote, any suburban white vote that they possibly can that is not in any way, shape, or form related to labor. Like people that have generationally not been in the working class for extended periods of time. They're looking for Republicans. Okay? That's it. They are firmly committed. They're firmly committed to trying to get business owners on board. I think that's what it is. And this is probably a more successful method than fucking, bringing Liz Cheney or Dick Cheney up ever in that regard. It's all of the old leadership that you used to like when you were younger. They all like me, as opposed to the new leadership that you might feel some type of way about, Donald Trump. That's it. Who would have thought that a candidate who didn't need to win an open primary would be so politically inept? It doesn't matter. Like her not winning an open primary doesn't matter if she's like surrounded by at least somewhat competent people, but she's not. She's surrounded by the people that actually won the last primary and the last general election, Biden's team. They're just running the Biden method here. And as a black woman, I think it's hard for her to win the Biden voters by numbers that will push her across the finish line and defeat Donald Trump. Someone fell over behind JD Vance and seemed to be in some distress.
Kamala Harris built this platform behind us. That's what happened.
Nice. With Democrats morphing into the new Republican Party, can we expect the true left party to rise in its stead? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're just going to have complete fucking right-wing fascist dominance coming in the future. I don't think there's going to be a... Like, not even Republicans still like the Bush administration because of Iraq? Exactly. She's run further to the right than Biden did? Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Biden in 2020 is literally a dream at this point. Are you kidding me? Pro-immigrant, pro-immigration. I'm going to restore a pathway to citizenship. I'm going to fix DACA. I'm going to shut down the fucking concentration camps for kids. You fucking kidding me? That was Brandon. A lot of people forgot. Brandon said, first 100 days, Jack, put it on my table. I'm signing it into law. We're doing a fucking pathway to citizenship. That's what he said. Brandon also was Mr. Public Option. Weirdly enough, that was just a counter, a very successful way to just quiet down everybody talking about Medicare for all. Yeah. Politico is still, here's what Harris must do to seal the deal. Be more moderate. She's committed to a bipartisan government. Dude, here's what Harris needs to do to seal the deal. Drop out of the race and let Liz Cheney run, right? That way you show your true commitment to bipartisanship. Because remember, she has a bipartisan border policy, right? Well, guess what? It's not a bipartisan border policy. It was written by one of the most conservative Republicans in Senate from Oklahoma and features nothing that liberals normally would demand out of this regular push and pull that they do on immigration. And what's more bipartisan than letting Mitt Romney run? Drop out and let Mitt Romney run. After all, Trump is the gravest threat to American democracy. It's really fucked up. Aaron Sorkin vindication? Oh, for sure. For sure. We need a Romney-Cheney ticket. Mitt Romney needs to be at the top of the ticket. And Dick or Liz Cheney, fuck it. Make Dick Cheney VP again, dude. That's what I'm saying. I get the sense our only hope is getting more progressive seats in power. Otherwise, it seems like it's going to be an endless capitulation of the right-wing demands on the Dem side and accelerated fascism in the GOP. Feels really hopeless and scary as a person of multiple marginalized communities. Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Except AIPAC already cooked 2 seats. That was cool. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, let's listen to fucking Donald Trump. I want to hear Donald Trump on Andrew Schulz. Let's see what Let's see what my goat is saying.
Try to take you out.
So I'm going to give you some big breaking news, right?
Barron is 18. He's handsome. He's tall. He's rich.
He's got the whole ball.
He's unleashed in New York City. Are you sure you want to reverse Roe v. Wade now?
I'm going to make this country great again. It's not a great country right now.
It's always a great country.
See,
it's always a great country.
Okay, but I'm good with names, you know.
You are. Tampon Tim was good. Is
the
that?
problem with Tampon Tim, it's hard to say. There are some, like Comrade Kamala. It's a little hard to say. She's not bad, but when you put the names together, it's a little, you got to be able to pume.
So what do you think did it? That was the best dodge of a question. You know what I mean? You almost charmed us out of it.
And they know it's a lie. She lied about many things. And
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Flagrant. And today, this is the first time that we've been able to say this. We are sitting down with Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. This is awesome. We have a bunch of questions. We're very, very grateful for your time.
Okay.
I just became a dad. My buddy over there just became a dad, Mark.
Yep. That's
and
good.
Okay, so here's first question.
Great.
You have these children that are seemingly well-adjusted, successful, and I think most importantly, they appear to like you.
Yeah.
Okay.
They better.
I grew up in the, I grew up in the city, and there's a lot of people who had like very wealthy parents, and like the kids kind of resent them. They're almost like waiting for them to like die, and they end up in like rehabs,
Doing
and doing all
drugs,
this
God
other
knows
stuff.
what, yeah.
How do you raise them in the public eye where they, still become ambitious and successful?
So I do have good kids and 5 really wonderful children and different.
This is great content, and if you don't recognize this as great content, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Chat is getting in its own way once again. If you have any issues with this, like this is gonna be good.
Very different. Yeah, they are so different. But you know what?
And it has 2.7 million views in one day.
One thing that was in common that I did, I always used to say when I was with them or when they were leaving a room, I would drive them crazy. No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. I would say that.
Did you say that to Don Jr.?
Yeah, Don's a little wild. He's a wild.
Yeah, he does coke.
Yeah, he can be a little tough.
He told me a funny story.
Go ahead.
Okay. I talked to a bunch of people. I was trying to, prepare for this
Right,
interview.
right.
He told me a funny story. And he said to me, he goes, once he asked if he could have a couple of his friends over for New Year's. Was it New Year? No, it was July 4th.
Right.
On top of Trump Tower.
Right.
And you said yes. He's like, I want 5 friends. You're like, okay, I'm out of town. Go for it. He brings 200 people over to Trump Tower. Okay?
That's right.
Okay. He says that you weren't supposed to be there. You end up showing up. You hear some noise upstairs. You come up. You go, what the fuck is everybody doing here? Get the hell out of my house. He said he cleaned for the next 36 hours. And he said, to this day, you have never brought up that it even happened. And he said, I'm starting to believe it might not have happened. So
He said that's all it happened.
Can you give him closure?
No, it happened. No, I can never give closure. You can never forget. A lot of people like to forget things. You can't know. He's a good guy. And, he's taken a lot because he was always a good student. He went to the Wharton School of Finance, which is great, and he did well. But he went into the world of politics not because he wanted to, but because I was there, and I sort of automatically you drag the family in.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, what he had to go through with Russia. He goes, Dad, they're asking me questions about Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. What's going on? And all of a sudden, he's in front of grand juries. He's in front of Congress. It was a hoax. It was a total hoax.
Yeah.
This was a made-up hoax by crazy Nancy Pelosi and these, the maniacs. Hillary Clinton, who's totally nuts. And this went on for 2 years. And he'd always say, Dad, I know nothing about this stuff. And he'd go before the grand jury. And, Comey, you have Comey, who's the worst, just a bad guy.
Just the worst.
He went through a lot, and it actually made him tougher.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but he's a tough cookie, that one. And it made, in his case, it made him tougher. Ivanka did a great job. She didn't want anything. All she wanted to do was get people jobs. I would have made her the ambassador to the UN. I wanted to do that. I think she would have been.
What? I do think this is bad as a softball interview, man. You criticize it for other people you don't like. Why not Trump? Wait, what? Yeah, I know it's a softball interview. What the fuck are you talking about? We've moved past that point. Now is the time to see how normies are going to see Trump in an appealing fashion and what that might do for his election chances. Yeah. After the Theo Vaughn shit, I was like, bro, Donald Trump is getting humanized at an alarming rate for a lot of the low propensity voters out here in this entire fucking podcast circuit. At first, I was like, the Aiden Ross shit is it's neither here nor there. But having said that, since then, he's done a lot of these fucking media placements and he's cooking. He just comes across as very normal, which is it's definitely, I think it's definitely working. Yeah, his vibes are very 2016, witty, off the cuff, smooth. Yeah.
Been incredible, the whole aura.
In my opinion, it's bizarre that you interviewing a Yemeni teenager is considered outrageous and immoral, but clowns interviewing a monstrous war criminal is applauded. The West cesspool of hypocrisy. You don't need to agree with this take, but it's the truth. Oh, no, 100%. No, absolutely. I said this after the America Deserved 9/11 comment. I got banned for that. People fucking say Iran deserves a nuke every day. And you get elevated for saying things like that. It's because around these parts, we don't see people on your side of the world as fucking human beings. That's it. That's it. It's pure Western chauvinism. It is the underpinning of empire. It is the only way to keep up Western imperialism without ever considering the violence that we're dishing out.
She would have been great, but she didn't want that. She didn't, and that would have been a very glamorous position.
Yeah.
She would have been.
Did we forget that this man literally just said Haitians are eating cats and dogs? The fuck are we talking about? He sounds normal. He does. He sounds normal here. That's the problem. People forget that he said he's eating cats and dogs. Well, you know how people could remember that? If Kamala Harris actually launched a fucking counter messaging campaign against his anti-immigrant screeds. Like, yes, 2 days ago, this motherfucker said immigrants have bad genes that cause them to murder, dog. That was like not even a week ago. He said that. But especially in this day and age, in this media cycle, if one major group is not constantly hammering that point, people are going to forget. People are going to move past it. So take it up with them, not me. What do you want me to do? How much more can I fucking cover Trump's eugenics? People literally forget that there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour here. Okay? And I repeat that shit at the top of the hour every fucking hour. And people still forget. And then I tell them, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free. People forget that too. People forget that you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Been great there.
Surely in the interest of impartiality towards candidates, you would consider watching Kamala Howard Stern interview in full after this? Probably not. The less I watch Kamala Harris, the better it is for her chances, at least in this community. The more I watch Donald Trump, the better it is for Kamala Harris's chances in this community. Because when I watch Donald Trump, I'm going to shit on him. When I watch Kamala Harris, it makes me want to fucking kill myself in a video game.
All she did is go to see companies and hire people. She wanted, and she hired, I think it was like 10 million people, some incredible amount of people. She'd go to Walmart, she'd go to Exxon, she'd go to these big companies and see if she could get groups of people hired. And she loved doing it. It was great. And there was no glamour, there was no anything, but she got people jobs that made her
So
happy.
how do you instill the ambition in the kids? I think a lot of kids that grow up with wealth, they kind of are lazy and they feel like they have no direction in life. And a lot of times they turn to like drugs and other shit. How do you instill the ambition?
Well, you know, I've seen a lot of wealthy families where the kids are mostly don't work out too well. Some don't turn out to be bad kids, but they end up hating the father, or the father maybe wanted them in business. I mean, I have one father that's very competitive with his son. He's if the son were more successful than him, he would hate it. He would be unhappy. I said, "Are you crazy? It's supposed to be the other way around."
That's awesome.
My father was so proud of me. He was a successful guy.
Dog, your father bailed you out like 11 times. What are you talking about? And you still bankrupt the casino.
But my father wanted me to be more successful. I mean, he was so proud of all the things. I wish he could have seen what happened because we did things. But he was, you know, he's just a proud father.
What do you think?
And I think most fathers are that way. I hope that. But I've known many fathers that are very successful that didn't want that broke up over their son's success. If, you know, in the few cases where the son was more successful, which was very seldom, actually. You know, it's very seldom. You take people like in sports, because in sports you see it, because it's a microcosm of life, but it's quicker. And you'll take like the greatest golfers, and they'll have a son, and he'll be really good as a young, but they never supersede, almost, I can't think of any, they never supersede the father in terms of success. And in sports generally, baseball, you can go to a lot of different sports. And it really is a sort of a microcosm of life. But with life, it takes a lot longer to find out the end result.
to fruition.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we said you're a great father up top. First thing you say is, I've got great kids. You didn't take credit. And then your entire...
Glaze! Oh my God, bro. Take his dick out of your mouth. Take his dick out of your mouth. Oh my God. Wipe the cum off. Wipe the cum off before you speak. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Glaze!
Answer. I thought this was really cool. Your entire answer is about how great your kids are. That was a very cool thing.
Thank you. That's very nice. I think I like...
Ah! Oh that's so bad. That's so bad. Bro. That is, woo, buddy.
This interview. I think he's right. And by the way, congratulations. I hear your show is is crazy monster success.
We're doing pretty good. We're very we're interviewing presidents.
It's really good. And right in the middle of a campaign with only 29 days to go.
Yeah.
And you're taking up time.
Just to talk about your family.
Yeah, we're just complimenting
you know what it is? It's a different world out there. You guys and some others.
Yeah.
We had the standard television stuff for many years, and that's still, I think it's underrated now. I think it's still very important. But, but there's a whole new thing. Elon interviewed me on something.
Yeah.
And I think they said 275 million hits or listens.
That's a lot of people.
That was a record.
That's a nation. Yeah.
But it's a whole new, different way of
Can I ask you a question
getting the word out, right?
About Elon specifically, is he your favorite African American?
He's a piece of work, I'll tell you. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's obviously a brilliant guy.
Yeah.
I mean, when I saw the rocket engines come back, I said, what is that? Like a couple of years ago, I've seen rockets go up and then they crash into the water.
Yeah.
And I see the engines are coming back and they're landing.
It's unbelievable.
They're landing.
Dude, there's nothing that reminds me that I'm just like not living in the same plane of existence as these people than like the fucking relentless Elon glazing. Every time I hear people talk about him on like these terms, I'm just like, we are not on the same planet, dude. We just straight up are living in alternative realities, I think. I'm in a parallel universe. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Donald Trump himself has made fun of Elon. One of his greatest banger quotes was like, Elon would come to my fucking White House and suck me off. Like, is Elon your favorite African American? Is like, yeah, sure. Haha, it's funny. Okay. I've heard it a million times over. It's neither here nor there. But like, when they just start talking about how brilliant he is, I'm like, how? Like, there's no way you have to believe this. Like, there's no way you can believe this, right? Like, it just, oh my God. It makes no fucking sense. I hate that shit more than like thinking that Donald Trump is a good dad.
And they land on a raft in the middle of the ocean someplace with a little dot, and they land right on the top of the spot.
And my wife can't parallel park.
I know, most people can't. But no, he's great. But he's got a great heart. He was with me, as you know, on the other night.
Yeah.
And we were honoring a man who got killed at a rally, Corey, firefighter, great guy. And it was a beautiful evening. But Elon went out, and he loved the crowd. He loves the country.
Yeah.
And he's picked a side. A lot of people don't want to pick a side. I have a lot of people that are big supporters of me.
Yeah.
But they won't go all out. You know, they can't.
They're scared.
Quite.
There's a
They're
cost.
scared. Yeah. There's a cost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Major cost for being a supporter of the guy who was the former president. This is straight up fake victimhood nonsense that right-wingers ran on for so goddamn long, dude. It's the same shit. They did this in like 2016. Oh, we're the silent majority. It's like, bitch, you are not silent, okay? You should be. And you are not the majority either. Fuck. Yeah, this is also a good point. Trump admitting that there's a social cost to siding with him is pretty funny. Yeah, it just basically says like, it basically shows that he understands that he is like a repulsive individual in the eyes of many. I guess he sees that. He's a room reader, you know?
There is a cost, but there's also a liability. I mean, you know, some people, I respect it a lot when this guy was up there doing jumping jacks. You got to vote for Trump. You got to vote for Trump.
He was jumping high.
He was jumping high.
He looked quite African.
When he jumped, he's in good shape.
Oh, God.
I'm looking at his waist. I'm saying, wait a minute, does he work out or something? But he had a great time. And you know,
Wait, what? Trump saw his waist and said, does he work out or something? Oh my God. He did not think that. We saw the photos, dog. You can't lie. You look grossed out. He looked utterly repulsive.
He's not out that much. He's probably maybe a little, would you say he's a little recluse?
Get out of our country, you Turkish bum. I can hear it now and again. Trump champ. Please do not ban this guy, mods. I love this guy. They're just begging for a chance to be racist. Begging. Yeah. Dude. Donald Trump is so fucking intensely disliked. How does it make you feel that your fucking orange baboon of a candidate got fucking almost assassinated twice and it didn't even fucking move the polls remotely? Like, that's how much they despise him. And part of that is because of you. Okay? You are the reason. Because Donald Trump aside, because he's like somewhat charismatic and can be funny and human at times, even though he's a fucking charlatan and a psychopath, his supporters, his diehard supporters, are some of the most clueless, delusional, angry, fucking monstrous pieces of shit in every fucking village, town, municipality, state. You know when a Trump supporter is coming, okay? They stink. They got this fucking scent on them. They're just walking around angry all the time. Half the time they're imagining that there's like pedophiles around, even though they're not wrong. There is a pedophile there. It's usually the Trump supporter. Like, it's just gross. Y'all are fucking gross as shit. How does that make you feel? That anger and resentment that you have towards the liberal elites that have ruined your life. Like, you're ruining your life, man. Go take a shower. Take the fucking ugly ass Trump merch off. Take it off your body. Be normal. Stop reading shit on Facebook. Integrate yourself back into normal society, please. Jesus, Lord, mercy. Nasty ass motherfucker living in a parallel universe. It's moments like the Elon Musk jump that remind me that these people are just so fucking brain broken. Like when Elon Musk was jumping up and down and people were posting about him on Twitter, like, he's so sexy. He's so cool. I was like, damn, dude, these people have like deluded themselves so goddamn hard. They've deluded themselves so goddamn hard. They're just like looking at something that you normally with your lizard brain could react to in a certain way. Like everyone sees that and they're like, what? Ew, what the fuck? What are you doing? What are you, a child? Meanwhile, these guys are like, nah, he's sick. I ain't going nowhere, bitch. I ain't going nowhere. Friendly reminder. Damn, Elon Musk has blocked this link from being shown. They're like, yo, Trump. Trump is like, I saw. I was like, damn, do you work out? No, he did not think that at the moment. What a dork, dude. What a fucking loser he is.
Reclusive, possibly.
Yeah. He's also busy. He's got like 5 different
he's very
companies.
busy and maybe a little reclusive. Yeah. But he had the greatest time. He was saying, look at these people. We had 100,000, more than 100,000 people.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
It was a record. It was, nobody's ever seen. And it was really, it was a celebration of a life. And it was really a mega deal.
Yeah.
And he was a big MAGA person. His family was there. And 2 other people that were very badly hurt were also celebrated. They were very badly hurt. They weren't actually expected to live.
Yeah.
And they lived. And they had incredible doctors. Some of those country doctors are better than the big doctors that we spend a lot of money on. And they don't do as good. I will tell you right now. I don't want to knock anybody, but those country doctors saved 2 people because I was told that 3 would... No, think of that. 3... would be in trouble. And 3 were going to, now Corey immediately, but the other 2 were so bad that they thought they wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
And those country doctors, they pulled them together. They did a great job.
Okay, so you're going back into this place where, you know, there was this assassination attempt.
You can also tell, like, again, his resentment for anyone that doesn't immediately live in New York or Miami, Florida, is so apparent. He's like, those country doctors, you know, they're veterinarians, basically. They're working on animals for the most part. He is such a fucking elitist, dude.
They hit you. Headshot.
Yeah.
You survive.
That, like, straight up, imagine Kamala Harris saying some shit like that, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. They would be fucking, they'd be like, wow, Kamala Harris, bi-coastal elitist, talking about how country doctors can't. There'd be like a Republican TikTok campaign of like every anti-vaxxer nurse across the planet, every anti-vaxxer nurse across the continental United States, fucking doing TikTok dances being like, country girls make do, country doctors make do.
Yeah. It was not a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
Ear looks
scared?
better, by the way.
No, I'm not scared. You know, I have an attitude. It's interesting. It's sort of, it is what it is. Does that make any sense to you guys? You know, you do what you have to do. I felt it was important to go back. A lot of people, I guess, agreed with me because it was over 100. I think they said 108,000 people in the end. That's a lot of people.
Super Bowl.
And I had no guitar. You know, if you have a guitar, it's easy. When you don't have a
I
guiar,
thought you said Qatar.
I have guitar. I do have that. They like me very much, but I don't have a guitar.
Yeah, you have the guitar. Yes.
So anyway, but that was amazing. It was amazing. I mean, no, I like it when somebody like Elon, who has a lot to lose, is willing to do what's right.
Yeah.
Some people know it's right to do, and I'm not just talking about endorsements and all, but they don't want to do things because they're.
They don't want it to cost them opportunities
the word
in the
is
future.
they want to be politically correct, and
Yeah.
actually they're doing a bad thing. I think for themselves and for a lot of people they may represent.
Okay, opening line when you walk out there.
Right.
I mean,
I was wondering what you were going to say, and as a comedian, you can seize the moment.
Yeah.
And
I think he was a hell of a comedian, by the way.
I appreciate
That's
that.
what the word is.
So I hear you.
I don't watch.
I hear, I see the video, and you go up there and you go, as I was saying.
Right.
Crowd goes fucking berserk, or what?
They went, I would say, crazy.
Yeah.
And I wasn't
Biggest
sure.
pop you've experienced?
Yeah, I'll tell you how, you have this as a comedian, or even not as a comedian, just when you make a speech or you make some very serious statement.
Yeah.
So we're at a very serious and somber thing
Event,
because
yeah.
we're celebrating a life that is no longer with us. And I wasn't sure whether or not that thing, I had it in my mind for a long time. Once I said I'm going back, which I wanted to go back immediately, I wanted to actually finish my speech, okay? When I got up, I said, let me finish my speech. But I'm surrounded by like 8 very...
No, you didn't. You said, where are my shoes? I need my shoes.
Large, strong
Yeah.
men and a very wonderful woman. You saw that.
Yeah.
But I'm surrounded by guys. They said, sir, no way, go. And I have blood pouring down, but I really wanted to finish my speech. I said, I think I had like 50,000. I had a lot of people there.
Yeah.
And, when I went down, it was sort of like embarrassed. I said, I went down in front of all these people. That was my first thing. I don't want to be embarrassed.
You were embarrassed that you went down after being shot?
Of course. Well, you weren't exactly sure what the hell was happening at first,
But also, you came back up with the fist raise. That's one of the hardest pictures.
I did, but I was also,
Did you hear them?
Glaze! Oh my God! Oh my God, bro! Jesus Christ! Every time this man speaks, oh my God! It was one of the hardest pictures, bro. It was one of the hardest pictures, bro. I swear. God damn. How is he outflanking Andrew on this? That's his fucking specialty. That's crazy that Yo, you go on Flagrant and you are outflanking Andrew Schulz on glazing the fucking guest, no matter who it is. That's crazy.
Say he's down, or were you just
so
like?
when I got hit, I assume that it's funny.
Is it?
When I was down there, it is sort of strange, I guess. Now it's a little bit, we can smile a little bit, but not really, because the 3 guys, 1 killed, two very badly.
Yeah.
But when I went down, I had total realization. It wasn't a surreal. You know, they talked about a surreal. That could be a surreal experience, like when something happens, some traumatic thing happens. People they lose focus. They have no idea where they are. I've heard many people where that happens. Something.
Okay,
My son Don told me, actually.
I'm bored of the fucking assassination story. It didn't happen. It's not real. It's AI image. Everybody knows it. All right, move on.
Great shooter. So is Eric. They're great shooters. They're like better than Scratch. Okay, if you use
yeah.
And they say it's amazing because it was 130 yards. To me, that sounds like far away, but it's not. For shooting, it's not. He said that would be like sinking a 1-foot putt for just a decent shooter.
Wow.
And I don't know if you guys are shooters, but they said if you're a shooter, it's almost impossible to miss. It's that close. It's really considered that close. I mean, 300, 400, 500 yards is very doable, but this is supposed to be very close. And so he said, I think Don became more religious, actually. You want to know that had a
yeah, okay, dude. Sure, bud.
big impact. He said it's impossible. The doctor, actually, when I got to the hospital, they were fantastic. Butler Hospital. I get there, and the doctor greeted me and he looked at me and looked it over. He said, "You are the luckiest man I've ever met."
Wow.
He said, "You should immediately go out and buy a lotto ticket." Can you imagine? He's telling me to buy a lotto ticket. There's blood all over the place. Yeah. And he said, "I've been doing this for 25 years." He said, "I've never seen a thing like this."
Wow.
Because it's just whacked it, but it was something that was, relatively not so bad compared to what could have happened. So I feel very lucky. It was an amazing experience, a horrible experience in most ways. In some ways, it was beautiful because I was somehow, I hopefully Corey's protected too, who's the firefighter, and he's in a good place, maybe a better place than we're in here, because this world is a little bit on the tough side. But it was an amazing experience.
Do you feel like a increase in your spirituality after something like
Well, maybe, especially when I'm hearing from people that do shoot and are good at it, that it was almost impossible to miss from, like a 1-foot putt.
You start to
very
believe.
hard. You got to miss it. That's a bad putt, right? Yeah. He equated it to a 1-foot putt. When they say that, I say, wow, that's so, you're saying, they said a bad shooter would hit you from that distance 100% of the time.
Wow.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And here I am. We're doing this wonderful interview with 4 geniuses that are hot as pistols, right? Good hearing this guy.
Likewise, sir.
Pretty good stuff you got. So anyway, but here we are.
Who do you think tried to take you out?
So I'm going to give you some big breaking news, right?
Love that.
Because I know the kind of show and it's entertainment, but it's also very serious. I mean, I get the whole picture. And you know what? If it was just funny stuff, you wouldn't have the success you've got, to be honest with you, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to intersperse it, but I'll give you something. So, first of all, I have great respect for the Secret Service. And the guys that were with me, I went down and I did a good job going down because those bullets were winging over my head. If I would have been up for another couple of seconds, I also wouldn't have been here. But I didn't consider that as lucky as turning to the right at that it was like 1/16 of a second was the only time that I was safe, essentially. Right. If I would have gone a little further, I would have been hit. If I would have gone not as far, I would have been hit. I mean, I had like this little tiny moment. And the amazing thing is the sign is always on my left and it's always at the end.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Who does Trump think tried to get him? Okay, that's a good question.
And I only use it because you have this shooter and you have the shooter. So you have this shooter and you have another shooter, right? So this shooter had 3 or so cell phones. The FBI
You know what's really funny? Under normal circumstances, the primary victim is probably one of the more knowledgeable people that you can go to ask about like additional information that you might not have been privy to. But Donald Trump is such a serial liar that immediately when he starts talking about like the shooter or what their background is, I immediately am like, there's no way what he's saying is truthful. Like, I just caught myself. As soon as he started talking about the cell phones or whatever, I was like, oh, he's going to lie. I don't even know if he's actually lying here, but I'm so used to him just like lying about every basic fact about every single thing that immediately I'm like, oh, he's probably going to lie here. It's a funny situation.
Guy's never gotten them opened.
Wow.
The other shooter, 3 apps, they call them. And I believe they were foreign-based apps, from what I understand.
What, probably Telegram? Yeah, he was in fucking Ukraine.
Oh, wow.
They haven't opened them, and they're foreign-based. And, you know, you hear all about Iran, because I was rough with Iran, but I want to see Iran do great. I want to see Iran do great.
Yeah.
But I want to stop all the killing and all this. And I was rough on Iran, and they supposedly have a hit on me. In fact, I think it takes great courage for you people to be interviewing me, because it could be now, you know.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know that before we got in here.
No, if you would have known that, you might not have done this.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, this is a good way of me getting the interview to be shorter. Exactly. All of a sudden, he's going to say, you know, okay, that's it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Go see my daughter.
Anyway, they have 3 apps, and foreign-based, 2 of them, maybe 3 of them are foreign-based. They haven't opened them yet. Why wouldn't you open them when you hear about Iran or when you hear about, you know, foreign? Then the other one had 6 cell phones, and they haven't opened. Now, you know, it's very hard to open a cell phone. Only Apple can do it in theory, unless you have somebody. But they had no problem getting the J6 people's cell phones open. They opened their cell phones very quickly. You know, we have 2 countries in a way. What's happening here is very bad. It's very dangerous. We almost had one, because I had the greatest economy in the history of our country, and people were coming together. We almost had one. But we really do have 2 right now, and it's a shame, because I think we'll get them together. Success will bring us together. But they should get those phones opened. And, you know, when there's an assassination attempt on a former president who's now, I'm proud to say, leading in all the polls against the Democrat, I don't know which one is running. You know, you don't know what the hell's going on. I'm the only one that had to run against 2. I run against 2 Democrats. But this is a first. We create a lot of firsts. Usually you run against somebody. Here I run. I had the debate. I was way up on him. Yeah. And then they say, oh, let's put some. This is like with Dana White, a fighter. So you're fighting, and the one guy's getting killed. And they say, oh, that's okay. Let's put in another fighter to finish it off. Okay. And you're fighting. You say, hey, wait a minute. I have a brand new fighter in here.
WWE.
I spent $150 million on beating Biden. And then all of a sudden, I hear that they're going to overthrow him. It was a coup. I mean, it really was. But I would like them to open up these apps and find out what's in there. And so he had six cell phones. Who has 6 cell phones? Mm-hmm. Having 6 cell phones is weird. I have cell phones. If I ever have 2, it's like a lot. Yeah. He had 6 cell phones. Why does he have them? And why haven't they opened up those cell phones?
So if you had to
and
guess.
It's different. You know, if you're a drug dealer, I think it's terrible in many ways, but I guess from another standpoint, Apple, the primary group, people buy those phones because they will never open them for any reason. But they got them open on J6. You know, they opened up their phones, but they don't open. And this is big stuff. This is an assassination attempt, and it could involve other countries. Right?
There was that San Bernardino shooter that they hacked. The FBI was able to hack into the phone. Apple didn't give it up, but they were able to hack in.
Some people in the world, very few, that have an ability to sometimes be able to hack in.
Got it.
Very rarely, actually.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing when you think that with all the genius, you almost can't do it. But Apple has a key, and the key is open. I mean, they can do it immediately. Yeah. But they don't do it, and they don't do it, and that's one of the reasons that, like, I hate to say it, drug lords feel very confident that they'll never be exposed, and they use their cell phones, their Apple phones, and maybe it's that way with other companies. I don't know. They have Samsung. They have other companies. But it's very hard. Apple's very strong on that. But when it comes to the assassination of a president, leading candidate, former president, all that, I think the rules have to go out, and they have to open those things, and they have to find out. And
in terms of national
some
security,
people would say
you
you have to either punish Apple or you have to get somebody that can do it. But in terms of national security, so the one guy has 6 phones, lots of messages to people. Who are those people he's calling when he's hiding behind a bush?
So if you had to guess, I'm sure obviously you've thought about this a lot. It's an assassination attempt. If you had to guess, who do you think is responsible?
These are great questions. What the hell?
Okay, reverse glaze. Okay, he got what he wanted. Trump is so good at making you feel important. He's so good at, like, on these interviews, like, you understand, he is a glad handler. No, it's not a eh. No, 100%, dude. He always does this shit. Dude. He is a con man through and through. This is con man behavior, okay? He is a narcissistic con man, and he is so good after years and years of fucking wheeling and dealing. He's so bad at business, but he's very good at just like, oh, these questions, they're so good. He did this with like Theo Vaughn too, you know? Yeah, what are we talking about? He conned a nation, dude. That's peak, okay? And he still continues to do so. I'm sorry. If you think that he is not a successful con man, I don't know what to tell you. He literally conned like tens of millions of Americans into thinking that he gives a single solitary shit about them when it is so obvious he does not. Okay? And he's not like a particularly smart individual either.
I don't get these questions from the fake news.
Yeah. Rosie O'Donnell's not asking
like
this.
Deface the Nation. They have the woman on Brennan. She's on Deface the Nation. She was terrible with the way she handled J.D. Vance, who did a great job the other night.
He did do a great job.
But I don't get questions like that. Did you ever hear of the show? Deface, ladies and gentlemen, it's Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. It's called Face the Nation. They hate me.
Yeah, he loves his little jokes. It's called Deface. It's called Face the Nation. But you see what I did there? I call it Deface the Nation. Oh, he loves God, his little jokes, man. Explaining his joke.
They spend millions of dollars.
They would name a show that?
Oh God. Oh, gross. That's gross. Glaze! You did not think it's that funny. God damn. Have some self-respect, dude. You got some cummies in that mustache. Wipe it off, Andrew.
Oh, I see. You didn't hear of it. That's good. They spend millions of dollars on the name CBS. Yeah. And then I come along and I say it's Face the Nation.
Okay, he's still explaining it. Come on.
Yeah.
Or Meet the Fake Press. Yeah. Meet the Press.
You're good at this.
I say Meet the Fake Press.
Yeah.
Oh, he thinks this is genuine. Trump is reading this as genuine enthusiasm. Oh, God. This is so stupid. It's like, wow, oh, tell me more, Mr. President.
Spend all this money, and then I say it once, and it goes to millions of people. Yeah. But no, they are fake. But some of these questions are much better.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm honored.
Much better.
You still haven't answered, though.
That was the best dodge of the question.
That's your second best dodge in your life.
You almost charmed us out of it.
Trying to get out of it.
All right, fair enough.
Well, look, if you look at assassinations or attempts, first of all, you realize I'm in a very dangerous business.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because 1/10, think of this, 1/10 of 1% of auto races die.
Yep.
Bull riders, I think that's pretty dangerous, right?
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, but I think I wouldn't want to be on one of those suckers.
No. Yeah.
I see them flying off and the hoof is like an inch from the eye, and when it hits the eye, you're gone,
Game
right?
over. Yeah.
And they are it's about the same. 1/10 of 1%.
Yeah.
They're laughing at him, not with him. He's reading it as they're laughing with him. But the real reason why they're laughing is because they're laughing thinking about their bank accounts, okay? They're like, oh my God, we got a fucking softball interview with Donald Trump. We are going to do such insane numbers, okay? Which they did. 2 million views in a matter of a 24-hour time frame. It's pretty good.
And other things. It's never much more than that. That's sort of maxed out, I think. You know, race car drivers, bull riders, I think that's pretty much tough.
Yeah.
UFC fighters, it's none. You know, I don't think anyone's ever actually...
Not in UFC. In MMA or boxing,
Maybe.
unfortunately,
It
there
must
was
be.
those tragic events. Yeah.
Amazingly, boxers die a lot. But UFC, Dana tells me it's a safe sport. I say, to me, it's much rougher. But, you know, it's pretty amazing. They've never, in UFC, they've never lost. And they run a great operation. Nobody's died. But with presidents, it's like a substantial percentage.
Way higher than we realize.
When you look at Lincoln and Kennedy and this and that. I mean,
attempts,
you go
Reagan.
through McKinley.
Yep, Garfield.
You look at a lot of people. I'm in a very dangerous
business.
Profession.
Yeah.
I call it a profession.
Yes.
A dangerous profession.
I like that.
I'm sitting with you guys. You have a very nice, safe life. Me? Yeah. So, no, if you said 5%.
I think he called us soft.
No,
Yeah,
but think
I'm fine
of
with
it.
that.
Yeah, but think of it. 5%.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's high.
That's a lot.
I think even the attempts is something like
Attempts?
25%.
Yeah.
Of
Attempts
presidents have had
is getting
attempt.
into really
It's crazy.
numbers. So people don't think of that. You know, you run and you see, and then you win, and you're down Pennsylvania, and you're looking at everything. So you're in a
that's the danger
dangerous
starts,
profession. And so it's one of those things. I was saying before, though, that, you know, I do a thing called a weave. And there are those that are fair that say, this guy is so genius. And then others would say, oh, he rambled. I don't ramble. If I start a story, what you do is you weave things and you do it. You have to have certain things. You need an extraordinary memory because you have to come back to where you started.
Yes.
You always, a weave is only good
They
if
don't
you
give
come
you credit
back.
for that.
Yeah, it's true.
That you could go all the way over here and then
I
get
can
back.
go so far here or there, and I can come back to exactly where I started. Now, someday when you don't come back to where you started,
You're Biden.
then you say, no, but the weave is the way. When you're telling, like a story, I was telling a story at a rally the other day in front of thousands of people, and I started off, and then
You were weaving them up.
something in the story, I actually mentioned Air Force One. It was Air Force One was there. So I mentioned Air Force One, and then I said how I got $1.6 billion off the price of Air Force One. So, but then you have to come back to the story. Where was Air Force One taking you? So anyway, I do a weave. I call it the weave. And some people think it's so genius, but the bad people, what they say is, you know, he was rambling. Yeah. It's not a ramble. There's no rambling.
This is a
with
weave.
It. This is a weave. I call it the weave. Good name. I'm not sure. That's another name. We had fake news. We came up with lots of names.
Yeah.
But the weave is, I think we should make the weave a part of that stable.
Yeah, you really weaved away to answering my question twice.
That's brilliant.
So
I don't even want to know the answer anymore.
I lost interest.
We'll weave back. Let's weave back to his question. Because this is where it started. So
I'm not going to lie. I don't even think he's dodging the question expertly. I think that's just how his brain works. I don't even think he's like demonstrating expertise. I think he's just a rambler. Dude, no, you just can't comprehend the weave. Dude, listen. I am reminded of the time when Trump did a Michigan rally, which was supposed to be a town hall, with Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and a UAW worker came on stage. This was a couple weeks ago. UAW worker very clearly asked a question that is a layup for Donald Trump. Mr. Trump, how will you help the auto industry? Mr. Trump's answer, like right out the gate, was nuclear warming. Nuclear war. There is no discernible, decipherable reason for why Donald Trump dodged that question. He wasn't weaving. He's just that guy. He's just like that.
weave back to it. I sort of hate answering it because I don't want to give any false identities. I don't want to do anything having to do with creating.
You literally explain it in the same way, right?
Proliferation, which is a very big problem, bigger problem than global warming, a much bigger problem than global warming in terms of the real world. That would be a great thing.
But just insane how his mind works.
Of justice.
And you know exactly how his mind
father's
works
devil.
because there's zero filter. And when I say zero filter, I don't mean like Trump is a truth teller, like he's unfiltered. I mean literally he does not process what is coming out. Like words, it's like a word cloud. Donald Trump is literally like a word cloud machine. Okay? He's just like, smart. I am smart. I read books. Cognitive ability. I'm the best. Russia is good, but also bad. Who cares?
Do you read your written brief?
I do. I read a lot.
I wasn't a baby, dude. It's the same mic, but a different condenser. That's it. God damn. Shut up, chat.
Something that isn't there. You would look at Iran. Iran has an open threat out for me, and that's bad. And Biden, if he were a real president, if he were
back when my boy was broke, now we up. Yep, all the way up.
The kind of guy he should be. Should say, if anybody shoots a former president who's now the leading candidate, even though he's leading against Democrats, we will bomb that country into oblivion. And it would stop. And that's been said before with some people. You know, there have been people, I won't go into it, but there have been people that have been threatened in another party even. In the same party, it makes sense and probably happens pretty quickly. But in another party, you know, it's hard for them to
cross the line.
To want to protect me, but it shouldn't be hard. Other people have protected other people. And what you have to inform those people is if they do it, the country will be blown to smithereens. The entire country will be blown to smithereens. And those threats go away, because that's a really bad threat for a country. Forget about me, I'm an individual, but I represent something very important. That's a really terrible threat. So, I mean, there are others that could be in that category. Look, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China at a level that no president took in anything. I had tariffs on China, took in hundreds of billions of dollars. They're still there. That without me, they wouldn't have those tariffs on. So you could say, but no, I think Iran would be the one.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second, because we got to shout out the great.
It was tough with other countries, but I got along very well with them. But, you know, we were like a pussycat. We were ripped off by every nation in the world, and some of the worst rippers were our so-called allies, people that countries that we supposedly get along with us with, but they're the ones that took advantage of us on trade at a level like, you know, I mean, I ended some of the dumbest trade deals I've ever seen and made them much better for the country. I mean, what difference does it make? I took a terrible trade deal, would make it a good trade deal. But like Japan, I redid the trade deal. South Korea, I did the trade deal. The deals. I went to Abe of Japan. I said, Shinzo, he was assassinated. He was as you probably know, he was incredible, great man. He was a great leader for the people. They loved him. I said, Shinzo, look.
They literally, okay, no. After he got assassinated, the country was like, actually, that was good that happened, and we should listen to the assassin's demands.
We can't do this. The trade deal is so bad. We're friends, but I have to renegotiate the trade deal. And he said to me, I knew that would happen. I said, why did you know? Because you.
So a lot of people who hate the country they're in to have their country destroyed. Smart. Sounds like a way to give crime lords sway over the country. Do this or else. What? I can't even tell. When people write like this, I can't tell if it's like a hog or like a Democratic hog.
You're right. It's so one-sided.
Wow.
It's like he said, I knew you'd catch us. But they went through many presidents where Japan was, as an example, they'll send us millions of cars. We're not allowed to send them any. They send us their farm product. We were sending them practically nothing. It was like a one-way. Everything was one way. And by the way, virtually every. China was the worst, but there were many countries almost as bad. The European Union was almost as bad, in my opinion. You know, it sounds nice. Oh, the European Union is so nice. They were ruthless in their trading. And I said to Angela Merkel, how many Chevrolets do we have in the middle of Berlin? Why? I don't believe any. I said, you're right. And yet we take in all of that. We take in Mercedes-Benz and BMW, and we take in all of this Volkswagen. We're taking in all of these millions and millions of cars. I say, how many American cars are in the middle of Munich or Berlin? And the answer is none. And I had things change around. So, you know, you could say, I think that the answer would be, at this moment, Iran. And I think they could catch him. And if we had a real president, which we don't have a real president. We have a man that is grossly inept. And it's very dangerous because these guys are all at the top of their game. When you talk about President Xi and you talk about any one of the leaders in the world, Macron, and he's a smart guy. He's all for France. I mean, he would take the shirt off your back if you didn't know what you were doing.
So when you're with these guys, are these guys all sharks?
Yeah.
And you can sense the energy immediately?
Yeah, not all of them, but some of them aren't sharks in terms...
How are you assessing personality?
Victor Orban. That's my goat.
I can tell you, like...
great.
Modi, India.
Yeah.
He's a friend of mine. He's great.
India.
He's the nicest...
India.
Yeah.
This is for you.
Oh, good. Well, I'll tell you. Do you like him or not?
Yeah.
Do you like him?
I have family on both sides of it.
Okay,
I have
well,
family
let
that
me
loves
tell-
everything and family
I'll just
that's
tell
not.
you, though. You need him. I know. Well, they had, you know, before him, they were replacing him every year. It was very unstable. He came along.
He's in a lot
and
for
he's great. He's a friend of mine. But on the outside, he looks like he's your father. He's the nicest, total killer.
What do you think of Modi? I don't know. What do you think I think of Modi? Indian Adolf Hitler? Yeah, no, I don't like him. Yeah, no, not a fan.
Because I asked him.
Yeah.
We're talking. They did a thing called Howdy Modi in Houston, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
And they filled up the stadium. It was me and him. We filled up the stadium. It was beautiful. Like,
no matter how many so sorry videos I watch where they draw them all cutesy and shit, still Indian Adolf Hitler. Not a fan.
80,000 people was going crazy. And we're walking around today. Maybe I wouldn't be as, maybe you wouldn't do that. But we're walking in the middle, waving to everybody. Anyway, but we have a very good relationship. He's the nicest human being. But we had a couple of occasions where somebody was threatening India. I said, let me help. I'm very good.
I actually really wanted to hear your thoughts on his uneven trade deal comment with the EU. He's talking about, I think he's talking about NATO security contracts that he re-examined, that where he demanded that like NATO nations give more, like put more money in themselves and not simply rely on American defense. And that's it. And basically what ended up happening is, after considering that as the most anti-NATO position you could arrive at, the Democrats followed through on that. They never even changed that policy.
Good with those people. Let me help. I will do it. I will do it. And I will do anything necessary. We've defeated them for hundreds of years.
Wow.
He was talking about a certain country. Okay?
Yeah.
You can probably guess the country.
Yeah. Can't fathom which.
Do you know the country?
Yeah.
But I said, whoa, what happened there? What happened? So, no, they're all tough and they're all smart. And some are very good people. He's a good person. There's some are good people and some aren't good people. But they're all at the top of their game. And we have her, who is, you know, now more important than him, I guess, although he's still president of this country. And we're talking about nuclear war. And he's not capable. He doesn't even know what it is. He said yesterday, when they talked about should they hit Iran's nuclear, no, you shouldn't do that. I said, no, it's sort of just the opposite. Because the nuclear is the biggest threat we have in the world today. It's not global warming where the oceans are rising 1/8 of an inch in the next 500 years.
Right.
The threat that we have, the biggest threat is nuclear war.
Yeah.
You seem concerned about that.
I am, because it only takes one. I am.
Very true.
There are 5 countries now that have capability, and soon they'll have more, and we shouldn't let there be more. And I was at a point very good, despite the...
Yeah, which is why I ripped apart the Iran denuclearization agreement. that was Barack Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishment simply because Israel wanted me to do so. Like, I shit on Barack Obama quite a bit. That, unironically, was his signature foreign policy accomplishment. That and normalizing relations with Cuba. And Donald Trump came in and was like, Israel doesn't like this. I'm cutting it out. And it's so funny that, like, yeah, that deal took years to make. Yes, it is a deal that that had European partners working on it for decades. And he was like, "Yep, nope, fuck that." Why are you pro-Iran not having deterrence? I'm on board with normalizing relations with Iran. If they don't build nukes, that's fine. Like, ultimately, I don't have an issue with Iran having nukes. Okay, I know that this is going to come across as like a fucking crazy thing for me to say. In this day and age, if you want to be a sovereign state, you got to have nukes. You know, this is the HasanAbi nuke doctrine. Okay, same goes for Ukraine. Big fuck up for Ukraine, giving up the nukes. Don't give up the nukes. Do I got to run the HasanAbi doctrine back? The reality is no one should have nukes, okay? No one. But in this day and age, you give up the nukes, you're fucked. You don't have nukes. You literally just said you didn't want him to have them, so nice save with the HasanAbi doctrine. Yeah, I'm saying that if it meant stopping your nuclear program that would have inevitably normalized relations with Iran for the rest of the world instead of crippling sanctions, and Iran said yes to it, then yeah, I'm on board. That's it. What do you want me to do? Behave like a fucking Redditor and be like, excuse me, Ayatollah, you're making a big mistake, sir. You should continue with your nuclearization program. Like, the fuck?
The Russia hoax. It was a total hoax, and we were totally exonerated and everything else. I could have told them that the first day, but that causes, a lot of problems.
Yeah.
A lot of problems, and they're a big nuclear power. We were close to a deal for getting rid of nuclear weapons. It would be so good.
For all countries or just Russia?
We were talking about Russia, ourselves, and China.
Oh, wow.
And we would then bring everyone else into it. And
so
I also personally think, like, Israel, again, demonstrating hubris. Again, Israel thought they could just keep assassinating everyone that is a part of the Iranian nuclear program, and even others who are not even a part of, like, enriching uranium or whatever. And that is the way that they would be able to stop Iran from developing nukes, developing nuclear warheads. Now, that might be wrong. That might prove to be wrong. If you ask the American State Department, they say Iran is 3.5 seconds away from having a nuke every goddamn week. So, yeah, I think that diplomacy would have probably been a better way to do it. But the reason why Israel didn't want it is because they don't want normalization with Iran. Okay? They do not want any normalization with Iran whatsoever. And that is precisely the reason why they told Barack Obama, shut the fuck up. What are you doing? That's why Benjamin Netanyahu came and spoke in front of the U.S. Congress when Barack Obama facilitated the Iran denuclearization agreement.
Strongly.
You all would get rid of your nuclear capabilities.
Denuclearize, yes. We were going to get rid
Totally
of
denuclearize.
nuclear because it's too powerful.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah.
My uncle, Dr. John Trump, was
Country doctor.
Yeah, Dr. John Trump. Well, he was a nuclear doctor, actually. He was at MIT. He's the longest-serving professor at MIT. He passed away, great guy. He was a brilliant guy, a brilliant scientist. And he used to tell me, he said, a long time ago, he'd say, Donald, someday it's very dangerous. Somebody will be able to carry a small briefcase into a building in New York and blow up the entire city.
Oh, wow.
I said, you gotta be kidding me, Uncle John. That will never happen. He was like a really brilliant guy. He was there for, I think, 41 years. He's the longest serving professor in the history of MIT.
Oh, wow.
So when I understand physics and when I understand things well, they say, how come there's good genetics. You know, I'm a believer. Are you guys believers in that? Were your parents funny? Were they comedians?
Yeah, my mom's.
Oh my God, he's gonna do this is my favorite Trump take. This is one of my favorite rare Trump takes, okay? He's gearing up for it. He's gonna say, because his uncle is so brilliant, he's also brilliant. But he doesn't want to say it directly. So he's just being like, oh, you're funny, right? Your parents are funny. That's me and my uncle. Osmosis. It's in the genetics. It's in the genes.
Side was is Scottish and
Fellow Scottish, yeah.
Scottish women tend to be.
You know,
pretty-
my mom.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
And she was great.
Which is that where you get your humor
Yeah,
from?
well, I tell you what, England at the time, they fought them for 1,000 years trying to get them under toe. They couldn't
England, as they call it.
do it.
Couldn't do it.
They're very tough. That reminds me of my mother, come to think of it. Now, my mother was a
It's so funny to fucking make the Scottish come out to be like Irish. Like, no disrespect to the Scots that despise England, but like, historically speaking, I don't think that the Scottish behaved in a similar fashion to the Irish. Yeah. I feel like they were more willing participants of the process. Then what is Braveheart? It might surprise you to learn that Dr. John Trump is not the longest tenured professor at MIT. Did you know Scots are overrepresented in both the Royal Army and the police force? Wow, I'm shocked. I had no idea.
My mother was great. She was Stornoway.
Yeah.
The Hebrides, right? That's, that's really serious Scottish.
Yeah.
But she was great. But it is true, when you see Braveheart, that was one of many times, for hundreds of
Did you watch
years.
that with your mom?
To be fair to the Scottish, the pathway was a little bit easier. Like, when you have the worst parasitic force, the worst historic parasitic force at the time, right there on top of you, it's going to be difficult to resist for extended periods of time. That's, that is, I think, the most significant aspect of the difference between the Scottish domination, like the colonial domination of Scotland versus Ireland.
By any chance?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to. I'll tell you, I saw Braveheart. I think Mel Gibson is a very good guy. I've met him.
Oh, they are. They literally. Oh, dude. Chat will be like, Trump is such a dumbass, and then Trump is just repeating Chat's exact same talking points earlier. Scotland, Mel Gibson, he's a great guy. I love Braveheart. I'm brave like him.
A number of times, good guy. But I'll tell you, that was super Mel Gibson in his prime.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I was on a plane, and there was absolutely nothing to do. It was one of these planes that you couldn't make calls, you couldn't do, and they had tapes.
That's all planes for us.
And they showed me they showed me, sir, we have 20 tapes. And I looked at the tapes, and they were all, and this was like 20 years after it was made. This was probably 6 years ago. I never saw Braveheart.
Okay.
And
Oh, wow.
they showed me a tape. I say, all right, let's put that one on. And within about 4 minutes, I said, this may be the greatest movie I've ever seen.
Incredible. It's incredible.
Within 4 minutes.
No, I'm a Braveheart fan. But you've seen it.
Oh, dude, I saw it with my mom. She was emotional for like a week.
I wish I saw it with my mother. But it was great.
Was that your Braveheart moment, like after getting shot when you stood up?
No.
Freedom.
You don't think of that in those moments. You do what you do.
Yeah, thank God you weren't thinking about Mel Gibson.
Nah, but he's good. But he was when he in prime time, he was great.
Unbelievable.
I mean, at that, his look, his way, you couldn't have had a better guy playing it. But that was a great movie. So, but it is true, England, and at the time, for 1,000 years, I mean, they'd have the battles with thousands or once a thousand, and they run at each other. Tell me that. You think that takes guts? They run at each other.
I think so.
Knowing they're going to pretty much die, right?
The Roman army built walls to keep out the Scottish when they were up in England.
Yeah. They were afraid of the Scottish.
They were afraid.
The Scottish people, they're tough people. They're good people. Actually, they're very great people, but they're good fighters.
But your mom was funny.
She was funny, yes.
That's what I hear. I hear
she had a great sense of humor, and my father loved my mother. You know, they were married for...
Yeah. Polar opposites, though?
Yeah, my father was German.
Serious,
but good. He was a tough guy, but he had a good heart. When he walked down the street, and they would say we could walk down the street, he would always give something to... If there was somebody that had problems, he used to have the can and a pencil, the can out. My father would always put $100 in that thing. Oh, wow. He'd always do it. Now, he had a tremendous heart, but he was a tough guy. He was tough. He was just like no nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
It was firm. My mother was a woman, and I don't know how your mother felt, but she loved the Queen. Don't forget, the Queen was, the Queen was great. Oh, would she have liked... Because the Queen honored me before she died.
Really?
She honored me as the president.
And that's why they killed her. My mother was a woman. Wow. My mother was a woman. Wow, Mr. President. Brilliant. The Queen honored me, so they killed her. So they killed her. They killed her dead. You won't believe it. They don't want the Queen to honor me as president.
In Buckingham Palace. And there's nobody that does it like the English. There's nobody that has that, the pomp and ceremony. But my mother would love that. Your mother, so did she feel strong?
So what happened to that fucking Scottish revolutionary tendency there? So your mother would have loved the Queen honoring you? My mother was a woman. Dude, he's insane, dude. He's just lost in the sauce. He doesn't know what time it is. He doesn't know there's a 3-minute ad break coming. He doesn't know he could avoid those ads by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
Only about like the royalty.
I think they're obsessed with the royal family out there, like in general.
Your mother would have been.
She was really into all the pageantry for sure.
My mother was.
Yeah.
My mother thought the Queen was great.
Yeah.
She thought the Queen was so wonderful.
Some of my family hates the English, though.
I know.
There's some history there.
I know. But a lot of it's a hard breakup. They tried to break up Scotland from the rest of the empire, so to speak.
Because they got some oil.
And it made it by about like a half a point.
Yeah.
They kept it together, so I hope it stays together. I hope it always stays together. But England, as they say, because it used to be England, but England never could, and they were bigger.
Yeah.
And they had more people.
Yeah.
They could never finish it off by capturing Scotland. So it's really sort of...
They ended up having to marry together.
They married.
Yeah.
They became sort of subsidiaries, right?
Yes, yeah.
But it was great. That's interesting with your mother.
Guys, that little chunk of this show.
Okay, so the humor comes from there, maybe some other things, because I think that's one thing that there's bipartisan support for you, is even the people that are like, I don't like that guy.
So many fucking ads, bro. Jesus Christ.
We'll go, hey, he's funny now. He says the funny things. Have you heard this before about it?
Yeah, I've heard it.
It's very disarming humor.
Yeah, but in my business, in what I do, if you don't have humor, you won't even survive.
Wait, why is that?
because I think you have to have a light side. I see a lot of dark things. I see horrible things. I see things that are bad. I see political things that are hard. I mean, we have a lot of corrupt people in this country, and I see it, and horrible corrupt people. We have people that, you know, I really do. We have, from the inside, we have really bad people, and outside we do, but I think the outside is much. I think it's easier to handle China. If you have a smart president who knows, you know, some things, if you had who knows how to deal, let's say, you're not going to have a problem with Russia. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine if I were president. I used to talk to Putin about it. I got along great with him. They would have never, ever done it. I ended his pipeline, you know. I ended the pipeline called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2.
Yeah.
I said,
like, I'm an environmentalist.
I said, are you building a pipeline going to Europe? Yeah. I said, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And I told, I got them together. I said, you mean we're defending you from Russia? And
well, don't worry, Biden blew it up. So who's the real anti-pipeline hero now?
You're paying them big.
Remember when everybody was like, Hasan, how dare you say it wasn't Russia? And then there was recent newspaper investigation out of, was it Denmark, that revealed that they actually saw Navy vessels days prior to the mysterious explosion. U.S. Navy vessels that had their transponders off, just venturing around the area. Must be weird. It was also weird because, like, it was also simply weird to me that everyone that investigated the matter just kind of told everybody shut the fuck up about this, you know? A few days before the explosion that destroyed the two Russian-German natural gas pipelines, Nord Stream 1 and 2, which are laid on the bottom of the Baltic Sea, U.S. Navy warships were on the scene. They had switched off their transponders, and when the harbor master of Christianso Island sailed to them because he noticed this and suspected an accident, the U.S. Navy ordered him to turn back immediately. Why would Russia blow up their own pipeline? No, dude. I think there was a nefarious purpose for why they went with that. They were testing the limits of how fucking stupid the American audience is. And honestly, they almost got away with it. Like, they literally were just like, let's just say Russia did it. Maybe these fucking idiots will believe it. My poli-sci class is covering this, and I got to steal your ideas. Yeah. What a fucking stupid thing. People are coming in here being like, Hasan, wrong again. Remember when you said Russia would never invade Ukraine? Wrong again. No, dude, you were just repeating whatever you fucking heard from the last guy because you're a dumbass who can't think on his own. I never even directly said that it was like the United States of America, definitely. I simply stated that it sounds kind of fucking ridiculous that Russia would blow up its own pipeline. This is what the newspaper Politiken, one of Denmark's most important newspaper, writes. Christiansø is an island in the archipelago of the same name, which is also called Ertholmen, is the easternmost point of Denmark and is located not far from the island of Bornholm, where both Nord Stream lines run. Politiken refers to the statement of the local harbor master John Anker Nielsen as follows. 4 or 5 days before the Nord Stream explosions, he was with the rescue service from Christiansø because there were some ships there with their radios turned off. It turned out that they were U.S. Navy ships. Way to rewrite history. Wait, what? Me? What am I rewriting? Bro, all of this stuff is readily available. You can straight up go watch my YouTube videos at the time. What? I already ran the 3-minute ad break if that's what you're talking about. If you're trying to do a debate. What the fuck? check logs. Why is chat being so disrespectful? I take my coffee black. Check logs. I went to HasanAbi of Turkey. What? Okay, he's not. Anyway, because there were some ships there with their radios turned off, it turned out that they were U.S. Navy ships. When the rescue service approached them, he asked by the Naval Command to turn back. Dude, I think people would rather hallucinate like whatever the fuck makes them feel better than to like actually re-examine their opinion at the time. Yeah. Like people were so incredibly fucking primed into believing that like everything I say about Russia or Ukraine is coming from a secret like pro-Russia perspective that they just cannot even imagine. Like, you know, dog, you know when I am on the side of a group, even if the group is considered a terrorism group, okay? I'm on the side of Palestinians. I very openly tell you that. There's never been a moment where I haven't told you that. Never, okay? I'm very open about it. If I was on the side of Russia, I would tell you. I would make arguments as to why I'm on the side of Russia. I would not like hide my perspective. This is the thing that I would never understand about my naysayers, about these people that like try to ascribe some secret reasoning. No, I'm stubborn. I'm brash. I'm a loudmouth to a fault. Okay? That's it. That's it. So it's always been funny for years at this point where they're like, yeah, I'm anti-NATO. I am openly anti-NATO. I am not pro-Russia. And it's so funny when people are just like, nah, dude, he's secretly pro-Russia. That's why he's anti-NATO. For years, you support terrorists? No, tarot cards are fine. Anyway, if you were on Russia's side, you would just push Z and get the free Russia bucks instead of getting sneak this in the Russian army ad. I know. That's why it was so funny when people are primed to believing a certain thing and then all evidence points to the contrary, they just double down on it. Republicans do it on a daily basis. A lot of liberals do this with me when they examine my analysis over, my statements about Russia. Right? I think you're a bit selective with this. Russian vessels were also photographed in the area. That's crazy. You mean to tell me Russian vessels were photographed in the area of their own pipeline? That's crazy. Definitely a lot weirder for Russian vessels to be in the area of their own pipeline as opposed to the United States of America having vessels around that pipeline like 8,000 miles away. I don't think the USA did it because none of the evidence supports it. It's not unusual for USA ships to be there with the transponders off. No, I think it is. I think that even if it wasn't directly America doing it, they were definitely offering logistical support. I think most neoliberals online think all pushing Z are socialists. I think that's why, because they're so online and they think Twitter is real life. Yeah, maybe. saying that I'm pro-Russia, saying that I am pro-Russian invasion of Ukraine, and continuing along with that narrative for years and years, regardless of however many times I have condemned Russia for doing so and have criticized Russia extensively over these past couple of years, is no different than how Republicans would be like, it's not climate change, I don't believe it. And then when faced with like damning evidence that maybe it is climate change, they just go, okay, weather machines actually. It's no different. You lean on conspiracies and falsehoods to justify the narrative that you were primed, you were justified, or trying to find narratives that prove you right. That's it. Found the clip at 140.
Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen says sabotage is indeed a possibility.
We cannot rule it out. It is too early to draw conclusions yet. But this is an extraordinary situation, an unusual situation. And there are 3 leaks. Even with...
I don't know why people are feigning ignorance. Just say, like, even if you hate, like, there are plenty of people who hate Russia. Okay. Understandable. They're doing some fucking really horrifying things in Ukraine. I don't know why it's so hard. Damn, that's crazy, man. That all the way back then, I'm still also openly stating, you know, hard for people to admit that like America most likely did this. Like you can, like this doesn't mean that Russia is all of a sudden in the right for invading Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like it seems like there's only one party that has the most to gain and has actively said, we will do whatever the fuck we can to stop Nord Stream 2 from moving forward, which they successfully did. And it seems like, you know, they were not happy with like Russia having any sort of dominance over Europe. They openly said, we'll take any means necessary to stop that from happening. So I don't know why people are like, oh man, there's no way this could be America, even though they are the ones who gain the most out of this. It's Europe gets cucked because they're you know, a piece of their energy dependence, like a pipeline that is a part of their energy dependence on Russia is cucked, making energy prices higher. Russia gets cucked because like it's one way, maybe not the most effective, but one of the ways of delivering energy directly to Europe. You know what I mean? Like out of all those players, like it makes no sense for any of those other guys to do it. U.S. with the help of Moldovan Navy SEALs and cows, says Moldovan Mama Liga. Your voice is so much higher. Did you do vocal therapy? Yeah. I got more mask. Anyway. Fuck this, I'm unsubbing now. This is your worst take to this day. You tricked me and my friend Ryan with your pro-NATO sentiments. We already wrote in Joe Biden on our mail-in ballots and Ryan is in jail. I'm sorry, Ryan. Anyway, let's continue.
Billions of dollars a month for oil. It's not going to work that way. And I ended it. And then when Biden came in, he gave it back. The biggest project they ever had, right? He gave it back. And then everyone said, Trump is friends with Putin. And so Putin would say, if you're my friend, I'd hate like hell to see you as my enemy. Think of it. And I put a lot of sanctions on. But I got along with Russia. I got along with pretty much everybody. Actually, the tougher they were, the better I did with them. That's a good thing, not a bad thing, because the other ones are easier to handle. But the ones that I got...
I'm going to be interviewed on TV for Univision. What do you think Kamala is getting wrong on the topic of migrants? Thank you. First time being on national television. Easy. Easy answer. Kamala Harris. I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so do with this information what you will. But my own personal assessment of the situation is that Kamala Harris has dropped the ball entirely by following on Joe Biden's right-wing, white nativist immigration, anti-immigrant agenda in a country that is not as primed to hate migrants as they think it is. There's plenty of polling that shows that Americans are of two minds, directly at odds with one another in terms of amnesty or setting up pathways to amnesty, while simultaneously looking for increasing deportations in this country. That's what polling shows. A competent Democratic leadership should have leaned on one side of that humanizes migrants, that are wonderful neighbors of ours, that contribute to the American economy in spectacular fashion, as opposed to leaning on the right-wing framing on the issue, that immigrants constitute a national security threat. That is completely born out of right-wing hysteria. It is ridiculous, and all evidence points to that statement being incorrect. Immigrants, undocumented migrants, are responsible for less crime per capita than documented and natural-born U.S. citizens. And yet, the Republican Party has dominated discourse on the matter, and the average American now falsely believes that undocumented immigrants are actually doing crimes and are responsible for a greater share of the crimes than even American citizens are responsible for. It's both bad politics and bad policy. It's bad policy because it's harmful policy. It's going to hurt people, right? It's going to hurt the economy if you want to think about it like that. It's bad politics because when you lean on right-wing framing on an issue like this, then all you end up doing is legitimize your opponent's perspective, when that perspective is not born out of data, but instead complete fabrications.
Got along with. And they're also the bigger threats. I got along very well with President Xi of China. But when COVID came, I was not happy with him because it came out of the labs. I mean, they released it from accidentally, I believe. You know, a lot of people would say it wasn't an accident, but they got hit very hard. They got hit as hard as anybody in the world. You know, it was late. It was belated. It was a late hit.
Yeah.
But when COVID came,
Where are you getting the figures for crime data for foreigners/immigrants versus citizens? It's called this woke website, Communist Babies. What's a good thing for P? Communist Babies for Poverty.gov. Or the other website that I also like to go to is democratichomosocialism.gov. Yeah, cbp.gov, dhs.gov. One stands for Democratic Homosocialism.government, and the other one stands for Communist. Oh, fuck, I don't even know. Communistborderpolicies.gov.
I made an unbelievable trade deal with China. They have to buy $50 billion of our product every year. It was nobody could believe I got that deal done. I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even talk about it. That deal is unbelievable. And what's happened now, our farmers have been hit because Biden hasn't pressed them to honor the deal. You know, I used to, every day,
Yeah, but those stats have issues because certain cities and states weren't giving info to them. Wrong. True and not true because they're making up a majority of arrests in New York City. We're not talking about arrests. We're talking about literal fucking murder and crimes, okay? That's number one. Number two, wrong. That is actually you're mismatching your talking points. Let me tell you why, okay? The Republican talking point is the local law enforcement, especially in big cities like New York or Los Angeles, are not actually sharing all of their data with the FBI because the FBI tabulates all of the crime data year over year. This, having said that, is still false because those departments still release their data individually. So while they're not a part of the broader database that the FBI puts forward, it's not like they're fucking hiding their crime rates, dog. You can go to the FBI website and actually find their crime rates personally by looking at individual police departments. You can still have access to their crime data. It's public. So you are mistaken in terms of like crime data being hidden somehow. Okay, so you're wrong on that front, and this is not about immigrants anyway.
Get up. How much did China buy today? Sir, I'd call him up and say, you're behind. You have to buy 50 billion. Do you think Biden does that? Biden's sleeping.
Yeah.
But over the last week, I have, we talk about funny or sad. I think it's more sad than funny.
Yeah.
He has one ability I don't have.
Yeah.
He sleeps. He can sleep. This guy goes on a beach and he lays down on one of those, 6 ounce, they weigh 6 ounces and you can't lift it. Yeah. They're meant for children, young people, and old people to lift. Yeah. They're aluminum, hollowed aluminum.
Yeah.
They weigh very little, and he can't lift. And somebody convinced him he looks good in a bathing suit. And when you're 82, typically bathing suits aren't going to make you look great. You're not going to be enhanced. Yeah. All right? It's just one of those things. I can't be sure about.
You're motivated to do my college essay about this, and further research shows how correct you are. Also got a full score, so thanks. You're welcome. The notion that local police departments from major cities like NYPD in New York or Los Angeles Police Department in LA would be hiding their crime data from the general public is such a funny and immediately disprovable conspiracy theory. And it doesn't matter because the Republican Party is not even trying anymore. People just take whatever the fuck they say for granted. Like, it is literally the funniest, the fastest disprovable lie that you could make. And yet people still follow through on it. It's very, very funny. I don't even know where it came from. Like, I don't even know how it began. That like these local departments would just like refuse to reveal their arrest records and their crime data in general. I guess Trump said it at a certain point and people just like ran with it. I don't know. Because that's too stupid for the Heritage Foundation to cook up. Oh, did that guy respond to me, by the way? The one I responded to? My parents say it, so Fox News or other MAGA networks. It's additionally funny because like cops are 86% Republican historically. Like cops are notoriously a monolithic voting bloc for the Republican Party. So then when you point to like Customs and Border Patrol data, okay, or you report or you talk about like cops like hiding this information, I get it. I get saying that about doctors because they're like gay and woke, right? They are educated, which means they're probably libtards. But like now you're just shitting on cops. They are your guys. I think the conspiracy started from the FBI statistics not including certain data in the calculations, not necessarily that it was being withheld. It was just a way of calculating the statistics. Of course, the nuance is lost on the hogs. Yeah, I think big cities don't reveal like demographic data of who they arrest. And that's probably what it is. That's like where this conspiracy is coming from. Yeah, crime statistics no longer include data from 30% of the country, include the biggest and most violent cities. In 2021, the FBI required police departments to report data using a new system. That year, data for about 65% of the U.S. population was covered in the FBI's annual report rather than the typical 95%. However, as a standard FBI policy, the missing data was estimated using comparable jurisdictions. In 2022, the FBI data coverage returned to 94% of the population, and the preliminary numbers for 2023 and 2024 signal that the level of police department participation should continue. The FBI's data trend lines have generally tracked the patterns in data compiled by other groups that were not affected by the FBI's methodological switch. I guess that's where it is, right? Like Trump's comments follows the FBI's June 10th release of preliminary data showing that during the first 3 months of 2024, violent crime fell 15.2%. Yeah, that's probably, I mean, he's just upset that like there's less murders happening in the country because he doesn't give a shit about anything. He's just like, damn, that kind of ruins one of my talking points. You guys fucked me up. You know? A lot of times, if you hear a Republican talk about data, understand that it is most likely massaged or outright completely made up. They hate data. Okay? They hate it. They despise it. The facts don't care about your feelings. Shit is completely ridiculous. Anyway. Like, here, I'll give you one example. The smart way to do this back in the day from a more competent Republican Party was to say that immigrants constitute a major burden on our social safety nets. Now, you might be thinking, how is that possible? There's evidence to point to this, actually. Billions of dollars, right? They would always say immigrants take billions of dollars in social safety nets from our public education system, yada, yada, yada. Now, the actual data for this is that the actual data for this completely proves it wrong, right? They were lying by adding the children that were natural born U.S. citizens who are American citizens, okay, into the overall burden on fucking social safety nets. That's just ridiculous. You're just saying, I don't like your parents, so I decided you're no longer American when you're constitutionally American. Get the fuck out of here. So that was the smart way to lie, which the competent Republican Party of the past would lie that way. That's how the think tanks would lie. Nowadays, the stupid way to lie is much simpler and much easier to dismiss. I don't even have to look through countless hours of data to fucking tell you why it's wrong. Back then, I used to have to actually do more research even to disprove this kind of shit. How does Trump lie? He says immigrants kill hundreds of thousands of people every year. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are killed by undocumented migrants. Directly a lie. The actual number, according to communistbuttpatrol.gov, under the banner of the Department of Homosexual Activities, the DHS.gov, is that they're responsible in the fiscal year 2024 for 24 homicides. Now, why does Donald Trump lie like this? If you ask about it a little, if you inquire a little further, he'll say, oh, they're killing with fentanyl. Every undocumented migrant is actually stabbing someone with a fentanyl pin, causing them to overdose, as though that is how they're dying. Because there are thousands and thousands of deaths over fentanyl overdose. Except that's also fucking bullshit. Because if you look at, again, the Department of Socialism numbers, the apprehensions happen at regular points of entry, and 90% of those apprehensions, drug apprehensions at the border, is American citizens. So it's not actually undocumented migrants that are responsible for the drugs flowing over the southern border. It's actually American citizens that are shipping it in. Super simple stuff. And yet Donald Trump lies about it non-fucking stop. And so do the Republicans. You make these middle school jokes for some sophisticated reason, but it gets really confusing sometimes. I'm just joking. Yeah. The Department of Homosocialism. Survivorship bias, bro. The drugs apprehended are not necessarily representative of all the drugs that make it through. You're not going to do this right now. I can't tell if you're fucking with me or if you're genuinely this fucking stupid. Okay? This does not even logically make sense, okay? You cannot have a consistent supply chain relying on so many different factors, such as random undocumented migrants that are crossing the border, shoving fucking fentanyl, like the Blaines with the bullets. What? Okay, I don't even know what he's saying. Never mind. All right, let's continue with this.
About that, but typically you don't.
Depends what he's packing. He could.
I don't know
have it
what
like
the
that.
hell he's packing, but I don't want to, and I don't want to know either. I don't know, but he has an ability to fall asleep while on camera. He can lie down on one of those things, and in minutes he's stone cold out.
How does he do
And he's
it?
got cameras
How does
because
he
he's the
do it?
president, so they have cameras on him.
Yeah.
And then they show him sleeping on the beach.
Yeah.
You'll never see me sleeping in front of camera.
How do we get you better at that? Like, what can we do? How do we work on that as a country?
As a country?
Yeah.
We got to save our country. Look, we are a nation in decline, whether you like it or not.
I hate hearing that.
I know. I hate
That
it.
hurts me. That
It's
hurts me.
it's
to hear. As a
horrible.
proud American, I
Well, what you like though is, but we're going to be greater than ever before.
So that's, I think, the messaging that I think.
Yeah.
I think that's really nice
well, that's
to hear.
my ultimate message. But
Yes.
you can't avoid the fact that we've allowed 21 million people into our country in the last 3.5 years. And I don't know your persuasion. I don't know if you guys are liberal or what, but nobody can be happy with 21 million people openly walking into a place we don't know. And it was released last week that 13,000 of those people are murderers. 13,099. 13,000 of those people are in prison. They're incarcerated for murder, and they let them out.
I think you.
This right here is just simply has, I think, a DHS letterhead. This is every undocumented migrant that is responsible for a murder over the course of like multiple decades. The number of undocumented migrants on U.S. soil is, if you believe him, 21 million. So even on that front, that doesn't, that doesn't make sense. Trump is a shining new talking point, an outrageously false claim that was ginned up by right-wing media and then embraced by the GOP nominee as an official fact. Trump then embellishes the fact with additional falsehoods. Notice how he said he's seen a list and some on it have murdered 10 people. There is no such list detailing the killings committed by 13,000 people. That's just a figment of his imagination. Sorry, chatter. Your FEMA joke is not going to be fitting in this fucking chat. Okay, I got it. You were really invested. You really, really wanted me to go, what's FEMA? But you are now permanently banned from the chat. Okay, because you spammed it way too much. Not only was it low effort, but also, ridiculous. Here's the truth. Most of these killers are in detention, not prowling the streets, and have been since before Trump was president. Exactly. On September 25th, acting ICE Director P.J. Lechlitner responded to a request from Representative Tony Gonzalez, made in March for data on the number of non-citizens with criminal convictions on ICE's non-detained docket. As of July 21st, he wrote, there were 662,000 people with criminal histories, convicted or pending, not detained by ICE. In a breakdown by crime, he noted 13,000 people were convicted of homicide, were not detained by ICE. 2 days later, Gonzalez tweeted the letter, highlighting a number of killers. Americans deserve to be safe in their own communities, he wrote. Okay. His tweet was immediately interpreted by right-wing media and Trump campaign as saying these killers entered the country during the Biden administration and were on the loose and roaming the country. The letter did not say that these criminals were not in custody. The non-detained docket refers only to individuals not detained by ICE. In fact, in the same letter, Lechleitner told Gonzalez that ICE's detention capacity was 41,000 beds, showing that there was not enough space to house these criminals. As of July, 21,277 beds were occupied by convicted killers. The Supreme Court ruled in 2001 that ICE could not detain people indefinitely. So with little space available in ICE detention centers, many criminals convicted of serious crimes are shipped to another facility to serve out their terms. Some non-citizens on the non-detained docket may participate in the agency's alternatives to detention programs, which generally track people with GPS monitors and a SmartLink phone app. But murderers, understandably, would not qualify. Oh, sorry. As of July 21st, 277 beds were occupied by convicted killers. I apologize. That was, I'm just like fucking reading through it. Okay, you can't blame me for that. The way he... $277. A 2021 Biden administration memo made detention a priority for non-citizens who pose a current threat to public safety. Moreover, these non-citizens include people who entered the country legally with a long-term non-immigrant visa or earned a permanent U.S. residency but were convicted of a crime. There is no breakdown about how many of the non-detained docket entered the country illegally, but one cannot assume, as Trump does, that these are all undocumented immigrants. The answer is, the actual data, rather, is that over the course of many decades, there are 13,000 people who are now no longer documented. They might have been documented or even legal permanent residents that have done the crime of murder. This did not happen under the Biden watch. This happened over the course of many, many decades. And these people are obviously serving their fucking criminal sentence in prison. If you thought at any given moment that a fucking undocumented migrant that did a murder was released back into the streets, I can convince you of anything. Okay? There is nothing I can't convince you of. I could tell you that tomorrow China is invading America, and they told me about it, and in secret by way of TikTok messages, and you would believe it. Okay? I could tell you Mudang is a psyop to do soft power for Thailand, and you'd be like, Dad, that tracks. I believe it. It is one of the stupidest fucking things that you could ever believe. And you want to know what's sad? Even my uncle kind of believes certain aspects of this talking point. He literally thinks Gavin Newsom released 75,000 rapists and murderers into the streets of Los Angeles. And that is not only a liberal man, but a motherfucker that has a Columbia law degree. He got an undergraduate in Wharton, okay, where Trump also went to, and then followed through on his higher education pursuit and got a law degree from Columbia. That man who has committed his entire life to being a progressive spokesperson literally also thought, I don't know if he still does, but also thought that one, Venezuelan migrant gangs have overtaken a Aurora, Colorado apartment, and that Gavin Newsom literally fucking released 75,000 criminals, some of which were rapist drug dealers and murderers, into the fucking streets. I tell you this story because I need you to understand that you can be victim to propaganda so easily. Okay? It's very simple. Before you know it, if you lean on that reactionary dog in you, that part of your brain that says, this sounds like a real thing, and you don't follow through on that pursuit by researching the subject matter, or rather, if you research subject matter and your research is Facebook memes, you too can be swept away by reactionary sentiment. Okay? That's it. The data in this letter is being misrepresented, said the Department of Homosexual Sex. Wow. The woke police at the Department of Homosocialism openly came out against this fucking letter. That didn't stop the Republicans from portraying this letter in a ridiculous manner. In a ridiculous manner at all. They did not stop. They kept saying it. Trump just said it in front of Andrew Schulz. The data goes back decades. It includes individuals who entered the country over the past 40 years or more, the vast majority of whose custody determination was made long before this administration. It also includes many who are under the jurisdiction or currently incarcerated by federal, state, or local law enforcement partners. I'm sorry. I hate to say this about your uncles and your aunts and your parents or your friends, but if you or anyone you know legitimately thought that in the United States of America, someone who was previously a legal permanent resident or an undocumented immigrant that entered the country illegally did a heinous crime such as a murder, and then the American government went, go right ahead, sir. We can't prosecute you. We can't detain you. You are the biggest fucking idiot on the planet, okay? That's it. There's no other way that I can have a conversation with you. I need you to understand. Anyone that believes this is so fucking stupid. Just lie to them. The only people that get to do that is Israel and some Gulf monarch family members. That's it. That's it. Those are the only, you're not making much sense, to be honest. I'm not making sense. You think that the American government is letting undocumented migrants who have done homicides out into the fucking streets? Like, undocumented migrants are some of the poorest people. Probably. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. They don't even have fucking adequate legal representation. How the fuck are they? Oh. So therefore commit the most crime, you dipshit? Probably legal system. Dude, you are... You have the working intelligence of a potato. Okay? You are barely sentient, dude. You're just saying things that you think sound smart now. This is incredible. Bro says source, legal system. The American government routinely executes people that are declared innocent after the fact. The American government does this extrajudicial killing by way of the police force, and it often does it in its criminal justice system, like the case in Missouri. You think that same exact criminal justice system is letting criminals go because they're undocumented? That is insane. We have an unimaginably reactionary white supremacist criminal justice system. One guide by a troll. As a person who used to work on asylum cases, y'all have no idea how quickly and how much money the U.S. spends on deporting people expediently. Yes. Oh. This is a good question. Ask them what would be the benefit in their logic. Yeah, that's just a fun experience for us, though. I do want to ask that to the next Trump supporter. They're probably going to say, like, because they want to kill white people or something. I don't know. They want their votes. At least this guy said, you right. Oh. Fuck, man. When undocumented immigrants commit crimes, they get a nice detainer. So either they go to jail, then get deported, or just get deported. No, usually they just go to jail. Okay? Because there's no clear indication that you're going to stop them from entering the country illegally again. So no, they just go to jail usually. They'll get deported after they're done serving their sentence. It's so crazy, man. It's crazy. It's a crazy fucking thing. Let's see what else
support on this, though. I think everybody,
Tremendous support,
regardless.
I think I'll let you know. I'll let you know on November 6th.
Yeah.
If I have support.
Yeah.
But the day after the election.
I don't
November
think there's pushback.
5th, the most important day.
Yeah.
No,
I
I'll
think
let you
people
know.
are agreeing they want a strong border. And I think I don't think that's an issue that's like tearing the country apart. But I do think that there is something that
there are some people that want to open, and they're either.
But they're like politicians that are getting some sort of reinforcement through this. The average American, I don't think, is going,
Or
we
they hate
need
our
an
country.
open board. Yeah.
I think only a person that hates our country, actually, maybe it's a down deep hatred, can want open borders. So we took in more than 21 million people in the last 3.5 years, and we have no idea where they even come from. They're terrorists, they're drug dealers. You know, in Venezuela, and it's not just South America, but take
He's going
Venezuela.
to start saying Venezuela is no more crime. Venezuela, no more crime. Maduro. He's erased crime. How? By sending all the criminals to America, which I allowed by doing TPS to Venezuelan migrants. I ruined their economy with sanctions. And then in a political move, I said, come to America, I give you TPS, which he did. He literally extended TPS on his way out to the Venezuelan migrants. The only group that he did not extend TPS status to was Haitians, and that was after he had already extended TPS status to Haitian migrants as well. He just stopped doing it at the end. That's it. TPS means temporary protected status, which means if you are an asylum seeker, your claim will be heard expeditiously, and you will have the proper paperwork to be able to fucking work inside of the U.S. Borders. So why does no one bring this up when he's going on his rants? Because a lot of people are fucking dumb, dude. That's it. A lot of people don't know what the truth is, and a lot of people don't fucking give a shit. And the Democratic Party is completely captive to this right-wing framing on the subject matter because they saw one fucking poll that said Americans want to kill migrants. And they immediately were like, oh my God, we have to do 30% less migrant murder, but we have to do migrant murder. Like, we just have to do it. That's it. That's literally it. That's the real reason. If you want to understand it, that is where this is coming from. And also, Andrew Schulz doesn't know any of this shit. Of course, he's not going to fucking push back. What do you mean? If Ro Khanna was shocked about some of the fucking immigration data that I delivered to him in person at the DNC, then I don't fucking expect Andrew Schulz to be like, actually, sir, what you're saying here is untrue.
Venezuela. They've taken their criminals off the streets of Caracas, which was a very dangerous city. You couldn't walk across the street in Caracas and get a loaf of bread. Right now, it's a safe city. Their crime is down 72%. They've taken all of their criminals, almost all of them, and they brought them into the United States and dumped them.
That's not true. He did give TPS to the Vuvuzelas before he left office, but the Haitians back in 2019. He also gave TPS to people at the top of the hour. You're pretty good at these usually, but not this time. Suck my dick. Okay? How dare you? How dare you actually say the correct information in the beginning and then fucking use that as a segue? God damn it. It's like, come on, man. It's 7 hours and 30 minutes into the broadcast. You can't be cooking me like that, dude. I'm off my game. I'm too focused on, I'm too locked in on fighting disinformation. Asshole. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Fuck you.
That's not ending well. You know where some of them went? To Aurora in Colorado. And they took over the town. They took it over.
The whole town?
Oh, pretty much, yeah. You know how they took it over?
Thank you for the 10
With
gifted.
guns. If they went into the real estate business, like me, I had to go to a bank and borrow. Yeah. They went in with
guns.
MK-47s, or they went in with...
Another thing I'm like incredibly annoyed by, all the fucking like supposed liberal assholes that played a significant role in the fucking tar and feathering campaign that I've been receiving since like Russia invaded Ukraine, is that created so much fucking resentment, and that gave so much more ammunition to these fucking right-wing Nazi accounts on Twitter to use their talking points against me on a regular basis, which now means these people like Andrew Schulz and so many others that are supposedly centrist but like literally see shit on Twitter and get their notes from that also think I'm not like a fucking credible source of information. So you, if you truly did care about fucking fighting against disinformation, have officially cooked one fucking outlet in the minds of anyone that goes on Twitter. You did that. You played a big role in that, but the reality is you don't give a shit about misinformation anyway. You just are usually just a person with deep animosity.
They went in
Would have
with
been so much easier.
weapons like nobody's ever seen before. You know,
I think most people
they
are
went in
on
with
board.
military-style weapons. They've taken it over.
But I think most people are on board with deporting any illegal that has committed a crime.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's bipartisan support of that. I think that
You're literally profiling a homeless... What? You're a privileged elitist, you fucking stupid, is what you are. Clearly you're getting promoted. You are genuinely a sick fuck. Did you realize that white people in the South are afraid of mass white suppression? What the fuck are you on right now? Hear me when I say this. You're a piece of shit. You are literally destroying this country for content. Clearly you're getting paid for promoting Israel / the Democratic Party. You privileged elitist. You're fucking stupid is what you are. Making content off people's destruction. Oh, he's unbiased now. Got it. Yep. This is real news. He's playing both sides. Sure. Absolutely. You're literally profiling a homeless man in Florida as a pedo / racist. Yeah, bro. Yes. If you think I'm being paid by, like, out of everything that you just said, if you think that I'm being paid by the Democratic Party in Israel, you need to immediately up your schizophrenia medication. Like, you need to, you have gone way past the point of like missing multiple instances where you were supposed to take your medication. You've gone above and beyond. Like, you need to go to the doctor immediately. You're a fucking millionaire sitting in your house talking about people who've just lost everything. What are you saying, dude? I don't even think you need medication. I think you need to fucking lay off the crack pipe. I have a few minutes to spare today, so I'm thrilled to hear you spit out rhetorical bullshit and watch you transform into an Israeli Zionist IRL. I love this. You are now the exact entity you hate. You are going to gaslight the fuck out of people's situations you know nothing about. People will die from this and you do not give a fuck. What the fuck? "59% of American immigrants live in the U.S. South, but no, they're all in Springfield, Ohio." What the fuck? Ban me, I'm just a peasant chatter. No, dude, you're not a peasant chatter. You're just insane. And I don't think I can explain to you how deeply mentally unwell you are. You probably do need to get medical help. I think you might be having an episode right now. What the fuck? You definitely need to log off though. Straight up. I am worried. I think this chatter thinks all your sarcastic comments are real takes. What the fuck? Bro, I'm sorry, but you have no idea what you're talking about in regards to the South, that's all. What have I said about the South? What? I think you think I'm someone else. Like, if you... Now I want to know what she's saying. No, I think he's a millionaire. I'm just fast at typing. What? Every single thing that you brought forward is the exact opposite of what I have advocated for. I am a little worried about what you think I'm saying. You're literally saying I'm an addict off my meds, crazy? No, I mean, you are on crack. That's for sure. Like, if you think I'm being paid by the Democratic Party in Israel, you have to be on crack. Guest star? No, I'm not gonna fucking... What do you think? This is a kick stream, dude? I'm not gonna, like, abuse someone who is very clearly having a fucking mental health episode. Y'all are crazy.
The tricky thing comes, and honestly, I have empathy. Like, you're a business owner.
Yeah.
There's been people... I'm not trying to out you, but like there's been people I'm sure that might not have had like legal citizenship that have maybe worked in various businesses.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's like, you know, I've definitely been taken care of as a kid by people that weren't legal, babysitters and stuff. So there are people that maybe would like a path to citizenship that I have a lot of empathy for.
You have to start with the criminals.
Agreed.
Okay, look.
But maybe we can.
It's very tough.
Maybe we can open our hearts a little bit to the people who are trying to be, you know, good, hardworking Americans.
And you know what's going to happen? You're going to be in the midst of this. Now, you know, Dwight Eisenhower was sort of a moderate, General Eisenhower. Did you know?
Bro, he's about to say the most unhinged shit that Dwight Eisenhower did that he loves, the Bracero program.
Oh, that they had 8% generals, president of the United States. 8% were generals, 92% were politicians. And then you had Trump. See, that's a weave. You know, we go off it just for a second.
I like that. Because now I'm like, where are we weaving to? I'm into this.
No, think of it, because we're talking about generals, and then you get back onto the general.
There you go.
Because what I was going to say is that Eisenhower.
I like the play-by-play for the week.
No, it's good, though. Isn't it great? We go into it, we mention Eisenhower, and then I say he was a general, 8% generals, 92%, and now you go back, okay?
Boom.
It's part of the weave, you know? Then you go back. No, you got to keep it all together. You got to be sharp. If you're not sharp, you're dead. Think of it. No, but think of it. So we have 92% and 8%. Nobody, no admirals, and no business people until me. So now we have me. I'm one.
Yeah.
So I'm.
And then maybe things change after that. Here's.
No, I think it will change. There'll never be another business person that ever does this.
Okay, here's a
because
question.
I've been treated so badly that I think that no person of success. Don't forget, my whole life was deals. Most guys are stiffs.
Yes.
Like they'll run for office. There's no deal. There's no nothing. You can't get yourself in trouble much.
Yeah.
You can be a crooked politician, which some are.
Yeah.
But basically, I do so many deals. I do hundreds of thousands of pages of documents a year. You know, when I'm really in the mood, right?
Yeah.
And if they find one page, I got myself a problem politically.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at it. They went after me for years on taxes.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
They went to the United States Supreme Court. I gave them tens of thousands of pages, and you never heard about it again.
Well, that is what often happens, which is probably incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, rich people never successfully fucking launch a mountain of paperwork against underfunded government agencies, especially when it comes to like tax stuff. The entire system is designed in a way for a real estate magnate to be able to fucking skirt any responsibility. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Also, I thought we were talking about Eisenhower.
Frustrating, which is lobbing an
Well, that's the
allegation,
problem,
and then when it's proven to be false, they just move on.
Oh, they don't even write about it. I called the New York Times on something. I was right, and they
The
said,
Russian
"Are
thing
you going to do?"
was wild.
Yeah,
like-
the Russian hoax.
Yeah.
Well, I'm suing Pulitzer. You know.
The way I know Donald Trump's talking points better than him is kind of funny. The reason why he brought up Eisenhower was because he was going to talk about the Bracero program and how he was seen as a moderate, and he deported 1.6 million Mexicans, and everybody loved it. That's why he was going to say it, but because his brain is fucking scrambled and fried, that he just like doesn't even know what his talking points are, and he just jumped over the talking point and started talking about like, my administration does deals. I'm doing so many deals.
Don't know this. They got a Pulitzer Prize for their New York
the
Times,
hoax?
Washington
Oh, wow.
Post, for the hoax. They got the Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah.
So the writers got Pulitzer Prizes for their brilliant coverage of the Russia hoax.
Interesting.
But it turned out to be right. So
Yeah.
we wrote a letter to the Pulitzer Prize, right? You know, the committee, it's a big foundation.
Yeah.
And we said, it's a lawsuit that's going on right now. And we said, we demand that you take back the Pulitzer Prizes. We demand a apology.
Yeah.
Because you're actually, by leaving them, you're sort of saying it happened, and it didn't have. Everybody now is
You're
giving it
rewarding
up.
the lie.
Yeah. So I sued them. They said, well, we did what we did. That's okay. That's all right. So I sued them.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got themselves a big problem now.
Yeah.
And this suit's moving along, and I think we're going to win that suit easily. Because they gave people Pulitzer Prizes that were wrong.
Yeah.
You know who should get the Pulitzer Prizes equivalent, if you could? Guys like Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
Guys like, that there were numerous of them that, I mean, not as many as the fake news, as the very liberal media, but we had tremendous John Solomon. He's a great writer. So many people knew that was a hoax. They should get prizes. I don't know, Pulitzer Prize, because you don't give Pulitzer Prizes to a guy on television.
Yeah.
You can't get, in theory, a Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah.
But you had a lot of people that got that right. They got nothing. So we sued Pulitzer on the basis that they should absolutely take that prize back. And I said, by not taking it back, you're trying to say that it actually happened. In a way, I'm saying you're defaming me because by you not taking those prizes back, you're actually saying it happened.
Take a break for a second because some of y'all need to upgrade your wallet. Some of y'all don't, because last year you scooped up the Fragrant Extra wallet. Okay, we collect.
Bro, the amount, what the fuck? The amount of ads, bro. They're weaving in all these ads in between the bobbing and weaving from Trump.
Because I know we have a limited time, but important thing. Like,
how are we doing so far?
You're doing great.
You're doing amazing.
So
they're making us wrap up. We want you for longer.
I'll bet it's my people. I do have other things, but
I know you're busy.
How interesting is this stuff?
See, this is the fun stuff.
He's
Alex
he's
is
an
a good
influencer.
Kid. Yeah, he's a good kid.
I asked him. I said, Alex, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
And I wasn't.
Oh, you're not telling him he's got time now.
Who is give him a little more time? What the hell? Can I override Alex? I don't know. Yeah. Unlike Biden, he can't. I can. I can say, Alex, I'm doing it. He'll say, thank you, sir. No, Biden can't. They turn the cameras off with this guy. Do you ever see it? The cameras are off. The lights go off everywhere. Because you see, he's in deep trouble. We're in no trouble. Yeah. But I'll tell you what. I asked Alex. He's an influencer. You know, he's a big name influencer. I don't know if he's in this league. I don't know who the hell knows. But I said to him, knowing nothing about influencers, I said, who is the biggest of all the influencers? Sir, that's the easiest question you've ever asked me. Who is it? You, sir.
It's true.
I said, wow. I never thought of it. He said, you're the biggest. You have hundreds of millions of people. You have more people than anybody else by far. You know, before they took away, I went from having 280 million on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. The three of them combined, 280. I think I was number one because Zuckerberg told me that. He came to the White House. He said, congratulations, you're number one on Facebook. You know, so I went from that to having nobody. That was like cold turkey, right? You'd call that cold turkey. Like, that would be like if we didn't do business with China. One day I said, no more business with China. That's, you go cold turkey, right? And I went and I said, boy, but I had a lot to say. This was after the presidency, of course. You know, they do it after the presidency. During the presidency, they're a little bit...
They're very nice.
But anyway, I went totally off. I had nobody. And I had all these ideas. And I couldn't get the word out. And I had some good thoughts. And people wanted to hear my thoughts. And I did a thing called Save America. And essentially, it was like the old-fashioned... You guys are far too young. In the old days, what we did, we didn't have tweeting and we didn't...
Hasan, who are you texting? Your mom.
Have Truth. Truth is doing great, by the way. Would you please use Truth? I love Truth. Use Truth.
You claim to watch Trump to make fun of him. You haven't made fun of him. Okay, y'all are being fucking ridiculous, dude. I spent top of the hour. I already ran it, dumbass. I fucking spent like an hour addressing one of his false statements. Like, it takes a while, you know? Why are you platforming Trump without any pushback? Because I like him and I want him to win.
Truth, everybody, it's my voice. But I also use X. But I went from having all these people, and I did an old-fashioned press release. It's called, we used to go to press release. And somebody would write up something and
send it to all the
periodicals. I started doing it, Save America, and they got longer and better and longer. And I started doing it, and man, I had millions of people. Now nobody else could do that because, you know, if somebody puts out a press release, it just doesn't work out too well. But I did it, and it did well. And then I did Truth, and I'm very good friends with Elon, and we owe Elon a lot for what he's done with X. And I use X too. But my voice is on Truth.
Cucked. Absolutely the most cucked fucking thing to say. Calling Twitter X Omega cucked. That's it. By the proof of the last chatter, you can't be making jokes like that anymore, Lamau. True. Yeah, well, if I primed my jokes and my sentiment to like the most insane person, then this would be a much more boring broadcast.
And it's done really well. I mean, if I want to get something out, I put it on Truth, and everybody picks it up. You know,
that's the thing. You put it there, and then you see other people.
It's picked up all over the place. It's picked up. I mean, I could be on anything I want, but I put it out on Truth, and it just gets picked up all over the place. So it's been very good. But he said I was the #1 influencer. See? The weave.
The weave is great. Okay, question. Okay, you've got your son, Barron.
Do you think I'm the #1 influencer?
I think it's
So who
Rogan.
else?
I think it's Rogan.
Okay, I can't do this anymore, dude. Dude, come on. Like, this absolutely demonstrates like how fucking primed, how locked in, how lasered they are into a very, very specific orbit, let's say. He's not wrong. You see the Spotify charts? Come on, man. Like, if Trump is on the influencer equation, then Taylor Swift is. Like, what are we talking about? Like, if we're talking anyone and everyone that is technically considered an influencer, like, who's the most influential person on the planet? It's not Donald Trump. Like, I'm not saying Joe Rogan is not a known entity. It's just when you ask someone who's the most famous person on the planet, your opinion should probably be something like, I don't know, Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, Taylor Swift, something like that. Not fucking Joe Rogan. Are you kidding me? Like, that's so ridiculous, dude. Yeah, it's like saying Kid Rock.
You and Kim Kardashian. Like, Kim Kardashian influences the shape of women's bodies and faces.
Yo, come on, Andrew, you old, man. Even Kim Kardashian doesn't have that motion no more.
Like, you see so many, they're literal
Do they want to
shape
look
of
like,
human
do
beings.
they want to look like her?
They want to look like her. So once we start...
I love, dude, Trump gives moodang when he gets inquisitive, though. Like, it's my favorite. Like, look. That was a real question. I love when he gets inquisitive. Look.
You and Kim Kardashian.
Like, when he was talking to Theo Vaughn, and Theo Vaughn was like talking about cocaine, and he's like, wow. So you like it? You like doing it? It makes you feel good?
Like, Kim Kardashian influences the shape of women's bodies and faces. Like, you see so many, they're literal
Do they want to
shape
look
of
like,
human
do
beings.
they want to look like her?
Do they want to look like her? What are these women doing?
They want to look like her. So once we start seeing dudes want to look like you.
Yeah.
And I see young Jack over there. I think he's trying to do it.
Yeah.
Jack.
Your
Oh, yeah,
TikTok guy.
TikTok Jack.
TikTok
Jack.
Jack.
So tell me. You know, this is a little new world. I call him, his name is Jack. I call him TikTok Jack. I'm good with names, you know.
You are.
You're very good with names.
You are.
Oh my God, Glaze! Glaze! You're very good, sir. Sir, you're the best at names. Some say names didn't exist before you, sir. Hey, yo! This man! Bro, have some decency. God damn. Sir, you're so good at names.
Pocahontas.
Yeah.
We have names.
Oh my God! Stop! Stop! He's falling over himself. He's dying.
You are.
You're very good with
You
names.
are.
And Pocahontas.
Bro, this is like, are you trying to fuck him? Bro, this is like, are you trying to have sex with Donald Trump? Are you sexually interested in Donald Trump? Because, like, the level of fake enthusiasm you're demonstrating in this moment is like, you gotta want to fuck him. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. We have names.
What about, and there was...
He's rolling on the floor laughing, okay? He's raffle mouth.
Tampon Tim was good. What about
The problem with Tampon Tim, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
In other words,
It's a mouthful.
it's a lot.
He's Ishbal, as the fucking Zoomers say. It's like, that's so good. You said Pocahontas. What the fuck?
And you can't stutter it through when you call it. It's really a lousy word to say.
Yo, you hear him fucking choke on it? That was him gagging. He went.
Yeah.
But it's quite accurate, right? there are some, like Comrade Kamala. It's a little hard to say. She's comrade because she's obviously a communist.
Yeah.
She's horrible.
Obviously. That much is obvious. Obviously, she's a communist.
So I call her comrade.
Yeah.
And it's not bad. But when you put the name,
Bro, even he doesn't like it. He knows there's no motion there. He's like, it's not the best.
names together,
Yeah.
it's a little. You got to be able to pume. No, you got to be able to put it out there.
What?
But we have a.
What the fuck was that? Hey, yo, what was that? Bro, I'm about to piss my pants. That was
A
crazy.
lot of them I can't go into with you because
Why
some
not?
of my
Give me
best
some,
ones.
give me
Some
some.
of my best ones are from the Republican primaries.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all friends of mine now.
Oh,
and I
now
don't
you
wanna-
got to be nice.
So I've
What
taken.
about
that-
Mike Pence? You got anything for Mike Pence?
Well, it's a shame because he and I had a very good
What happened to him?
relationship.
Hanging out
He
somewhere.
couldn't cross the line of doing what was right, in my opinion. Some
yeah.
people would disagree with that, but he had the right to go and put them before the legislatures and have them reassess because they found out a lot of bad things. And he had a lawyer that said he didn't have that right, but he did have that right. And you know why we found out that that was true? Because they changed the law after the election so that he couldn't do what I said he could do.
Yeah.
Okay? They changed the law so that a vice president could no longer do what I said he could do. So, in other words, I turned out to be right. But it's a shame. We had a very good relationship for 99.9% of the thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think he's a good man. I mean, I think he's a
Oh,
good
that's
man.
good.
Unfortunately, I wish he would have had the stamina, maybe courage, maybe both,
Yeah.
to go further. Because we have to have honest elections in our country. And if we're afraid to challenge an election, we're in big trouble, you know? They say, if you challenge, they've challenged elections. The Democrats, look at Maxine Waters. How dare them, you
I'm
know?
not going back.
They've challenged
2000.
Stacey Abrams.
Yeah.
Almost all of the Democrats challenged.
Yeah.
But when we challenge, they say, he's a threat to democracy.
Yeah.
These are con artists, and they're very bad for our country.
Yeah.
So I'm going to weed them out. We're going to weed them out. I'll do it in honor of you.
Okay, so tell me this. So tell me this situation. Okay, Barron is 18. He's handsome. He's tall.
Yeah.
He's rich.
He's got the whole ball.
He's
that kid.
unleashed in New York City.
That's-
Are you sure you want to reverse Roe v. Wade now? I mean, maybe
No.
give him a few years. You know,
Well,
get
you know,
his-
it's up to the states now. It's up to the states
Yeah.
because I believe in exceptions and all of the different
Yes.
things. I was,
You've been vocal about that.
I've been very
Would
well.
you try to
no,
Oh, come on. Bro, Jesus Christ. Okay, you don't have to help him, dog. Jesus Christ. I guess he can. His audience is probably like 98% male.
I mean, I think a lot of people agree with me.
Yeah.
You know, it was very.
No one. It's the one thing that is a major loser for you, dude. It is crazy. It's like he knows it's the one issue he hasn't been able to like expertly communicate out of. Ain't nobody agrees with you on this. Nobody.
Very strong, very, very tough. And Republicans were going to lose a lot of elections having to do with a lot of other things, too, because there are many issues. We have the border, we have this, we have wars, we have everything.
Yeah.
And Roe v. Wade was always about getting it back to the states.
Yeah.
And then people started talking about the number of weeks and this, that, all these. But nobody wanted, no legal scholar, no Democrat, no Republican, liberal, conservative. Nobody wanted it in the federal government. It shouldn't be in the.
Okay, by the way, this is giving Kamala a little bit. Like, this is bot behavior. Every single talking point so far, with the exceptions of like him going "Pum," has been just the same exact shit that he said at the debate. Speak for your fucking self, bro. No, I mean, there's like moments in there where the human jumps out. But like, he's just been saying the same shit during the debate, during his speeches. I would say that his Theo Von interview was significantly better than this. Like, obviously he's going to do messaging discipline, but like, no, dude, now you need the pills. No, like all of the important notes that he hits on are identical. He's even he's fucking talking to Andrew Schulz about how every legal scholar agreed with him on Roe v. Wade. Like, that's ridiculous. That's, first of all, like, you don't even need to bring that shit up, honestly, because it's fucking bullshit. But, like, why are you bringing it up in this situation?
The federal government. And the legal scholars, it was abhorrent. They didn't want it, and they didn't want it in the federal government.
They didn't want it, and they didn't want it.
And it was in the federal government.
I know you said, sorry.
What we did is, we moved it back to the states and a vote.
Bro, this also kind of sucks because it's like, I think his motion is, I think his motion is gone a little bit, but like, you got to throw a wrench in this. You have to, in order to make this more entertaining, you got to like sometimes be a little bit more adversarial, because like otherwise just letting an old man drone on and on and on, and it's boring. Keep him on his tippy toes. That's why Donald Trump has to come on the broadcast, honestly. That's what I think. He has to come on the broadcast so he can fucking... So he can make some content. You kind of did, but you missed it. Did what? All right, I'm fucking tired, dude. You really want him in your house? No, I'll do it somewhere else. I'm done. This was too much for me. Okay. Now that Barron is at NYU, maybe we can get him on. His attitude is gonna shift dramatically. Barron's about to become a fucking they them non-binary septum ring wearing English queer lit major. Anyway, I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. stuck you in a line. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.